I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick it, know these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick it, know these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine, every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot, acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay, I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me, I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I might show you a smile today, bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help, I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it, now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong, maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong, and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts, I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick it, know these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old. These people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick and know these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music.
Yo, chat. Everybody get in here. We are doing sleep stream. We're gonna be live all night. We got YouTube videos all night, chat. Lock in. We got a follower goal on Twitch. We only got about 13 hours left to go, chat. I don't think we're gonna hit it, but it's okay. My mic has been tweaking on me, bro. My mic has been tweaking on me, chat. It keeps cutting out and shit, like the audio port on the back of the mic. I think it's giving out. I've had this mic for so long, but we're about to get into it, chat. I'm tired. We're about to be live all night, get YouTube videos all night. So let's get into it, chat. Let's get into it, chat. I didn't even know I was on mute. I'm sorry. I'm sauce. Trying to get everything working. Desktop audio snowball. We got everything, chat. About to get started. Good night, chat. I love y'all, bro. I love y'all, chat. Let's get started, bro.
My best friend John and I were invited to a house party across the state one night. We didn't know the host very well, but we didn't care. We were stressed out college students, and it seemed like a good opportunity to relax and blow off steam. John had a van that we used to bring 4 other friends to the party with. We drove the entire 3-hour ride there without incident. Once we got there, we partied hard. I downed well over a dozen cups of beer with my friends. John hadn't planned on drinking much, so that he could be our designated driver. But after a little peer pressure from a cute girl at the party, he caved in and started drinking and dancing with the rest of us. I'm pretty sure we did some club drugs too during our time there, but I was way too drunk to remember most of it. By the end of it, I could barely walk, and John was more than a little tipsy. Once it was clear that the party was coming to a close, we decided to take our leave together. John insisted that he be the one to drive his own van during the trip back. I told him that it was a bad idea for him to be driving in his state, but he insisted that he was fine and will be fine after a few minutes. I wanted to protest, but I was too drunk and tired myself to argue. It's not like I had any other way to get back home anyways. And besides, he was the most sober of us, even if that wasn't saying much. Since I was the drunkest out of the 6 of us, I was given the back seat of the van all to myself so that I could lie down and rest. I passed out almost immediately as my head touched the soft cushion of the back seat. When I woke up, I noticed that the van was slowing down. I pulled myself up to sit and wiped the drool from the corner of my lips. "What's up? Why are we slowing down?" I asked, still groggy from the alcohol in my system. "We're picking up a hitchhiker," John slurred, clearly still a bit drunk. I was going to tell him that it was a terrible idea to pick up a hitchhiker in the middle of the night, or during any time of the day for that matter. But then, I saw the hitchhiker holding out their thumb for myself through the backseat window. She was a slender young woman, and a pretty one at that. Her skin was bone white, and her hair was long and dark. She looked like she'd just gotten out of a funeral in her pitch-black dress with her lips fixed into a frown. John took a second to tidy up his hair and check his breath, which undoubtedly smelled like alcohol, before lowering the driver's side window. "Hey miss, do you need a lift?" he asked, while flashing the hitchhiker the most charming smile he could muster. I didn't hear her reply, but I chalked it up to her voice being too soft for my dulled senses to catch. She must have said yes though, because John unlocked the van for her right away. With the other seats taken, she ended up joining me in the back seat. She sat down beside me but didn't bother to buckle her seatbelt. Seeing her up close, it really did look like she was sad about something. With the way that she was dressed, I could only assume that she had just lost a loved one and got stranded on the way back from the funeral. I wanted to cheer her up, so I decided to make polite conversation with her. "So, where are you headed?" She turned to me and opened her mouth to speak. I could see her lips moving to form words, but for some reason I couldn't hear a word of what she said. John must have heard her just fine though. "I think that's a couple of hours away from here," John said in reply to whatever she said that I couldn't hear. "We could pick up a snack for ourselves there too. Anyone want anything?" My other friends started listing off the pit stop foods that they were craving. Hot dogs, burgers, fries, the typical drunk food. They all apparently heard the pale girl say her destination too. I don't know why I couldn't hear her, but I was also too tired and hungover to care. I just leaned on the car door and waited for my headache to go away. We continued driving down the road for a couple of hours. In all that time, my friends all made conversation with the pale girl beside me. However, I didn't hear her utter a single word during my entire ride. She would just move her lips in silence, and my friends would pretend like they heard her say something. My eyes were about to flutter shut when we arrived at the pit stop. In our inebriated state, none of us noticed the truck coming out of the pit stop until it was too late. I saw the white flash of headlights and felt a sudden shockwave erupt throughout the van. We crashed head-on into the truck. My legs were crushed by the seat in front of me, and pain flooded my mind, and I passed out. When I finally came to, the pale girl was no longer beside me, and in front of me were the mangled and bloodied bodies of my friends. They were all dead, their bones crushed by the jagged metal of the car after impact. The girl in front of me had her head completely caved in by stray debris from the truck that hit us, splattering the contents of her skull all over me. I vomited into the seat beside me and saw the pale hitchhiker standing outside without a scratch on her. She gave me one last mournful glance before walking away. I don't know if it was just my pain-addled mind playing tricks on me, but I could have sworn I saw my mutilated friends following behind her. Before they all disappeared into the night, John, with his intestines hanging from a gaping hole in his stomach, turned towards me and mouthed, "I'm sorry," before following the hitchhiker into the darkness. I looked in front of the truck and saw the corpses of my friends still where they were when they died. John was pinned to the front seat by the grill of the truck that crashed into us. His mushed-up organs littered the floor of the van. I've lost both of my legs in that accident. The police insist that there was no sign of the pale hitchhiker my friends and I met that night. Not surprising, I suppose. If she is who I think she is, I'll meet her again someday. Just like everyone else eventually. Maybe next time, I'll finally be able to hear her voice. I was driving down a long stretch of road to visit my family when I came across a hitchhiker. I usually don't pick up hitchhikers since I didn't trust people in general, but something about this girl made me want to help her. Maybe it was because she reminded me of my sister, but the little angel on my shoulder egged me to offer some help as I drove closer and closer towards her. She was on the younger side, early 20s at the very most. The dress she wore was nowhere near appropriate for the cold weather. In fact, it looked like more of a nightgown you'd wear to bed, not something you'd wear to a desert at night. There was no way she wasn't freezing in the cold air, yet she just kept trudging forward with her eyes fixed on the ground, as if in a trance. I slowed down my car to a halt next to her. I rolled down my window and she turned to look at me with a weary expression on her face. "Hey, miss, would you like a lift?" I asked. She seemed hesitant at first, shifting her eyes to the road behind me as if hoping another car would come by. I didn't blame her for it. Any woman would be hesitant to get into the car of a man they've never seen before in the middle of the night. In the end, it seemed the risk of dying from hypothermia outweighed the risk of getting into a stranger's car. "A lift would be nice," she finally said, after a lengthy pause. "I don't mind giving you a ride," I told her with a smile. "But do you mind telling me where you're headed first?" I don't know," she said, whilst averting her eyes from mine. Looking her over again up close, I noticed that she had cuts and bruises all over her exposed arms and legs. Many of them still looked fresh. I couldn't tell if they were the result of an accident outdoors or something much worse. Whatever the case, there was no way I could just let her go after seeing those injuries. "Well, I'm headed to a town a few miles away from here," I told her. "You want me to drop you off there? They have a clinic that'll fix you up. You could probably catch a bus ride there too if you're lost." The girl looked up and we made eye contact for the first time. Her shoulders relaxed slightly. I could almost see the hint of a smile on her face. "That sounds great. Thank you." The girl got into the shotgun seat of my car, and I continued driving down the road. I tried to make conversation with her, but she wasn't much of a talker. Anytime I asked her a casual question, she gave me a short, almost robotic answer. "What's your name?" "Laura." "The moon's pretty tonight, isn't it?" "Yeah, I guess it is." "So, what do you do for a living?" "I'm unemployed." She fidgeted in her seat the entire ride too. Every now and then I'd catch her glancing at the rearview mirrors as if she was scared of being followed, despite us being in the middle of the desert. I had just about given up trying to talk to her when I heard a loud growl come from somewhere in the car. I was startled at first, but then I saw Laura holding a hand over her belly with an embarrassed frown on her face. After realizing that it was just her stomach growling, I held back a chuckle and told her to help herself to one of the granola bars I kept in the glove compartment. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yeah, go on ahead," I told her. "I got plenty of them anyway. I tend to get hungry on long trips, so I make sure to stock up on them." "Oh, I see." She opened the glove compartment and took out a granola bar. She demolished the whole thing in less than a minute. "Hey, you can have a few more if you'd like," I said, after seeing how hungry she was. "Actually, I think we're coming to a pit stop soon, too. You want to grab something to eat?" "I don't have any money, though," she told me in a dejected tone. "No worries. It's my treat," I told her with the friendliest smile I could muster. "I'm kind of peckish myself, anyway." "Well, if it's all right with you, I would really appreciate that." Laura became much more cheerful after that. She even started smiling and chuckling at jokes I made. I still didn't get to learn much about her, though. We talked about family, specifically mine, since from what I gathered, she didn't really like to talk about hers. By the time we reached the pit stop, we were talking casually like we were actual friends. She seemed cold outside without my car heater keeping her warm, so I took off my jacket and gave it to her. I had a sweater under it anyway, so it didn't bother me much. She zipped up the jacket and pulled the hood over her head before we walked into the pit stop diner. We walked past several truckers who were laughing and joking with each other over a mountain of food. Laura seemed like someone who liked her peace and quiet, so I led her to the furthest corner of the diner to avoid the noise. It didn't help much, but I think Laura appreciated the gesture. I ordered 2 stacks of pancakes, a generous amount of bacon, and enough coffee to wake both of us up for the long ride ahead. We'd planned on just having a quick bite to eat before going back on the road, but ended up talking for several hours. I traveled a lot while she was sheltered all her life, so she took a keen interest in my travel stories. Before we knew it, we lost track of time and had drunk enough coffee to keep us awake for weeks. I almost didn't notice the diner entrance bell ring behind me as yet another customer stepped inside the pit stop. On the other hand, immediately pulled down the hood of the jacket I gave her and shrunk into the seat when she saw who entered. I could tell from what little of her face that wasn't hidden by the hood that she must have been scared. I looked behind me to see who'd entered. Standing in front of the entrance was a disheveled-looking man with short, unkempt hair and a crazed look in his bloodshot eyes. He walked up to the nearest person, one of the truckers, and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, have you seen a girl with brown hair come by here?" he asked. The trucker looked him up and down before letting out a hearty chuckle. "No, man, I haven't. But you sure as hell won't be getting any girls looking like that." His trucker friends joined in the laughter. The man was less amused. He grabbed the trucker by his shirt and pulled something out from under his shirt. I stifled a gasp when I recognized that it was a gun. He pressed the parallel of the gun to the trucker's head. "You took her, didn't you?" he screamed. "I knew my Laura couldn't get this far on her own. Where is she?" As the other truckers attempted to talk the crazed man down, Laura covered her face, her tears seeping out between her fingers. "That's my dad," she whispered under her breath. I realized right then and there where the cuts and bruises on her must have come from. I wanted to help her get out, but the only way out was past her gun-toting father, so instead I just kept quiet, hoping that he wouldn't notice us while the truckers and staff attempted to de-escalate the situation. It didn't work. The crazed father shot the trucker in the head. The bullet tore through his skull and sent his liquefied brains flying onto the walls. Spurred by the death of his friend, another trucker grabbed the man by the wrist. The gun fired off a few times during the struggle, but they managed to force him to drop the gun. A waitress quickly kicked away the gun, and the truckers started beating the man, bringing down their fists on his face and body over and over again. By the time the police arrived, the man was barely recognizable anymore. His face was swollen and blue. Both his eyes had completely ruptured with blood trickling from the corners. His yellow teeth lay scattered on the floor, and the ones still in his mouth were barely hanging on. I approached the police officer who came to arrest the man with Laura, and we explained the situation to him. Laura had run away from home to get away from her mentally unstable father's abuse. He followed her down the only road near their isolated home, the one I was driving on where I found her. He's now in prison and will be for a long time. Meanwhile, Laura is finally free to live her own life after being trapped with him for so long. I still keep in touch with Laura. Although she hasn't completely recovered from her trauma, her future is brighter now that her father isn't in it.
I decided to throw a massive house party in my senior year of high school. My parents were both on a business trip, so me and my older brother had the house to ourselves. I only invited a few of my close friends over, while my brother decided to invite everyone he shared a room with and all of their friends as well. Yeah, he was always the more social of the two of us. I didn't mind it all that much. It saved me from the trouble of looking for more people and gave me the opportunity to meet some new people. If I was lucky, I thought I'd be able to chat up a new girl too. On the night of the party, my brother, who was 21, bought enough booze from a nearby liquor store to make a circus of elephants drunk. Meanwhile, I prepared bowls of junk food like cheesy nachos and greasy chicken fries for the guest and moved the furniture around to give space for dancing. The first person to arrive was one of my friends, whom I hired as a DJ on short notice. I helped him set up his equipment and pick the music just in time before the guests started to arrive. People drank and danced and played beer pong on the dining room table. I chatted up several girls at the party, though most of them seemed more interested in just having a good time than talking to me. That is, until I met this one girl who was hanging, sipping beer by herself in a corner, looking lonelier than she should have. She was a short brunette wearing jeans and a casual t-shirt, who I thought I recognized from school, but wasn't sure. Seeing no harm in trying, I walked up to her and started a conversation. "Hey, how are you enjoying the party so far?" The girl looked up from her cup of beer and smiled. "Yeah, I'm having fun," she said, though the soft tone of her voice didn't sound very convincing. "The nachos are great." Upon hearing that, I jumped at the chance to extend the conversation. "Glad to hear that. You know, I made them myself." I don't remember what she said next, but one thing led to another, and soon we were both in deep conversation. She was quiet and shy at first, but gradually opened up after a few more cups of beer, and God knows how many snacks. I learned that her name was Liz, and that she was one of the cheerleaders from the school's football team. She was at the party alone because she'd just broken up with her boyfriend, some jock from the football team, who was way too possessive of her when they dated. She was hoping to meet someone new at the party, and apparently, I ticked all the right boxes with her. About halfway through the party, we were sitting side by side on the couch, making out. I thought I might just get lucky that night after all. I probably would have asked her to come upstairs with me had we not been interrupted. In the middle of us exploring each other's mouths, I felt a firm hand grab me by the shoulder. I was yanked away from Liz and came face to face with a blonde jock who had like 100 pounds of muscles over me. "What are you doing with my girlfriend?" he screamed. I immediately realized who he was, and what Liz said next confirmed it. "God damn it, Joe, we're not dating anymore." The ex-boyfriend turned his eyes to Liz. "You don't get to decide that." "Hey man, back off," I said, though coming from me, I probably sounded as threatening as a house cat hissing at a lion. "You aren't together anymore. She can do what she wants." I saw a vein bulge on Joe's forehead before he raised and drew his fist back for a punch. I tensed my face in anticipation of impact, but none ever came. "What do you think you're doing with my brother?" rang my brother's voice from throughout the house. Our eyes turned to look at my brother power walking through the horde of guests who parted away for him. Suddenly, everyone was looking at my brother staring down at Joe, who still held me by the shoulder with a sweaty grip. "Let him go," my brother said in a low, threatening voice, "and get the fuck out of my house." There was a moment of silence. Joe was a big guy, but my brother was even taller. Once he realized that my brother wasn't in the mood to deal with this bullshit, he let me go and walked out the door without another word. People cheered my brother for throwing out that asshole, and everyone in the party continued drinking and dancing as if nothing happened. Upon seeing Liz, my brother gave me a sly wink and went off to catch his own fish. While I wasn't able to intimidate Joe in the slightest, it seemed like me just standing up to him was enough to impress Liz. I won't go into detail, but about half an hour later, we were both in my room alone, having a different kind of good time. The little debacle with Joe aside, everything was shaping up to be a perfect night. That was until I heard a loud bang come from downstairs. At first, I thought someone must have dropped something like a bowl of food or beer keg. Then another bang came that caused the dance music to come to a sudden halt and be replaced by a girl screaming. "What's going on?" Liz asked with fear in her eyes. "I don't know. Stay here. I'll go check." I ran from my bedroom and rushed down the stairs. I nearly puked from what I saw. Everyone at the party was either crouched down or hiding under a piece of furniture. Meanwhile, the friend who I hired to be the DJ was lying on the ground with almost half his head missing. Shards of white skull dotted the wooden floor alongside pink-splattered brain matter. One of his eyes had been blown clean off his head and stared lifeless at me as I tried to process the situation. "Tom, get down!" My brother's voice snapped me out of my terrified trance. I turned to look at my brother just in time to hear another loud bang and see his heart explode from his chest in multiple bloody chunks. I was horrified at what I saw, but I followed his dying words, laid flat on the ground with my hands clasped above my head. The loud bangs, which I now know to be gunshots, continued to ring out over the next hours. Every time it did, something or someone inside my house would be destroyed. One of the bullets ricocheted off the wall and grazed me in the shoulder, but I kept myself from yelping to not give away my position. I stayed there for what felt like forever before the cops arrived. I couldn't see what happened, but I could hear the gunfight outside, as the shooter fought back against the police with what little ammo he had left for the next 10 minutes. In the end, I heard the loud blast of a shotgun, followed by a loud thud. Police flooded the house soon after to treat the injured. I was treated for the graze in my shoulder and lifted out in a gurney. As they carried me to the ambulance, I caught a passing glance of the shooter's body lying motionless on the ground. It was Joe. His hand still gripped the hunting rifle he used to shoot at us in his cold, dead hands. A shotgun blast had torn through his midsection and sprayed his mangled organs all over my front lawn. I hoped it hurt when the police shot him. I was able to make a full recovery from my injury, but the trauma of that night still remains. I lost my brother forever, and all because of some asshole who couldn't handle his girlfriend dumping him. I'll never forget or forgive Joe for what he did. If hell exists, I hope he burns in it forever.
Me and my family just recently moved to our new house. My dad bought it in an auction. The house was actually better than any of the previous ones we had lived in. It had a big pool in the backside, and a small garden beside the pool too. There was a big tree in the garden which grew scented yellow flowers. The backside is probably the only reason why I agreed to move into the house. The house was also close to my school, hence my parents were happy about the safety measures. Both of my parents traveled a lot, so I got accustomed to staying alone in the house from quite a young age. We had tight securities and alarms all around this new house too. There was no way anyone could break in without setting off the alarm, so I had nothing to worry about. At the back of the house, there stood an old 3-story apartment. I would always see people on the first and second floor, but the third floor, it felt like no one stayed there. The third story's bedroom windows faced directly at the backside of our house. It was a calm and quiet place, so I kind of liked chilling in my house while my parents were on tour. One weekend, my parents were off to visit my sick aunt in LA. I stayed back home like usual. It was a Saturday night, and all my friends wanted to hang out at one of my other friends' house. I promised my parents not to stay out late, so after a couple of beers, I came back home. It was 9 p.m., and I wasn't feeling sleepy at all. I went upstairs and got in my bathing suit to go for a swim in the pool. It was a hot summer night. I poured myself a glass of fresh orange juice and put on some music. I swam for some time, and then I drank my juice lying on my pool raft. I must have fallen asleep. I heard a noise, and I woke up. The backside of the apartment was all empty. No one was around. Just then, my eyes went to the third floor window of the nearby building. A frail old woman was standing in front of the window looking directly at me. Her eyes were so big that her stare kind of freaked me out. I didn't say anything and looked at my watch. It was around 10 p.m. I just continued to lie on my raft, thinking she would leave on her own. After a couple of minutes, when I looked back, she wasn't there on the window. I felt relieved and kept thinking, how come I never saw her before? I almost thought that no one lived on the third floor apartment. That's when I heard my phone ringing. It was inside the house, so I got up out of the pool thinking it was my parents calling. I was just about to step inside when I heard a voice coming from behind me. I froze. It was an old woman's voice. I slowly turned back and my heart drowned in horror. That old, creepy woman was standing right behind me. There was no way she could have gotten in my backyard without breaking in. Her wide, cold death stare made my legs numb. I literally couldn't walk away, even though I wanted to so badly. I spoke in a broken voice. "Ma'am, how did you get inside?" She slightly opened her toothless mouth and said, "Isabel, you're still here? Run away now or your husband will come and bury you there." She then lifted her weak, lean hand and pointed towards the tree in our garden with her long, creepy fingers. My blood turned to ice. I replied in a shaky voice, "What are you saying?" She didn't answer. She just kept staring at the tree and then back to my face. Her mouth opened and her eyes widened. It was such a horrible sight. Suddenly, my phone again rang and I ran towards my room frantically this time. I got inside my room and locked it. It was my dad. I answered the phone and stood sobbing terribly. My dad got all freaked out and called 911 on my behalf. The cops came after 10 minutes, and I told them an old crazy lady from the nearby apartment entered our backyard and said some very bizarre things to me. They immediately went to the apartment building and asked the landlord about his tenants on the third floor. It came out as a shock when the landlord said that that floor of the apartment had been empty for the last 15 years. But he also said that an old lady used to live on that floor way back in the day. She was sick and bedridden, so she spent most of her time sitting near that window inside the dark room, and that her children left her alone during her last days. And she even died sitting near that window. The landlord himself did her cremation rituals. The next morning, when my parents came, I told them everything, and a lady cop also stood back with me in the house from last night. She also explained to my parents that I might have just had a bad dream or something, but while they were talking, something popped into my mind. I asked my dad what was the name of the previous owner of our house. He replied, saying the bank told him a woman lived here with their husband in the house before we moved in. But he also added that that was 15 years ago, and he asked why I was asking. My heart started to beat faster. I told the cop that the old woman addressed me as Isabel and said her husband buried her under that tree. They both looked pretty surprised, and the cop even decided to check our backyard. When they dug under the tree, scaring the hell out of everyone, a skeleton of a full-grown woman got discovered from our garden. It had a ring on its left hand. Me, along with my mom and my dad, were all completely paranoid. We never knew that there was a dead body lying in our garden. The cops investigated this matter, and they came to know that indeed it was a woman named Isabel's remains. Her husband filed a missing persons report, but after filing the report, he too left the house and the town. Due to the lack of evidence, the police couldn't find any details about her. Also, no one came to interrogate him about her. Her autopsy report signified that she was murdered by a serious injury made by a blunt object on the back of the head. The cops instantly suspected it was her husband who murdered her and had buried her under that tree. And to this day, they're still searching for her husband. I am almost positive that that old lady saw this entire incident from her room's window, but couldn't tell anyone. Even though people find it hard to believe, I think she came back to tell me about it, and I believe it was her ghost that I saw that night. But the question that kept eating my mind was, why me? But this too got answered when the cops published Isabel's picture in the local newspaper, stating about the gruesome case. My parents are still in deep shock. I have no idea what to say. Isabel looks exactly like me, or should I say I look exactly like her. We're still living in the same house to this day, but I haven't seen that old lady ever again.
Honeymoons are meant to be a time of love. A time to enjoy the woman who just said yes to you. A time to finally look back on and remember. But mine turned out to be the worst experience of my life. My name is Noah Michael, and this is my story. It started on the 17th of July, 2007. Me and my lovely wife, Adriana, had just had the best day of our lives. We were also planning on going to the best honeymoon ever. And after thorough planning, my wife had suggested a place called Hearts Crossed Lovers. It was an island resort that was out of the country, and she said she'd seen it in a magazine a while back, and she thought it'd be the perfect place for us to start the rest of our lives. I remember saying, the review said there's so much love in the atmosphere, you could literally die. I wasn't really into the location. All I knew was that if we were together, I would be happy. So we boarded a plane the next week, and we went to the island resort. We reached the island resort, and the place was beautiful. Everything from the atmosphere to the hotel to the activities. Everything really screamed love. We settled in and began the best week of our lives. We did numerous couple activities as we enjoyed ourselves. I remember telling her, "You always manage to find the best places." She smiled at me and then replied, "I also managed to find the best person I could marry." I remember smiling really hard at what she said. This is going to be the first of many beautiful moments we'll experience together. We had been at the resort for 2 weeks, and me and Adriana knew that we'll be leaving soon, as we had only planned to stay for a month. That evening, there was a program for couples that was organized by the natives of the island. When we got there, we were met with other couples, and when the program started, the natives began to dazzle us with their tribal dances and songs. It was truly a beautiful sight. After an hour, the program was coming to an end, and one of the natives took the stage to give the closing remarks. It was a woman, and she said, "Now it is time to reveal the couple that Ubu has chosen." I was confused, and I began to ask my wife, "What's going on?" and she said, "Didn't you read the brochure? Ubu is apparently the founder of the island, and every 10 years, he picks a couple he has seen that their love is the strongest." I remember still being confused, so I said, "What?" And she said, "It's just a silly tradition done by the natives of the island." As I was about to ask another question, cheers erupted around us, and we looked to the stage to see native island women pointing directly at us, as we had apparently been chosen as the couple of honor. I was still confused, and they began to decorate us with beads and seashells. I called a waiter aside to explain, as my wife wasn't really explaining what was going on well, and he said, "It's a traditional thing done every 10 years by the villagers. Once they choose you, you will be taken by the villagers to see exclusive sites around the village and to participate in some exclusive activities." The next morning, the activity started off with a drama acted out by the natives, and it told a story about the founder of the island, Ubu. It said he found the love of his life on the island, and he decided to share the love he found to the island visitors. The narrator said, "And the love of his life told Ubu, 'My heart is so full of love for you, and if I could give it to you right now, I would, as I know this love will diminish within the coming years. So if you could take it, my heart as it is ripe and full of love now, I will gladly give it to you." I was still confused and perplexed at everything that was going on, as I didn't understand the cryptic story. Eventually, it was done, and we were taken around the village to see some sights. We were also given a weird concoction to drink. I was hesitant, but I didn't want to be rude, so I took a little. When we were done, the last place we were taken to was the Diamond Beach. The water was bewitching as it sparkled like glass. After that, the activities were over, and we finally began to make it back to the hotel resort. That night, while my wife slept, I stayed awake. I don't know why, but I felt really uneasy. It was 1 a.m. on the dot when my body fell completely limp. I was aware of my surroundings, but I couldn't move or speak. And that's when I saw them. A square trap door that was situated on the floor was opened in the middle of our room, and numerous black figures emerged from the ground. They immediately carried me and Adriana. We still couldn't move, speak, or scream. As they took us down the trap door, we were taken through elaborate tunnels, and we eventually found ourselves outside. I saw what looked like little stone altars, and we were placed on them, and they began to surround us. The scene looked like they were preparing for a ritual, as eventually everything went quiet, and a woman began to speak. "Listen, and listen well, chosen couple. You will now hear the full, true story of our forefather, Ubu, and his lover. As you see, Ubu knew that their love won't last forever, as love is fickle and weak. It fades away with time. His lover knew this too, so the only way they could preserve their love was to harvest and cut out their hearts when it's fresh and full of love, so that their love will last forever. So wise Ubu did the needful, and he carved out his wife's heart, the same on which we have kept for decades." She then proceeded to raise a jar. I couldn't make out what was in it, as I could only see a few remnants of whatever was once in the jar. The woman then continued and said, "Ubu then realized that he had to stay to appreciate the love he had been given. So he passed down the teachings to us, and we have been following suit as we passed down the love to numerous lovers." Each of them raised a jar of their own, and this time, I could see clearly preserved human hearts in the jar. Some were rotting and some looked fresh. And that was the moment when I screamed. My wife Adriana began to scream too at that sight. I then heard the woman say, "The concoction is wearing off. It's time to begin." And with that, she revealed a huge knife and she began to approach my wife. I began to struggle to move, but I couldn't, as what they had given us to drink was clearly potent. I watched my wife begin to scream as she told her body to run, but it couldn't. And that's when the native woman lifted the knife and decided to scar me for life. I watched her carefully carve out my wife's heart, and it didn't take long before my wife stopped screaming, and I saw her dead eyes stare at me. They then proceeded to take it and raise it in the sky. The native woman then said, "Your love has been preserved, and it will be for many years to come." I then saw them use a little knife to carve a cross into my wife's heart. They then poured oil on it, and they proceeded to put it in a jar. When they were done, they turned to me and said, "Sadly, You aren't as wise or as resolved as Ubu, so you can't appreciate what we have done for you. So, we will send you to be with your lover soon. I didn't scream or fight, as all I wanted to do was die, as I had already died inside when I saw them kill my wife in the most horrific way. They then carried me and my wife's corpse to the Diamond Beach, and they threw us into the water. As the waves carried us farther out, I felt the ice-cold water seep through my skin. And as I saw my wife's corpse float out of my reach, I felt anger fill me as they had taken away the love of my life. I tried to reach out to her body, but I still couldn't move my arms. But I wasn't going to give up. So with all my strength, I reached out to her and I held her corpse right before it was about to sink. I began to pull her as I fought the current, and with all my strength, I began to make my way to shore with her body in my arms. It was the most brutal and strength-draining experience, but I did it. And when we finally reached the shore, I collapsed. I began to hear some footsteps, and I was scared as I thought it was the native villagers. But it was a receptionist I had met at the resort. He saw me moving and rushed to my side. And the last thing I heard him say before I passed out was, "I'll go get help." I woke up in the resort, but in a different room, and with a bad headache. I was surrounded by 2 doctors and a few cops. I immediately asked for my wife Adriana, but the doctor told me to be calm. I began to cry, and with tears, I told them everything that happened. Later that day, the village was raided, and everything I told them was true, as they found the shrine, the altars, and over 30 preserved human hearts. The investigation took place, and it was revealed that the villagers had killed over 30 couples. I was given Adriana's body to bury, and taking it back home to bury was the worst feeling I ever experienced. 14 years have passed, and nothing has changed. People tell me that I'm lucky to be alive, but there is no day I don't wish that I had died with my wife, as the only reason I fought was to get justice for her, and even then, it wasn't enough. But even though I still stand and breathe, when those people carved out my wife's heart, they carved out mine, as I feel nothing but emptiness in my heart. And I know it's the only feeling I will have for the rest of my life.
I was forced to hitchhike in the desert when my car broke down. I was going to visit my family across the state when the cheap second-hand Toyota I got for my birthday broke down. While I didn't like the idea of getting into a stranger's car for hours on end, hoping that they wouldn't try anything, I wasn't left with much of a choice. Hell, I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to find a ride. The sun was already down when my car broke down. Cars were less likely to stop for hitchhikers after dark, and it was risky to trust anyone who did stop to give you a ride, especially if you're a woman like me. I learned that all too well that night. A trailer truck was cruising down the highway, and I stuck out a thumb to tell them I was looking for a ride. The truck slowed to a stop, and the driver's side window rolled down. Inside the truck was a slightly overweight man dressed in a dirty red flannel and an oversized blue cap. He looked like he hasn't shaved in a few days, and I could tell from the redness of his eyes that he must have not slept in a while. "Where are you headed, miss?" he said in a tired voice. "I just need to head to the nearest town or pit stop where I can get cell reception." I pointed a thumb at my run-down car. "My ride broke down, so I need to call a tow truck for it." The man looked at my broken car and smiled at me. "I'd be glad to help. Hop in." I trusted this guy about as far as I could throw him. Just from his appearance alone, he was ringing alarm bells in my head. But my mother always told me not to judge people by the way they look, and beggars couldn't exactly be choosers. Besides, I was pretty sure I could defend myself if the need ever arose. I might not look like it, but I've served in the Navy since I was 18. Sure, I wasn't involved in direct combat, but I still had enough basic combat training to take on one fat trucker if I had to. I got into the man's truck, kicking away several cans of energy drinks as I lifted myself onto the shotgun seat. The guy tried to make conversation with me, and I tried my best to humor him. He was kind of awkward, though. I couldn't tell if it was because he was tired or if he just wasn't good at making small talk. Eventually, the topic of conversation started to get creepy. It started off with him asking if I had a boyfriend. I told him that no, I didn't. I also added that I wasn't interested in finding one anytime soon either. When he asked me what my measurements were, I just stopped talking to him altogether and started looking out the window. I pretended to be taking in the surrounding sights of sand, and more sand, with the occasional cactus to liven up the scenery. He didn't like that very much. Despite me pretending to be distracted by my phone, he continued to ramble on about his thoughts of how women should behave and how hard it was for a nice guy like him to get a date with women nowadays. My brain cells had better things to do than listen to his bullshit, so I started tuning him out of my mind. Every now and then I would nod or mutter an uninterested uh-huh, but for the most part I allowed myself to daydream throughout the ride. Somewhere down the line, I started noticing a sound that came sporadically from behind me, where the truck's trailer was. It was the sound of something tapping against metal. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming that it was just the cargo banging against the metal walls. But when the sound kept coming and going, even an hour into the ride, I finally realized that there was a pattern to the tapping that I took way too long to recognize. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. The sound would have been annoying had I not been able to understand what they meant. However, I kept my disinterested poker face on for the rest of the ride. The self-discipline I learned from the Navy helped me keep calm under the pressure until we reached a pit stop. The trucker offered to take me the rest of the way instead of leaving me there. With my heart pounding, I agreed, but told him that I wanted to go grab a snack from the pit stop's convenience store first. I calmly went into the convenience store, walked up to the cashier, and told him to call the police because I had a kidnapping to report. He seemed hesitant at first, but quickly did as I said when I showed him my veteran card. I told him to keep the trucker outside there until the police arrived. The cashier called over the guy working the gas pumps, who was also a veteran himself. After hearing me out, he agreed to pretend like there was a problem with the gas pumps to stall the trucker until the police could get there. When the police finally arrived, they checked the trucker's trailer and confirmed my suspicions. The foul stench of human excrement and urine wafted out from the trailer the moment it was opened. Inside were over a dozen women chained to the walls with duct tape over their mouths. Many of them looked malnourished and on the verge of death. Every single one of them had suffered injuries that came from being sexually assaulted. The tapping I'd heard wasn't just a random noise. It was a cry for help sent to me by one of the kidnapped women in Morse code. Thankfully, I remembered enough Morse code from my time in the Navy to recognize the universal signal for help. Tap, tap, tap. S. Tap, tap, tap. O. Tap, tap, tap. S. SOS. Save our souls. I never found out why the trucker kidnapped those women, whether he was working for a human trafficking ring or was just a sick and twisted son of a bitch. I have no idea. I just know that had I not picked up on the message sent by the kidnapped woman, I might have very well joined her in the trailer that night.
It has been 3 years since I married my high school girlfriend, Camilla. It was like love at first sight with her. Our families didn't approve much because she is Asian and I'm American. Still, we stuck together. We saved up and got jobs to make our life better. Right now, we have a solvent lifestyle, but in the beginning, we didn't have much. We were ready for the struggle, and to keep things low yet happy living, we did fun things most cost-effectively. And that's when this incident happened. I worked in the garage while she worked as a waitress in a small cafe at the beginning years of our married life. Like every newlywed, I wanted to take her for a honeymoon, so we saved up and decided to go snowboarding in the mountains. A guy in my garage told me about this old house that his brother rents. The house is located in the valley of the mountains. The only catch is, you have to share the space with another couple. I asked Camille about going there, and she hesitated at first, but looking at our option of going somewhere really serene and beautiful, that too, under our budget, seemed more lucrative. We did as we planned. My sister lent me her car, and we set off on a dreamy week amidst the snow. Camille and I were so happy. She was singing and laughing during the entire ride. The smile on her face lit up my world. After 2 hours, we finally started driving up the mountain. The white snow spread around us like vanilla ice cream dazzled our eyes. I even stopped the car and took pictures with Camilla. She played with the snow while I went on clicking photos of her. When we reached the location, we saw a wooden 2-storied house standing under the long pine trees that were sleeping under the blanket of snow. "Wow, isn't it beautiful?" Camilla said. "Yes, it is," I replied with a smile. I walked to the porch and took out the key from the hanging plant pot as mentioned by the owner. It seemed like we were the first couple to arrive because otherwise we would have found the house open. I unlocked the door with the key and we got inside, taking our luggage. The house was moderately nice. There wasn't much furniture inside except a big couch near the fireplace and 2 armchairs. The living room was cozy and cold at the same time. 2 bedrooms lied in the house, one downstairs and another on top of it upstairs. We were told that the top one is booked beforehand by the second couple, so we were bound to live under them. Our room had a double bed, a small table, and 2 chairs near a wide glass window. The rest of the valley was visible from that window. A night sky full of stars was an added miracle to the view outside the window. "When will the other couple arrive?" Camilla asked. The owner said today only. Maybe they're still on their way. I told her to freshen up and went to light up the fireplace in the living room. By the time I managed to start a fire on the damp logs, snowfall started outside. We brought canned tunas and ready-to-cook meals with us. I already knew there won't be many amenities to avail here, so we came prepared. I lit up a smoke and sat on the couch just when the main door wide opened and a gust of cold wind entered the house. "Well, hello there." A man in his late 50s entered the room with a pale, tall woman. The woman was quite old too, but her face looked uncanny dark with red lipstick. She was wearing a lot of makeup that even in those dim lights, I could spot easily. The artificial pink blush on her cheek made her look freakily weird at first appearance. The elderly couple closed the door behind them and I said, "Hello, I'm Jack. You must be the other couple sharing this cottage with us." The husband smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you, Jack. I'm Dave, and this is my beautiful wife, Linda." "Where is your better half, young prince?" the woman asked in a squeaky voice. Before I could reply to her, the address, young prince, kind of startled me. I told them my wife is freshening up in the room. They looked at each other and said, "If we don't mind, we can all have dinner together." At that point, I had no other option than to say yes. We are going to share this place with Dave and Linda for a week, so it's better to mix up and maintain a good rapport. They went upstairs and locked the door. I quickly walked to our room to tell Camilla about our neighbors. Camilla was wearing a beautiful blue long dress. She looked like a dream in that attire. I couldn't help but to go and kiss her. After sharing a brief, passionate moment, I told her the other couple has arrived and they have invited us to join them for dinner. She asked me what they are like, to which I explained all details about our first interactions. I even told her the woman called me young prince, which kind of unsettled me. Camilla laughed about it and the woman couldn't help but flirt with me. We came out hearing a knock on our door. Dave and Linda were sitting in the living room. They have moved a table in front of the couches and created a dinner setup. Camilla and I sat at the table and shared our food with them. Things started quite all right, but as time passed, I realized something is very wrong with these two. Linda wasn't at all talking to Camilla. Her attention was on me. She was flirting with me in the creepiest way possible. Like, I was having a bite when she said, "Oh, you got some ketchup on your lips." And without waiting for my response, she wiped my lips with her bony fingers. I could see Camilla getting disturbed by Linda's behavior as well. Not just that, I even saw her licking off that ketchup from her fingers while staring at me. On the other hand, Dave was constantly checking out my wife, and it was the most awkward, uncomfortable dinner of our life. After a point, Camilla said, "I'm feeling tired. Also, we have to get up early to go snowboarding." She got up with an angry face and said, "Jack, are you coming?" I got up at that second when Linda did something unexpected. She got up and came extremely close to my face. She looked me in the eyes like a psycho and said, "I didn't know you're a puppet of this woman, young prince." Camilla couldn't keep it in anymore. She stormed in my direction and pushed Linda, saying, "Back off. This is my husband, and you are crossing your limit." Maybe you should mind your age. Go spend time with your husband, if you have any interest in him. I tried hard not to laugh, but my girl was on fire that night. As soon as we got inside our room, we had a night of amorous lovemaking. As I slept hugging Camilla to my chest, I still couldn't forget the bloodshot, angry face of Linda after she got insulted. But she had it coming, so yeah. Don't remember what time it was, but we woke up hearing loud sounds of furniture breaking and glass shattering in the house. What was that? Camilla got up all scared. I could hear Linda screaming. She was screaming and rampaging the entire house in furious anger. We also heard Dave's voice trying to calm her down, saying, "Please, stop it. Enough now." But Linda went on behaving like a lunatic. I slowly walked to our door and was about to put my ear on the door to listen to what she was up to when the sound stopped. She just stopped screaming all of a sudden. I placed my ear on the door and tried to listen more carefully. All of a sudden, someone stabbed a huge, sharp knife on the old wooden door, cutting through the wood like butter. Luckily, my head was not on the same spot where the knife struck, and Linda spoke from the other side of the door. "Did I get you, my young prince?" Camilla screamed in horror, and I backed off immediately. Linda went on kicking and stomping our door while cursing us like hell. We knew we won't be able to hold this door for long, and that's exactly what happened. She kicked hard and the dusty old door collapsed on the floor. Linda stood in front of us like a crazy psycho. I could see her wrinkled old face as she had no makeup on this time. She looked at me and then at Camilla. Within a fraction of a second, she picked up speed and ran towards Camilla with a knife in her hand. I jumped and got in between her while her husband grabbed her from behind. She screamed and kicked in the air. "I'll slit your throat and cut your face off, you skinny bitch!" Her husband somehow dragged her out of that room, and without wasting a single second more, Camilla and I picked up our bags and stormed out of that house. The sun was rising, and we could see the rays lighting up the dark valley. We drove out of that place and spent the rest of our honeymoon in a hotel. We didn't hesitate to spend on a secure stay to get some privacy after that toxic experience. Don't know what happened to Linda and Dave, but I hope we never meet them again. My girlfriend and I are passionate about road trips, but things wouldn't have taken a bad turn if our passion stayed within its limits. One rainy night, Stella and I were coming back from a road trip. The rain started to grow heavy. It was becoming difficult to drive amidst the rain and the thunderstorm, so we decided to stop at the side of the highway. I was worried that waiting on the highway during a thunderstorm is not a safe option. I was thinking what to do next when Stella said, "Look, Mark, there's a building on the left turn nearby." I followed her eyes and saw a building-type structure peeking behind the trees at some distance. Stella said, "Let's go there. We might find some shelter for the night." At that moment, it seemed like a good idea, so I took the left turn. As we stopped near the building, I realized it was an abandoned hospital. We got out from the car and ran inside. The big glass door of the entrance was already broken. As we entered the hospital, I realized no living creature has entered this place in a very long time. There was broken furniture and shattered glass everywhere. Raindrops were piercing the damp ceiling and falling on the floor. The sound of water dripping on the floor combined with the rusty wind coming in from the broken window created a spooky ambiance all around us. Stella said in a low voice, "This looks like an adventure." My wife Stella is a horror fiction writer, hence spooky settings like these excite her. We went to explore many abandoned and old places for her creative exploration. I smiled and said, "Yeah, let's look around. Who knows, you might get a story out of this place." If I knew my joke would take a horrifying turn, I would have left that place right then and there. Stella and I started to explore the place. We turned on the flashlights of our phones. On our left stood a passage. There were many cabins in the passage. We walked in the passage and opened the door of the first cabin. There was a worn-out, dirty bed inside. Near the bed stood a table and a chair. The odd thing that caught my eyes was belt straps attached to the handle of the bed. I have never seen such unusual hospital beds. Most of the cabins were like this. Every bed inside those cabins had belt straps attached to it. Stella got bored after a while and said, There's nothing here to see. Let's go upstairs. We took the stairway on the right side. There were cobwebs and dirt all over the stairway. The upstairs corridor was filled with broken glass and damp clothes lying here and there. As I flashed the light on the walls, I saw disturbing graffiti all over them. There were human skulls and demonic faces drawn on those walls. Someone even wrote, "Kill them all, kill," and stuff like that with red spray paint. I felt weird seeing all that. I told Stella, "Hun, maybe we should wait in the car. The rain will stop in some time." Stella replied in a sarcastic tone, "Why? Are you scared, Mark?" I didn't say anything because I knew she will mock me more. We were walking in the hallway. The sound of the rain outside mixed with the whooshing wind created a hollowed echo in the corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a large door. On the door was written, "Operation Ward." Stella was looking at the graffiti on the wall. I told her, "What do you think used to happen here?" Stella smiled and said, "It's an operation theater, Mark. Why are you behaving so off?" I said in an annoyed tone, "Because this place is not some theme park, Stella. The entire vibe of this place is off-putting. I don't know how can you not feel that?" Stella looked at me in the same careless manner and said, "Relax. This is just some abandoned hospital. We will look around a bit, then we'll leave. Stop making such a big deal out of it." I thought to myself, maybe I am just behaving like a dumb kid. It's quite clear that there's no one else here except the two of us. We reached the door of the operation theater. Stella pushed the door, and with a terrible creaking sound, the door opened. I have never seen such a bizarre operation table. It was more like a stretcher, but there were leather handcuffs and belts strapped on it. There was a headspace on the table, which too had a leather strap. This time, I noticed Stella's face turning pale. She was checking all this stuff with a really freaked out face. I went close to the operation table. There were surgical tools lying on it. The tools were quite different too. The surgical knives were more like saws. There was a drilling tool as well. I picked it up and said to Stella, "I wonder what is the use of this tool?" Stella looked around with her fearful eyes and said, "Oh my God, Mark, I don't think this is some ordinary hospital." I became surprised hearing that and said, "What? What do you mean?" Stella replied in the same fearful voice, "I think this used to be an asylum for, mentally unstable people. That's why there are belt straps and handcuffs all on the cabin beds. I think they had really violent patients." I realized she was right, but before I could ponder on this revelation for a few more seconds, my eyes went to the tip of the tool that I was holding in my hand. I said in a confused tone, "There's something on the tip of this drilling tool. Flash your light on it, Stella." As Stella flashed her light on the tool, we realized it was nothing but dried blood. Our hearts started to beat fast in fear. We inspected all the tools on the operation table and noticed almost all of them had dried blood spots. There was a freezer-type thing in the corner of that room. Stella rushed towards it and opened the door. As she looked into the freezer, she started screaming at the top of her lungs.
Oh my God!
I ran towards her and soon came across the horror lying in front of her eyes. The freezer had various types of jars. The jars seemed really old and a reeking smell was coming out of them. In each jar, there was a human body part in it. Some had an ear, some nose, human tongue, fingers, brains, and a human head. We couldn't believe our eyes. I took out the jar with the human head in it. Stella said, "I can't believe they used to treat the patients in such a gruesome manner." It was a man's head with his eyes closed. The face was horrible to look at, but what happened next still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Stella and I were inspecting the human head with a close look when suddenly the slitted head opened its eyes and started staring back at us. Out of fear and shock, we stepped back. The head then started to smile from ear to ear. Stella screamed as loud as she could and we started to run for our life. As I looked back, I saw a group of black shadows following us. They were whispering in their own demonic language. They stretched their hands towards us and started to run. I said in a panicked voice,
"Run, Stella, run! They're coming to get us!"
Stella and I stormed out of the asylum and hopped inside our car. We could hear the cry of hundreds of people coming from the asylum. It was like people screaming in pain. As we started the car, the cries turned into maddening laughter. Without thinking much, I pushed the accelerator so hard that the car started making a screeching noise. I won't be able to explain if you ask me how we came back home. All I remember is that somehow we did, and which is why we are still alive. Stella later researched about that abandoned asylum. She talked to a few local people and collected some bizarre news on this matter. People said the asylum used to be a home for mentally disabled criminals, but the doctors running that place used to torture them and run many inhuman experiments on them. Local people are scared to go there, even in daylight. They believe numerous spirits of those tortured patients still haunt that place. The Living Dead Body. I work as a staff member in a city hospital morgue. It has been 5 years now, but I still get horrible nightmares of one particular incident. The morgue is in the basement of the building. I am a male in my late 20s. I was well aware of the mental impact caused by such kind of jobs. Residing 12 hours in a morgue is not very entertaining, that's for sure. At the beginning of my tenure, I was often assigned to day shifts. After working there for 2 years without any trouble, one day my supervisor called me for an emergency meeting. My supervisor told me that the guy who used to work the night shifts has recently left the job, so they need someone to cover for him until a new recruitment arrives. I accepted the shift to impress my higher authorities, and they handed me over a new schedule. I got assigned for the night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. for a week. The first 3 days went like usual, but I must say at night, it felt really spooky. To pass the time, I often took rounds of the morgue. Sometimes, I used to visit the emergency ward, which was right above the morgue. One night, I was sitting in my cabin and drafting the reports, just when a colleague of mine called me to the emergency ward. After reaching there, I came to know that a patient in cabin number 3 has just passed away. The man met with a horrible accident. I saw 2 to 3 doctors coming out of cabin 3. Their white jackets were drenched in blood. I got instructions to take the dead body into the morgue, and post-mortem will take place the next morning. I have seen enough dead bodies already, but as I stepped inside the cabin, my heart stopped. With wide, shaken eyes, I saw a completely mutilated corpse lying on the bed. There was blood all over the bed. Flesh was gushing out from the cuts on his legs and hands. But that wasn't the scariest part. As I noticed the man's face, a chill went down my spine. His head was faced towards me. With a wide open mouth, the man was staring at me. His eyes were cold and dead still. For a moment, I felt the man blinked at me. Just then, my colleague patted me on my back, and I came back to my senses. My colleague said, "Come on, John, what are you waiting for?" I didn't say anything and started my work. I lifted the corpse onto a stretcher and headed towards the morgue. I got onto the lift. For the first time in my life, I was feeling uncomfortable inside an empty lift with a dead body. After reaching the morgue, I unzipped the back cover, and once again, that vicious face came out. I put the body inside the vault and came back to my cabin. I sat down and started to write the reports again. There was absolute silence in the basement area. Generally, that's how things often are at night in the morgue section, but the silence of that night made my skin crawl. Don't know how long I went with my work, but a sudden sound broke my concentration. I heard footsteps outside, as if someone is walking in the corridor. I got up and came out of my cabin. The room where the dead bodies are kept lies at the end of the corridor. I saw the doors were closed and the corridor was completely empty. I was walking towards the main room when suddenly I felt someone was walking behind me. I turned around, but there wasn't anyone. I blamed my stupid head for imagining all this. The main room was perfectly fine. Everything was in its place. Only the door of vault number 3 was wide open. This is the vault where I kept the man's dead body a few hours back. With a sense of fear, I reached near the vault and pulled out the stretcher. The man's body was still lying on it, but this time, his wide mouth was closed. Not just that, a weird grin appeared on his face. It felt like he was looking at me with his dead eyes and smirking at me. I said to myself, fuck it, I am going home. I immediately pushed the stretcher back inside and decided to leave for home. I planned to call my supervisor and make up a story about feeling sick. I was almost near the exit of the main room when I heard a sound coming behind me. I turned around and saw the man crawling out of that vault like a creature from hell. His entire body was covered in blood. His eyes were even wider now, as if they will come out anytime. I couldn't move and kept witnessing this horror in front of my eyes. The man came out and stood on the floor. Blood was dripping from his body. The entire floor beneath his feet turned red with blood. I said in a panicked voice, You are supposed to be dead." But the man laughed in a very low, creepy voice and replied, "You know what's the best part about being dead? You don't feel anything anymore." I couldn't believe that I was standing face to face with a living dead body. I was about to scream when the man rushed to my face. I can't explain how he did that, but it was like he swept his way like wind and stopped right at my face. His eyes were right in front of mine. I didn't know what to do then, but an idea came to my mind. I asked him, "What do you want? Please, let me help you." The man now looked up and said, "I was poisoned before getting into the car. Tell them to check the post-mortem. They must know the truth, or she will live free." I was about to ask him, "Who?" But suddenly, the lift door opened, and I turned back. I saw my colleague upstairs coming towards the main room with a few doctors. He told me, "John, you still here? There's hardly any work here today. You could have left early today." I looked back at the vault, and everything seemed like nothing happened here a few moments back. There was no sign of blood or that man. Feeling messed up in my head, I started to walk to my cabin. But before getting inside, I told my colleague and those doctors. I don't know why, but I feel like there was some other reason behind this man's death. He didn't just die because of the accident. They all gave me a surprised look, but I got inside, took my bag, and left for home. The next morning, I got a phone call from a colleague. He told me, "Oh my God, John, how did you know? I mean, it anyway would have come out in the post-mortem report, but how come you were so sure?" At first, I failed to understand what he meant, so I asked, "What are you talking about?" My colleague replied, "That man, the dead body recovered from the road accident last night, traces of poison has been found in his stomach. Doctors are saying he was poisoned before he got into the car. This is now a criminal case. Cops are all over the hospital." I started to sweat like hell. That means it all actually happened. The man's ghost was there in front of my eyes. I sat down at the chair nearby. It took me time to deal with the fact that I have not only experienced a supernatural occurrence, but also talked to the haunting spirit of a dead man. The case continued for a while until the cops arrested his girlfriend for poisoning him before he left her house. I realized that by she, the man meant her. I didn't leave my job after this incident. The man visited me for one last time. The day his girlfriend got sentenced for first-degree murder charges, I was working another night shift in the morgue. I just finished placing a corpse inside vault number 3. As I turned to go to my cabin, I saw that man standing in front of the lift. This time, he had a big smile on his face. His body was disfigured like before, but his face was looking more fearful than before. His ear-to-ear smiles still haunts me at night. I just stood there because I had no idea he will come to visit me again. But this time, he didn't say anything. He just lifted up his head. The flesh was hanging from it, making his bone gush out of them. Then he waved me goodbye and disappeared into thin air. My wife and I went to Japan for our honeymoon. I'd studied there for a while during college, so I knew the language pretty well, and we were financially stable enough to afford it. We had planned on exploring all of Tokyo. Being one of the largest and densely populated cities on the planet, it was almost like a world of its own. A country within a country with diverse districts that might as well have been their own towns. For the first 4 days, we visited almost every part of the city, from the anime and manga shops of Akihabara to the trendy department stores of Shibuya, to some downright bizarre-themed cafes in Harajuku. But after spending so much time in the crowded city, we decided that we needed a little change of scenery. There were a bunch of parks in Tokyo, but they were all crowded by people who had the same idea. We wanted to take a proper hike in a forest to clear our minds after all the excitement in the city, and the closest national forest was Aokigahara, a place most famous for people going there to commit suicide. Needless to say, we decided to go somewhere else. But with the way things turned out, it would have been safer if we had went to the suicide forest instead. On the 5th day of our honeymoon, we took a train ride to Kyoto, a city famous for its adherence to ancient Japanese culture, in contrast to the modern metropolis that was Tokyo. We found a mountainous forest with a hiking trail in the rural area and set out to appreciate the natural beauty of Japan. The rough path took us up the mountains. Flanking us on either side were towering green bamboo trees that made the vibrant purple and pink of the occasional wildflower, or sakura blossom, all the more striking. We walked the path until late in the afternoon, at which point we decided it was time to call it a day. But on the way back, something among the bamboo caught our attention. A fox was watching us from the bamboo forest with blue eyes that almost looked like they were glowing in the shade. This wasn't the typical red fox you could find all over Japan. Its fur was smooth and a shade of shiny silver I'd never seen on any animal before. Naturally, we both took out our phones to take a picture of the anomaly of nature. The moment we did, it darted back into the bamboo forest. We knew it was a bad idea, but the color of the fox was so beautiful that we couldn't help but try to follow it for a picture to show off to our friends back home. The fox was fast, but not so much that we ever lost sight of it. We were able to glimpse the back of its unusually big bushy tail as it scurried in front of us, gracefully darting in between the bamboo trees as we clumsily tried to keep up. We arrived in a clearing in the forest where a traditional Japanese cottage sat next to a waterfall that led down to a flowing river. We didn't even question why it was there or who would be living there. We were just relieved that we found some semblance of civilization after almost becoming a statistic. I knocked on the wooden pillar next to the rice paper door and shouted out a greeting in Japanese. Almost immediately, the door slid open and I was met with the second most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my life, next only to my own wife. She was a fair-skinned Asian woman with coffee-brown, almond-shaped eyes and a flawless, delicate face that most women could only achieve through Photoshop. She wore a fine silver kimono, fitting for our equally traditional house, and greeted us with a small bow. "Good evening," she said in Japanese. "How may I help you?" Her Japanese was fluent, but I could tell that there was a bit of an accent to it. It wasn't any regional accent I knew. If I had to guess, she kind of sounded like a Korean person trying to speak Japanese. "We got lost in the forest," I replied in my own heavily accented Japanese. "Can you please help us?" She gave me a smile that made my heart flutter against my will. "Certainly. However, it is getting dark and the forest is dangerous at night. Would you care to stay the night here until tomorrow instead? I can lead you out of the forest then." I translated the conversation to my wife and we agreed to stay over. She introduced herself as Hana and even offered to serve us food. I tried to decline, but she insisted, and both my wife and I were hungry from our hike anyways. The food was some sort of meat with rice, accompanied by clay cups of green tea. Though we tried to mind our manners, we ended up scarfing the whole thing down in minutes. It was one of the most delicious meals I'd ever had in my life. She then led us to a small guest room and laid out 2 small futons for us to sleep on. My wife fell asleep almost right away, but I couldn't for some reason. It was odd, since she was usually the light sleeper, and I've literally slept through storms before. I felt an inexplicable urge to get out for some fresh air, so I did. I quietly exited the guest room. To my surprise, Hannah was still awake in the living room. More of the same food she'd served us from before was still on the low dining table, and she was in the middle of eating it. I hastily apologized for the intrusion in stuttering Japanese. She told me that it was all right in the same soft, polite tone she kept since we met. When she told me to sit down so that she could pour me some tea, I saw no reason to decline. I won't go into detail about what we talked about. Long story short, she tried to seduce me as my newlywed wife was sleeping right in the other room. My hormones screamed at me to take her up on her offer, and I felt my body burning with an almost supernatural compulsion to take her then and there. However, it was all drowned out by sheer disgust at the thought of cheating on my wife. I declined her offer to sleep with me in no uncertain terms. She didn't seem angry about it. Instead, a look of surprise spread across her face. "Do you really love her that much?" she asked me. "Of course I do," I replied. "I wouldn't have married her otherwise." There was a tense moment of silence between us. In that time, her surprised expression turned to a look of sorrow. I almost felt bad about making her like that, but nothing was going to make me betray the trust of the woman I loved. "I really do like you," Hannah said before standing up, "which is why I have to ask you to leave." "What?" I asked, surprised. "Right now?" "Yes," she said firmly. "Just follow the river downwards and you'll find a small town there. Don't worry, no harm will come to you, and the moon is bright enough to light your path. Go now, take your wife and get out of here." I didn't dare question her with the way she said it. There was a strong tone of authority in her words that made me not want to defy it. I could have sworn that her eyes glowed blue in the dim light as she spoke, too. I went back to the guest room and woke up my sleeping wife. I told her that Hannah just asked us to leave, and we had to go now. She gave me an earful for getting us kicked out, but stopped when we returned to the living room. Hannah was nowhere in sight, and instead of the cozy cottage we'd arrived in, we were instead greeted with a derelict ruin covered in dust and cobwebs. Lying on the corner of the lifeless living room was the corpse of a man with strips of his flesh torn out of it, the cracked bones beneath them. His cheeks had been completely removed, revealing only toothless gums. When we looked at the low dining table we'd been eating from just hours ago, we realized where all that meat and teeth went. In the bowls that Hannah had served us were white teeth and bone shards, topped by strips of flesh that still had human-like skin on one side. And in those clay teacups was a foul black-red liquid that gave off a pungent metallic odor that could only come from days-old blood. We left the cottage, which had become a desolated ruin in Hannah's absence. With no idea of where to go, I led us down the river as per Hannah's instructions, and true to her word, we arrived in a small town where we met some very surprised people. They told us that the abandoned cottage up the river was cursed, and that no one who'd gone there had ever come out before. They told us how lucky we were to still be alive and contacted the authorities to get us back to our hotel in Tokyo. We cut our honeymoon short after that night. My wife is still recovering from the trauma of what she saw in Hannah's cottage, but I'll be with her all the way. Hannah would probably approve too. Had I not been faithful to my wife, I doubt she would have let me leave her cottage alive. Hi, my name is Jack. I stay in Ohio with my brother. My brother and I have a knack for car racing. Since childhood, we have been highly active in outdoor sports. Last month, we went to the racing track and took part in an ongoing competition. My brother acquired the second place, and I, on the other hand, met a terrible accident. I was fortunate enough to live through it, but there's one thing my family doesn't know till now. I don't think I will ever share this matter with them, but I feel like I need to tell someone. So, here I am with my utterly disturbing story. In that accident, I injured my arm badly. I got a few bruises and cuts all over my body. Along with all this, I hit my head really hard, resulting in immense bleeding. My brother rushed me into the hospital nearby, and we had no time to get back to the city. The IMR racing track was situated in a hill area. Hence, there was only one hospital, the Fine Rest Hospital. Don't know why the name of the hospital still feels weird to me. My brother admitted me there and took a room in a hotel nearby so that he can stay with me until the recovery. The hospital was in the foothill of a mountain. The cabin I was kept in had a really nice view from its window. After 2 days of critical condition, I finally became stable. I had no idea what was happening around me because I was heavily sedated and in terrible pain. Whatever I just explained so far, I heard most of it from my brother. On the third day of my stay at the hospital, I woke up from my unconscious state in the middle of the night. As I opened my eyes in the middle of the night, I found myself lying on a bed with an oxygen mask, saline tubes, and God knows how many channels attached to my body. I took a few minutes to understand the room properly. I looked around and saw a middle-aged woman sitting on the couch in the cabin. From her getting up, I could tell she was a nurse. She was reading something sitting there. I said in a weak voice, "Water? Some water? Please?" The woman kept the magazine on the couch and walked towards me. I finally saw her face as she leaned on me. The woman was probably in her late 40s. She was wearing extreme makeup, which kind of freaked me out in my moment of trance. She then said in a high-pitched voice, "Welcome back," then slowly lifted my head and helped me drink water from the glass. Before I could talk further, I again fainted. The next morning when I woke up, I felt much better. I saw my brother Charlie sitting next to my bed with a smiling face. He said with joyful eyes, "I thought I lost you this time," and held my hand. I smiled back at him and said, "You are not getting rid of me so easily, slugger." We both shared a laugh. He told me how our parents are freaking out and sitting at home. Dad wanted to come, but Charlie told him to calm down and he'd handle the entire situation all by himself. We were chatting and cracking jokes when a doctor and a nurse entered our room. The doctor said, "So, Mr. Benz, you are a fighter. Your brother is just like you. He arranged everything and gave us full cooperation. He is the one who actually saved you." I was feeling really lucky at that moment when my eyes went to the nurse standing in the corner. She wasn't the one from last night. My brother stood up and left with the doctor. He told me that within 4 to 5 days, they will be able to shift me to the hospital close to my house. I was lying in bed thinking about everything I went through so far when the nurse came to me and started to change my saline. I said in a feeble voice, "Can you please thank the nurse from last night? She helped me, but I was so weak that couldn't thank her." The nurse looked at me with a confused face and said, Okay. Actually, it's tough to identify without knowing their names. If you could tell me her name, I will surely pay your regards to her." I forgot to ask her name last night, so I felt really awkward. The day nurse fed me the lunch and left. I slept for some time more. When I opened my eyes and noticed the sky from the window, I realized I slept through the entire evening. I looked at the clock and saw it was 8 p.m. I was thinking to call someone when I heard a familiar voice. As I looked at the cabin door, I saw the nurse from last night standing there and smiling at me. Her vividly painted red lips made her look really creepy. But she said, "How are you feeling today, Jack?" I smiled and said, "Better. Sorry I forgot to thank you last night for helping me with the water." She didn't let me finish my sentence and said, "It's our job. What is there to think about?" She then slowly walked into my room and sat on the couch. She picked up a magazine and started to read it, just like last night. I kept lying there without saying anything more. After a while, another nurse entered the room. The nurse started to arrange my bed and put a table on it. She then looked at me and said, "It's dinner time now." The second nurse kept working on her own while the night nurse sat on the couch quietly and read her magazine. I guess that she is probably the head nurse, and thus she visits the patients to see if they are being taken care of or not. Without any single doubt, the arrangements and treatment of the hospital felt really nice to me. I had my dinner, and all this time, none of the nurses spoke a single word to each other. One of the junior nurses left the room. I asked, "What's your name, ma'am?" This time, the nurse put down the magazine and looked at me. She smiled at me and I noticed her crooked tooth. She replied, "Everyone calls me Nurse Belford." She then got up and left the room. Her behavior felt a bit odd to me because she just used to come to my cabin and sit there. Many times at night, I woke up from my sleep and saw her sitting on the couch watching me. Whenever our eyes met, she used to smile in a very creepy way. One morning, the junior nurse came with my breakfast. I told her, "How come Nurse Belford never visits me during the daytime?" The nurse spilled the juice on the food tray as if I have asked something terrifying. She then looked at me, and I noticed drops of sweat on her forehead. She said in a low voice, "How do you know about Nurse Belford?" I replied in a confused voice, because she comes to visit me almost every night. I just felt a bit weird that she never comes during the daytime, hence I asked. The nurse asked me, "You mean you actually saw her inside your room?" I replied in an irritated tone, "Of course. What kind of question is that? She was here when you came with dinner last night. Didn't you see her sitting on the couch?" The nurse got all freaked out and said, "Listen to me very carefully. This is your last night at this hospital. You must do as I say. If Nurse Belford comes to visit tonight and asks you to go with her somewhere, you must not get out of this bed. Just call any of us, or rather scream, but don't go with her." I got completely freaked out with whatever she just told me. I said in a worried voice, "What? What is this all about?" The nurse then replied in a scared voice, "Nurse Belford committed suicide last year in this hospital. Some of us still see her roaming around the corridors at night. Previously, she sometimes walks up to a young male patient and asks them to come with her. We have found 3 dead patients whose deaths were not natural at all. People say she had an affair with a man less than her age. The man eventually broke her heart, and since then, her haunting spirit tries to take revenge on young men who come here." My head was throbbing in pain. I couldn't believe all this time I was talking to a dead person. I didn't know what to do. I can't leave this hospital before morning. I have already put everyone in enough trouble, so I decided to sleep through the entire night. The nurse stayed with me till midnight, but she had 2 other patients to attend as it was a small hospital. She left and told me to lay on my bed and to keep my eyes closed. I kinda dozed off, but around 3 a.m., I heard a squeaky voice calling my name. "Jack, open your eyes, Jack. I have a surprise for you." Goosebumps appeared on my skin. My heart started to beat like a wild horse. I didn't open my eyes. I realized it was Nurse Belford, but I still didn't react. Then I heard footsteps going out of the room. After lying on the bed like that for a few more seconds, I finally opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the moonlight from the window gave a clear view. There was no one in my room. I heaved a sigh of relief and turned to the left side of my bed, thinking, finally, it's all over now. As soon as my head turned to the left, I saw Nurse Belford placing her head on my bed and staring at me with angry, evil eyes. Her face was looking fucking scary. Blood was dripping from her red lips. Her eyes were so big that it could see into my soul. She then said, in a horrifying voice, "You think you can ignore me like that? I was the one who took care of you, and now this is how you treat me?" She then opened her mouth, and clouds of black flies came out of it. The sound of those flies made my ears numb. I felt like these flies were going to choke me and I won't live to see the sun in the morning. I screamed as loud as possible. The doctor and the junior nurse rushed into my room and switched on the cabin light. The doctor thought I had some kind of panic attack. The nurse stayed in my room till morning. When my brother came, I didn't speak a single word to him. I came back to my house that day. But even still now, when I close my eyes, I feel scared thinking, what if I see Nurse Belford sitting beside my bed? I worked as cleaning staff in a local hospital. I was used to seeing people coming to the hospital in the worst way possible. But this one patient will always be remembered by me. His name was Billy, and he was admitted to the burn unit. I heard one night his house caught fire while he and his wife slept in their bedroom. By the time they figured out the lurking danger, half of the house was on fire. Billy was rescued by his neighbors and brought to the hospital, but his wife, Sandra, died in that fire. People say she was so severely burnt that her flesh melted, leaving her body in ashes. Billy's left hand and left leg had serious injuries, but overall, he was in a curable condition. Among all the cabins in the hospital, his room was the only place that made my skin crawl. Every time I went there to clean, I could barely stand the smell of burnt flesh. And not just that, his room felt extremely cold. Billy was highly sedated with painkillers most of the time. Needless to say, the number of pain burns victims go through can't be explained in words. Anyways, one time I was assigned to the night shift. Honestly speaking, I preferred the night shifts more. I could work peacefully while all the patients slept. It was around 1:30 a.m. I went to mop the floors of Billy's room. As I entered the room, I saw a vicious-looking figure standing in the middle of the room and sobbing. I recognized it was Billy, seeing his burnt hand and limb. He was looking at the dark corner of the wall and whispering very creepily, "Why? Why are you doing this to me? What more do you want from me? Please, I beg of you, leave me alone." "Hey, man, is everything all right?" Billy turned at me and I saw the pain in his face. He then pointed at the dark corner and said, "Tell her to go away. She keeps coming back. Isn't she supposed to stay dead?" "What are you talking about?" "Sandra, my wife. She keeps coming back for me." He then fainted on the floor. I was in such shock and fear that for a while, I didn't realize I had to inform the doctors and nurses. But when I did, they came rushing to his room. Everyone was shocked to see how, with such a painful condition, Billy managed to get out of the bed on his own. Since that night, every time I went to clean Billy's room, I was shit scared. I knew there was a logical explanation to all this, but trust me, when I stood inside that dark room in the middle of the night hearing nothing but Billy's deep breathing, I couldn't help but think, is his dead wife standing in that corner and watching me? Few days passed and Billy's condition worsened. He started to show signs of trauma and fear in his behavior. Many times, I could hear screams from his cabin and saw doctors and nurses rushing there to control him. I changed my shift just to avoid going to his room, but it seemed like life had different plans for me. One morning, my boss called me. He said they are willing to pay me double if I attended tonight's shift as well. Who doesn't need money in this world? So I agreed. Anyways, I had the next day off, so I knew I could pull this off. I went home and took a small nap before going back to the night shift. Hence, my head was clear enough to know what I saw that night, I saw that night. Like usual times, I began my cleaning. After 5 to 6 rooms, I decided to take a break and then do the rest. I went to the empty cafeteria to get a drink. I was standing in front of the vending machine when I heard footsteps in the distance. I looked and found Billy standing at the end of the corridor. His arm and leg were still covered with burn wounds. Half of his face was scarred. Hey, Billy. What's going on? Are you all right? You should go back to your room, Billy. I was becoming really disturbed seeing Billy this way. He was staring at me like a statue and breathing in a very scary way. Billy, you are scaring me, man. Why don't you? She won't rest until she kills me. Come on, Billy. Not again. No, she is telling me right now. She is standing right behind you and telling me to. I turned back and saw no one, but an eerie feeling shivered down my spine. What Billy did next was the scariest thing I saw in my life. He took out a surgical knife and started cutting the flesh off his lips. Blood drops started to cover the white floor beneath him. But he didn't just stop there. He started to chew his lips. The munching sound started to make me nauseous. He screamed in pain while munching his flesh. Are you happy now? Are you? You are angry because I lived, huh? Fine. I am ending this. I am ending everything now. Saying this, Billy started stabbing himself on the chest. It was bloodshed. Doctors and nurses came running. He was taken to the ICU right at that moment, but he didn't survive. I don't know why, but I feel like he did see his wife's ghost. Sometimes, people who die with desires in their heart come back to their loved ones. And in some cases, they haunt them too. What do you think happened to Billy back then? I am Julia, I work in the state hospital as a nurse. Hospitals are probably the only place that bluntly depicts the reality of life and death. When a patient recovers, we, the medical helpers, feel joy in their smile, whereas when a patient dies, we grieve with their family too. With time and experience, nurses train themselves to deal with the toughest situations. But when this incident took place, I was a new nurse at our hospital and only been working there for a couple of months. I was working in an emergency ward. We used to get anything and everything. A naive teenage girl slashed her wrists, obsessing over her first breakup. A man getting involved in a car accident or got into fights leading to physical injuries. Cases of these sorts were common for us. But this one case will never go away from my mind. There was this one boy named Arnold who got admitted over a suicide attempt. When his folks brought him to us, he was covered in blood. Arnold was sitting in the park with his friends when suddenly he got up and ran towards a speeding oil truck. No doubt the truck hit him hard. He was left with a very serious head injury and multiple fractures on his body. His parents were sobbing and crying the entire time. A unit of 3 doctors and 3 nurses, including me, did his surgery. But unfortunately, due to massive blood loss and shock, Arnold went to a vegetative state. A state of complete unconsciousness with some eye-opening and periods of wakefulness and sleep is called the vegetative state. The boy was about 14 years old. Everyone in the hospital felt extremely bad for this kid and his parents. I was assigned to keep a check on him. His body laid on the bed the entire time. His eyes were always still and open, staring at the ceiling all the time. The only time I felt he is alive is when he shut his eyes to sleep after dinner. His random eye movements used to freak me out sometimes. Suppose I was sitting next to him after dinner and reading him a story. His eyes remained closed the entire time. Soon, I realized he has fallen asleep, so I got up and switched off the lamp near his head. I was leaving when I remembered I left my phone on the table near him. So I went back and switched on the table lamp to find it, and right at that moment, I saw Arnold's eyes were wide open, looking at me. Middle of the night, being face to face with such unusual eye contact, no doubt creeped me out. These kinds of events often took place. One more mystery that always haunted my mind was why Arnold tried to take his own life. Slowly, I started to notice changes in Arnold's motor skills. The doctors were really happy to see his speedy recovery. They assured his parents that maybe in some months, Arnold regains his consciousness. His mom came to visit him almost every other day. One day, I was changing his medicine chart when 3 schoolboys, same age as Arnold, entered his cabin with an average height man. He was wearing glasses and formals. I guessed he might be a school teacher, and these boys are Arnold's school friends. The boys talked to Arnold and wished him to get well soon. The man sat next to Arnold and held his hand. As soon as the man did so, I noticed a slight rise in Arnold's pulse rate. The man said in a soft, caring voice, "Oh, Arnold, we all miss you very much. Get well soon. We are waiting for you." My heart cried out of his friends and teacher. Within 10 minutes of their leaving, Arnold's heartbeat started to increase rapidly. And within 5 seconds, his body started to shake like a mad dog on the bed. He was having a seizure. Doctors rushed in with medicine and managed the situation. The entire night, I sat in his cabin and watched him with wide eyes. We had to stop the visiting hours for a while. One more shock or seizure would have caused a heart attack, so we had to be strict. After a week, we finally let his mom come and visit him. She requested us to let her stay the night in his cabin, even though it was against the rule of the hospital. But seeing the poor mother, that one time, we had to bend the rules. I decided to stay with him too, like always. There was a small couch in his cabin. Miss Palmer sat on it, and I sat on the chair nearby. Around 2:30 a.m. in the morning, I got up to get some coffee. Arnold's eyes were closed. Miss Palmer was also passed out on the couch. I decided not to wake her up. The coffee machine is down the hall. I walked fast and pressed the button of the machine. Hot coffee just started to pour in the cup when I heard a spine-chilling scream. I ran immediately and figured out it was coming from room number 1402, the room where Arnold is admitted. I grasped the doorknob and twisted it to open the door. But no matter how hard I tried, it didn't open. The scream that was coming from inside was of Miss Palmer. She was screaming in terrible pain. "Miss Palmer, why did you lock the door? Open it! What the hell is going on inside?" I couldn't wait and called the doctors immediately. The maintenance staff was called and he unlocked the door with a spare key. As soon as the door got open, we witnessed a vicious sight. Arnold had smashed the window of this fourth-floor room with his plastered hand and also beat up his mom vigorously. Miss Palmer was bleeding from her face and nose, but still, she was holding on to Arnold tightly, screaming, "Don't! I won't let you jump! No, Arnold, please!" He was going crazy and throwing her around like a rag doll, trying to get to the window to jump out, saying the obscenest things I've ever heard come out of a teenager's mouth. The doctors ran to him and grabbed him. He was kicking in the air while screaming at the top of his lungs. Another nurse took Miss Palmer away to treat her wounds. For a moment, I forgot to act on this incident and stood like a statue. "Julia, come here and help me with the injection." Hearing Dr. Stanley's voice brought me back to my senses. The incident of Arnold waking up from a vegetative state and moving to an extremely violent state left the entire hospital in terror. The doctors of our mental health team were called for his suicidal tendencies. Arnold showed episodes of anger and outrage. We had to keep his hands tied so that he couldn't hurt himself. His injuries were still in a critical stage, which is why we couldn't shift him to a mental institution yet. Cops came, and with the presence of the psychiatrist, did a full interview to dig up why he wants to end his life so desperately. After 4 to 5 sessions, he finally opened up. Arnold claimed that his teacher, Mr. Conan, physically abused him the day before he tried to commit suicide. I couldn't believe this was that same guy who came to visit Arnold that day in the hospital. Now I realize why his pulse increased with that man's presence. The cops eventually arrested Mr. Conan, but the man kept saying he was innocent and that Arnold was the one who persuades him to have relations. But the cops found inappropriate pictures of Arnold taken by his teacher. Arnold testified that Mr. Conan blackmailed him to release the pictures on the internet if he tried to tell anyone. Arnold also said this man abused another boy from his school. The boy named Matthew also testified against Mr. Conan. We all celebrated the day Mr. Conan got imprisoned. After a week more, Arnold got discharged from the unit. His parents were doing the paperwork on the counter while he sat in the wheelchair. I went close to him and said, "You have been a brave boy. Never hurt yourself for someone else, Arnold." He looked at me with a hopeless face. I asked him again, "Hey, you are finally going home to your people. You should smile, dear." He looked at me blankly and said, "Thank you for everything." His father came and took him to the car. I was about to head to the office when a phone notification took place. I saw a handset was lying on the table nearby. I picked up and read a weird text. "I have done what you told me to. The day I heard you blackmailing Mr. Conan to give you grades and nominate you for the scholarship, I knew it was you he was having an affair with. I felt disgusted to fall in love with a guy like you. But we are done now. You have blackmailed me too with my private pictures that you took. I want them back now." Before I could ponder what the hell this meant, I heard a sound behind me. "Sorry, Nurse Julia. Arnold forgot his phone. Can I have it back?" Miss Palmer stretched her hands toward me, and my heart dropped in fear. I handed over the phone to her. She took it and started to walk away. I slowly walked to the exit and noticed Arnold sitting in the back seat and typing on his phone that he just got from his mother. The car engine started, and he looked at me one final time and smiled ear to ear.
My father had a knack for traveling. Whenever he got holidays, we went on short trips. I was probably 8 years old back then. My father rented a small cottage in the woods. It was a farmhouse type of area with scattered cottages here and there. It was a secluded travel spot. Most campers and hikers came there. At that time, we were the only lodgers staying on that property. At least that's what the owner told us. My dad parked his car near our cottage. There stood a big lake right in front of the cottage. It was a small wooden cottage with 2 small bedrooms and a living room. I was loving the place. My father took me to the middle of the lake on a boat. We did a bit of fishing. He rowed the boat for some time on the lake. I was enjoying the boat ride, as it was my first time. My mom sat on the deck and kept smiling at us. I saw colorful birds flying over our head. The green woods surrounding the lake were moving slowly with the wind. Suddenly, I spotted a huge tree on my left. It felt like someone was standing under the tree, and watching us. "Who is that, Daddy?" I asked my dad, and pointed in that direction. Right that moment, I saw the person vanishing behind the tree. My dad didn't see anyone. We came back from the lake. My mother set up small table chairs. She brought lunch with her. We sat down and started to eat. My dad was drinking beer, and I was eating an egg sandwich sitting right next to him. We were laughing and having a good time. After lunch, I thought to roam around a bit. I started to walk around. "Don't go too far, Mia," my mother yelled. I picked up a wooden stick from the ground and started to walk. I was staying close to the cottage, but suddenly I saw a rabbit running around at some distance. I was just a kid, hence, out of excitement, I started to follow the rabbit. The rabbit jumped into a nearby bush. I ran there and started to move the bush with my wooden stick. Suddenly, I heard rustling footsteps behind me. I turned back and saw an average height man standing with a weird smile. He was holding the rabbit on his lap. He twitched his eyebrows at me and said, "Looking for this rabbit, dear? Do you want to pet this rabbit?" But Mom says they always run away." "They won't if you put them in a cage." I scratched my head and said, "But I don't have a cage." "I have one at my place. If you come with me, I can give you that." I turned around and saw my parents sitting near the lake and talking on their own. They were far from me, so I couldn't ask for their permission. I looked at the man again. He was standing holding the bunny like before and smiling at me. I know that was a huge red flag, but I was just 8 years old, and I wanted that rabbit. "Okay, let's go." I agreed to go with this man. The man's eyes sparkled mysteriously. He started to walk while showing me the way ahead. After about 5 to 7 minutes, we came in front of a small cottage. This cottage looked the same as ours. I remembered the owner telling us that we were the only ones staying on this property. Hence, I was a bit surprised to see this man staying in another cottage. "Come on with me." I followed him without asking any question. He pushed the main door and we got inside. As soon as I stepped inside the cottage, I smelled something really bad. It felt like something died in there. "Sit here. I'll bring the cage for you." He handed me the rabbit and went to the room on his left. I sat on the couch quietly. The entire cabin was very messy and dirty. Muddy clothes were scattered all over the place. I was wondering how could someone live like this, just when the man spoke from the room. "Can you come help me, dear?" I got up and went to the room. The smell grew stronger this time. I realized that it was coming from this room only. The room was very dark. There was a window on my right side, and a torn, dirty rag was hanging from it. I guessed it to be the curtain. There were small holes on it, from which sunlight pierced inside the room. It took me some time to figure out that there's a bed in this room, and someone is lying on it. At first, I thought it must be that man, but then as my eyes adjusted with the darkness, I saw the man standing next to that bed and speaking to the person who was lying on it. "See? I brought her. Look, she's standing there." Suddenly, the person lying on the bed started to get up. I could hear heavy breathing. "Come here, dear. Come here. She's got so many candies for you. Come on." The man started to call me to get close to the bed, but something didn't feel right anymore. I realized I shouldn't have come with this man. "My mom must be worried for me. I better get back." As soon as I said that, I saw the man's facial expression change. He almost jumped on me and grabbed me. I started to scream. The man lifted me on his lap and said, "Touch her, honey. She can take your disease away. Take her in your arms. Come on." I was throwing my hands and legs in the air while screaming for my life. The man started to take me close to that person lying on the bed. The reeking smell grew stronger each second. The man reached the end of the bed and I kicked him on the face while grabbing the curtain of the window. The man fell on the floor holding his bleeding nose. I fell on the floor as well, and that entire curtain came off from the window. The room filled with sunlight, and I saw a horrified-looking woman sitting on her bed. Her face was rotten. Her skin was coming off. Blood and pus were all over her body. She looked like a living corpse. The disgusting smell from her body made me nauseous. I screamed at the top of my lungs. The woman started to crawl towards me. She stretched her bony, ugly hand to grab me. I screamed and moved back like prey in front of the predator. Suddenly, my father bolted inside of the room. "Mia!" Oh my God. He immediately ran towards me and grabbed me from the floor. The woman was panting and throwing her hands in the air. She was dying to touch me once. We immediately came outside the cottage, and I saw cop cars standing outside the cottage. I don't remember what exactly happened after my father took me out of that cottage. Probably I fainted. But the story unfolded, shocking the hell out of us. The man and the woman were escaped convicts. They broke out from prison and came into these woods to hide. While living in the wilderness, the woman was infected badly. She might have been bitten by some venomous insect, leaving her to rot like a corpse. The woman knew witchcraft, and this couple believed that if she could get an innocent child, she can get better again. They thought to run a ritual by placing a child onto her lap. By touching this child, she wanted to transfer her disease to a different body. This is why the man lured me into the house. The paramedics took the woman to the hospital, where she died within a week. The man was sent back to prison with another charge of attempted abduction. I still can't get rid of the image of that sick woman crawling towards me like a corpse and stretching her rotten hand to grab me. I do not go on trips that include forests or cottages anymore.
Three of my friends and I were bored out of our minds one Saturday night. Our college exam week had just ended, and we all needed something to do to take our minds off what our grades could be. We were all playing video games at my place when one of my friends, Jeff, received a notification from his phone. Someone he followed on Twitter just posted an announcement for a house party not so far away from where we were. When I asked Jeff who the host was, he just shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "She looked cute, so I followed her last month. I didn't really pay attention." None of us were surprised. Jeff had a well-known weakness for pretty faces. Still, we thought his raging hormones might have been a good thing for once. We were all bored, and a house party sounded like just the type of mindless fun we needed to ease our anxieties about college. Before we left, I grabbed my emergency inhaler from my bedroom. I had pretty bad asthma, so I kept an inhaler for it with me at all times whenever I went outside. I pocketed my inhaler and joined my friends in a carpool to the house party. On the way there, it was decided that I'd be the group's designated driver. I wasn't too fond of alcohol in the first place, so I was content just to hang out with my friends and maybe chat up a few girls if the opportunity presented itself. I drove us for a good hour or so with Jeff giving me directions before he told me to stop the car. I parked the car near a gigantic house that stood alone at the end of the neighborhood street. Looking slightly confused, Jeff told us that was where the party was being held according to the Twitter post. Seeing what the house actually looked like worried us a bit at first. Sure, it was a big place. In fact, it'd be a perfect place to throw a house party. However, it seemed eerily quiet from the outside. Not a single ray of light peeked through its closed red curtains, and we couldn't hear any of the usual noises you'd hear at a party like drunken laughter or dance music. Everything was just silent. Not even the sound of crickets in the grass dared to break the quiet. For a moment there, we were worried that we'd been tricked or Jeff got us lost. After double and then triple checking the address posted in the Twitter announcement, we concluded that we were at the right address and also that the party was probably a prank. Maybe the poster wanted to mess with the owner of the house by announcing a house party at their place. Or perhaps they were just trying to waste the time of anyone who wanted to attend the non-existent party. Whatever the case, we were ready to leave and go get pizza or something. We would have done just that if Jeff hadn't insisted on knocking on the house door first. We knew it was a bad idea, but my friends and I also knew that we'd never hear the end of it from Jeff if we refused. So we relented and followed him to the front door of the house to see if anyone was inside. Upon arriving at the front door, I picked up a faint metallic scent that lingered in the air, like copper that had been left to rust. Jeff knocked on the large door 3 times and waited for a response. We didn't hear any noise come from inside, but the door opened only seconds later. In an instant, our eyes were bombarded with an array of flashing multicolored lights, followed by loud thumping dance music. The metallic scent from before gave way to the familiar smell of cheap alcohol and greasy pizza. Greeting us at the door was the girl who announced the house party on Twitter in an outfit that left very little to the imagination. She greeted us with a wide smile and escorted us inside. Behind the closed curtains of the house was a house party, just like any other I'd been to. She told us to make ourselves at home and handed us all red Solo cups filled to the brim with alcohol. Since I was planning on driving my friends back home, I set mine down on a nearby table. Jeff shot us in, "I told you so" look before running off to chase some skirts. For a while, everything was great. My friends had fun drinking and eating the food on offer while I talked to some new people. The curtains always remained closed, but I never thought to question it. As the night went on, the metallic scent from before returned. I didn't mind it too much. It wasn't a pleasant smell, but then again, I've smelled worse things at parties. I just assumed that someone must have gotten a nosebleed or forgot their tampons or something. At some point, I started to feel my asthma act up, probably because I was exerting myself too much while dancing. It wasn't anything a huff from my inhaler couldn't fix though. I shook my inhaler, put it to my mouth, and squeezed out its contents. My eyes were closed as I inhaled the chemical cocktail. I counted to 10, like I'd done a million times before, and exhaled my breath. The stiffness in my chest alleviated as the medicine did its thing. I opened my eyes again, with plans to continue partying. Instead, I was met with a nightmarish fleshscape. I was no longer standing in a house, or if it was a house, it was one that came straight from hell. The walls were made of red pulsating flesh that expanded and contracted in rhythmic unison, as if the house itself were breathing. The floors were carpeted by a layer of pink, watery muscle that squished under my feet like a soft tongue. Where there once was a door, was instead 2 rows of vertical teeth that were tightly clasped against one another. That wasn't the worst part, though. There were still people in the house. Partygoers were dancing and drinking to throbbing music that was, in reality, just the sound of the living house breathing in and out. They all appeared to be half digested, with many of them missing huge chunks of flesh from their faces and torsos, exposing white bones and revealing empty holes where their organs were supposed to be. It was as if they'd been eaten away by acid from the inside out. None of them seemed to notice that they were missing most of their bodies. They just kept dancing to the sound of the living, breathing house on its carpet of flesh as bits of their own flesh fell off. Hundreds of long, limp tubes that looked like large intestines dangled from the organic ceiling like hanging vines. Oblivious partygoers grabbed the tubes and put it to their mouths to drink green acidic bile that was being pumped through them by the house. In their minds, they must have been drinking beer from red Solo cups, not knowing that they were digesting themselves for the house's meal. The faint metallic copper scent I picked up when I arrived here has become overpowering since I learned the true form of this house. If I had to venture a guess, the source of that copper scent must be the same thing causing everyone to hallucinate that they were at a normal house party. Whatever chemicals were in my inhaler must have countered the effects of the living house's hallucinogens. It's not like that did me much good though. There are no windows here. The only way in or out was the grinding teeth that comprised the doorway. I tried to pry it open, but it was hard for me to even hold onto the teeth with the slippery saliva covering it. After a while, my vision would blur. The hallucinogens would kick in, and I'd suddenly be transported back to a regular house party where people were having fun and everything was right in the world. I'd have to take another puff of my inhaler to pull myself back to a horrid reality whenever I did, and those moments of brutal clarity were becoming shorter and shorter each time. I've been stuck here for hours trying to find a way out. Puffing my inhaler only gives me a few minutes away from the house's illusions now. But at this point, I welcome the hallucinations. I just took the last puff from my inhaler. Soon, I'll be permanently taken back to the illusion crafted by the house. I hope I'll assume that everything I just saw was just some elaborate waking nightmare, and not the truth I know it to be. Ignorance is bliss, after all. I'm a doctor, and it's not only our job, but also our responsibility to take care of the patient. But not every patient is the same. Back when I was working in a small town hospital, I was young and new to the profession. But it only took me a few days to get accustomed to the workers and patients there. There were 4 other doctors, and we all reported to the head of our department, Miss Saunders. She was a tough person to impress, being honest. Every doctor was terrified of her. Not a single mistake could go unnoticed by her. I wanted to prove myself, hence I showed effort in my work. To do so, I had to take a lot of night shifts. I lived alone, distant from my family, so I didn't mind staying at the hospital most of the nights. All the patients called me Dr. Cooper. There were patients of various age groups, but there was this one little girl named Tiara. She was probably the youngest patient in the hospital at the time. She was there before my joining. Anyways, Tiara was a lovely child. She often roamed the corridors and talked to the other patients. Mostly, she was always on her own. One night, I was doing a night shift. I went to take my usual rounds. I was walking in the long, empty corridor when I heard 2 people talking in a very low voice. It was late, and every patient was supposed to be asleep by then. I followed the sound, and it came from cabin number 203. As I opened the door and switched on the room light, I found Tiara standing near the patient's bed. She smiled at me mysteriously, but my sudden appearance didn't startle her at all. She smartly said, "Hello, Dr. Cooper." "Tiara, this is way past your bedtime. What are you doing here?" "Nothing. I just came to say goodbye to George." George was the patient of 203. He recently had a major operation. Even though Tiara looked calm to me, I noticed George's face. He was scared and extremely pale. I thought Tiara's sudden arrival might have shocked him, so I said in a soft voice, "Tiara, you can't roam like this at night. Come on, let's take you back to your bed." Then I looked at George and said, "I'll send Nurse Martha for a quick check. She'll give you a pill to help you with sleep. You need to rest now." I then escorted Tiara to her ward. She went to bed without saying anything. This small encounter didn't worry me at all until the next morning. I went home around 4 after finishing my night shift. It was my day off, so I slept the entire day. The next day, at work, when I was passing by room 203, I thought to check on George. But after opening the room door, I saw another patient was sleeping on his bed. I saw a nurse walking in the corridor. "Excuse me, sister, where is George?" "He was in this cabin." "Oh, you mean the patient in this room?" "He died yesterday, doctor. You didn't know?" "What? How?" "He was already suffering from cardiovascular disease, but he wasn't recovering. Surprisingly, he had a heart attack yesterday. Dr. O'Hara signed his death certificate. You can ask her. She will be able to give you all the details." The nurse walked away, and I stood cluelessly in the corridor. Suddenly, something weird came to my attention. I remembered when I asked Tiara what she was doing in George's cabin, she said she came to say goodbye to George. But why goodbye? She was supposed to say good night, right? I went to Tiara's cabin. She was sitting on her bed and coloring pictures. Without wasting a single second, I asked her, "Tiara, why did you go to George's room to say goodbye? Shouldn't you be wishing him good night?" Tiara's face changed color. She fumbled, saying, I said good night." "You heard it wrong." Suddenly, she looked behind my shoulder as if someone was standing behind me and watching her. I turned back immediately, but no one was there. The cleaning staff came and started to mop the floor. Tiara started coloring again. I went back to work with confusion in my mind. The entire day, I couldn't concentrate on my work. This unusual thought kept bugging me. Why did Tiara say goodbye to George? Did she know he was about to die? A week passed and I almost forgot about it. One night, I was making my usual rounds. I was walking on the second floor corridor when I saw Tiara come out of room 706 and slowly walk down the stairs. Room 706 recently took a patient with a serious head injury. I went inside and saw the woman was awake. "Who is it now?" "Oh, it's you, doctor." "How are you feeling, Corey?" "I feel a bit dizzy, doctor." Did someone come to you before me? Yes, a little girl came. She said her name is Tierra. What was she doing here? Did she say something to you? Yes, she was a sweet child, but I think she said it wrong. Said what wrong? I guess she meant to say goodnight, but instead, she told me goodbye. Weird, huh? My heartbeat got faster. I put Corey back to bed and came back to my chamber. Deep down in my heart, I knew what was coming. The next morning, Corey passed away. I got this strong belief that Tierra has a weird ability to know when a patient's time has come. But I couldn't tell anyone about this because no one would believe me. There was nothing I could do because she wasn't harming anyone. Just a little girl bidding goodbye to patients whose deaths are near. After 2 more incidents like this, I couldn't keep it in. I went straight to the receptionist, Kathy, and asked her, "How long has Tierra been here?" Kathy looked at me and said, "Who?" "Tierra, the girl in the intensive care ward. Don't you see how she sneaks into the rooms of the patients? I don't know why, but I feel there's something very wrong with this kid." "What are you saying, Dr. Cooper? We don't have any patient named Tierra. No child patient is even admitted to the hospital right now. Are you okay?" What are you saying?" "I have been talking to this girl for the last few days. Check the register. She's in the intensive care ward." "Cooper, please come to my office." I turned back and saw Miss Saunders standing behind me. I followed her to her cabin with a messed up mind. After entering, we sat down and she said in a low voice, "Did you see Tierra? How does she look, Cooper? Is she happy?" "What? Please tell me what's going on." "Kathy just said there's no one here by that name. And now you're asking me about this girl. What the hell is happening?" Miss Saunders couldn't control her tears. She started to cry terribly. After crying for some time, she looked at me and said, "Tierra's my daughter. The week before you joined here, I brought her to work. Her father was supposed to come and pick her up. I was working while she roamed around the halls playing on her own. She was playing on the stairs and somehow her leg slipped and she fell from 3rd floor to 2nd floor. We admitted her to this hospital due to her immensely critical condition, but she died. I couldn't believe what I just heard. The ground beneath my feet got swept away. I felt my heart stopped. Tierra is dead? Oh my God. I stood in her cabin speechless, horrified. Miss Saunders said, "I saw her at night roaming in these corridors, but I blamed my mind. But now, I think she's still here. You must be the second person to hear her. Can you see her now?" Miss Saunders didn't give me time and switched off the light of the room. "Tell me, Cooper, can you see her now?" I was shit scared that moment, but still, I rolled my eyes around the entire room, and right then, someone spoke behind my neck. "Goodbye, Dr. Cooper."
My name is Adam, and I'm a financial broker. My work schedule is always crowded with meetings and appointments. I had to take so many phone calls that often at night in my sleep, I woke up randomly thinking my phone was ringing. I barely get the time to hang out with my friends or family. My girlfriend broke up with me recently because I was too busy to spend time with her. To be honest, that's when it hit me, that I need a break from work. It's been 3 years since I joined this company, and since then I have not taken a single leave. So I decided to go to a small hill station and spend a week or so. My leave request got accepted immediately for my dutiful performance so far. I came home from work one day and started to prepare for this long-needed trip. I booked flights and a room in a hotel at the hill station. I wanted to stay close to nature, away from the crowd, so I chose these not-so-famous Serene Hill Station. After landing at the airport, I hired a cab to reach the exact location. Within half an hour, we left the city area and got onto the twisted mountain roads. At one side stood the steep edge meeting the Green Mountain Valley. On the other side, huge mountains. I opened the glass window of the car and let the cool breeze touch my face. "Is this your first time here, sir?" "Yeah, it is. I'm staying at the Holiday Inn Hotel. How is that place?" "It's one of the oldest hotels in the hill station. But you are lucky. You got a booking just at the right moment. Why do you say that? The hotel was closed for 1 year. It was renovated and reopened last week. I see. Good. They renovated the place. No, sir. It wasn't for renovation. It was for the suicide. I was startled to hear this, so I said confusingly, "Suicide? Who committed suicide?" "The owner's wife. She was going mad. People say she roamed the hotel at night scaring the guests. The owner decided to send her to a mental institution. But right before that night she was about to be shifted, she jumped from the hotel roof into the wild valley. It took 2 days for the cops to discover her body. When they found the body, it was a vicious sight to watch. Coyotes and wolves tore flesh from that poor woman's body. Oh, what a horrible scene." The car driver closed his eyes, recalling the dead body. A weird feeling of discomfort grabbed my senses. I started to ponder on the thought, will it be fine to stay at a place where someone committed suicide? But then my rational senses replied, if we think like that, we will not be able to stay anywhere, because someone is always dying here and there. Also, the driver just said that the hotel had been renovated. When I reached the hotel, my eyes dazzled with the beauty of the view. Being surrounded by blue, snowy mountains, this 3-story wooden hotel stood like an ideal place to escape the busy city life. I checked in and a hotel boy escorted me to my room. The room was cozy and the view of the valley from the window refreshed my mind. I kept my luggage in the room and decided to eat something. I locked the room and started to walk towards the dining hall. I was near the dining hall when I saw an old, tall man standing there and talking to the hotel boy. He looked at me and I smiled out of courtesy. "Welcome to the Holiday Inn. I hope you're enjoying your stay," the old man said. "Yeah, this is a beautiful place," I replied with a smile. "Good to hear that. I am John Kipsky, the owner of the hotel. Please make yourself at home. Do not hesitate to ask for anything." He then looked at the hotel boy and said, "Attend to our guest, Matthew," and left. "Sir, please come with me," Matthew said. He took me to the dining hall. I sat down at a table, and the boy went to the counter to call the waiter. So far, I haven't seen any other guests. I was looking around when my eyes went to the wall in front of me. I saw a huge oil painting hanging from the wall. I got up to see it properly. It was the portrait of a woman. She was wearing a black gown and had an ordinary face. The only striking feature was her eyes. They were extremely creepy and bright. Once you look into her eyes, you can tell something is odd with this woman. Her stare was so uncomfortable that I felt she could see into my soul. The even more disturbing thing was the way the painter drew her eyes. It felt like she was following everyone in this room at all times. I was contemplating on these thoughts when someone spoke in a broken, deep voice. "That's Mrs. Kipsky. She's dead." I turned around and saw a man dressed in the waiter's costume, standing right next to me. He had white hair and looked like someone who had been there for a while. I said awkwardly, "I was just looking at the painting." I then walked back to my seat and started to look through the menu card. The waiter stood quietly with a blank face. I was taking quite a bit of time to decide on what to eat, but this guy seemed like he had a lot of time to spare. He waited patiently until I ordered my food. As long as I ate there, I couldn't shrug off this uncanny feeling of being watched by that woman in the painting. I finished as quickly as possible and went back to my room. I smoked a cigar sitting near the window and watched the sunset behind the hills. I don't remember when I dozed off on the couch. I woke up hearing muffled laughter in my room. I opened my eyes and saw a woman figure sitting on the couch like a frog. Her hands were placed on my legs. Her face was full of wrinkles. She was wearing a black gown. There was a cruel smile on her face, but her eyes were coming out of her eye sockets. Seeing her eyes, I could recognize her. I just saw her painting in the dining hall today. Yes, it was Mrs. Kipsky. But you're dead. She stood up on the couch and started to cough terribly. Hearing her coughing like this, I got up. She was gagging like she couldn't breathe. Then she suddenly stopped and said, "Would you like to see a magic trick?" She started to pull her tongue out with her very own hands. I screamed in terror and couldn't believe my eyes. She was pulling and pulling, and her huge red bloody tongue was coming out of her mouth. I will never forget that scene. Hearing my scream, the hotel boy came rushing to my room. Thank God I didn't lock my door. He bolted inside and switched on the light. "What happened, sir? Is everything all right?" I looked around while gasping for air. There was no one inside. Only the window was moving with the cold wind. I left the hotel the next day. I went to the dining hall for one last time. My eyes went to the painting. Believe me or not, I saw Mrs. Kipsky wickedly smiling at me.
It happened when I was 13. I was in the 8th grade at the time. I remember the time well, as a lot of kids had been going missing from our neighborhood. I remember the first child to go missing. His name was Matthew Smith, and he was our neighbor's son. It gave me a lot of trauma going to school the next day and not seeing one of my classmates. The weird activities had also put our town in fear, as the cops had no idea where the kids were or who was taking them. But amidst the horror of it all, there was a ray of hope that appeared as a shining light for us kids. And that ray of hope was Mr. Williams' ice cream truck. Mr. Williams was a man who regularly sold ice cream to our neighborhood. Every time I came back home from school, his ice cream truck would always be packed with kids. And while I believed he was a good man, most things about Mr. Williams was odd. First of all, he didn't drive a normal ice cream truck, as the vehicle he drove looked more like an RV than a truck, as it was much bigger than regular ice cream trucks. Secondly, he always had this weird, ecstatic look on his face every time he saw children. As I remember the first time I met him, and he looked at me with wanting eyes like I was a treat. Finally, last weird thing about Mr. Williams was the distinct taste of his ice cream. It's really hard to explain, but you know how vanilla ice cream tastes the same regardless of which store you buy it from? Well, no other ice cream tasted like the one made by Mr. Williams, as whatever ingredients he used gave his own ice cream its own unique taste. And it was still sweet at the same time. I don't know what was in it, but I always craved the distinct taste of his particular ice cream. And I knew I wasn't alone, as every other kid always wanted it too. Visiting his truck soon became a tradition for me, till a weird occurrence that happened one afternoon. I had just come back from school, and as usual, I went to get some ice cream at Mr. Williams' truck. It was pretty crowded, as other kids were rushing to get theirs, so I decided to wait out the frenzy by going to the back of the truck. As I stood there waiting, I began to hear muffled noises coming from the back of the truck. I got curious, so I started to walk towards the truck so that I could try to make out what the noises were. I reached the door and I was about to place my ear on the door. I heard a loud, guttury scream come from the truck. The scream startled me, so I immediately arched back and fell on the floor. I was confused and scared at the same time as I began to ask myself, why was there a scream coming from the inside of an ice cream truck? At first I thought Mr. Williams was in trouble, but as I began to think more deeply, I realized that the high-pitched scream belonged to a child. Numerous thoughts started running through my head as I sat down there, too scared to move. Eventually, everything became quiet as the screams of the excited kids rushing for ice cream had died down. As I got up to move, that's when the back of the ice cream truck opened up and Mr. Williams walked out. As he saw me sitting down on the floor, he looked at me with concerned eyes and said, "Tracy, isn't it?" I was still scared, so I didn't answer. He then continued with, "What happened to you? Did you fall down? You look pale, as if you've seen a ghost." I still didn't answer, but I just did the first thing that popped into my mind, and I bolted. I ran all the way to my house and I locked the door behind me. That night, I went to bed with only one question on my mind. Who was the child who screamed in the back of Mr. Williams' truck? Throughout the following week, I avoided Mr. Williams' truck as I was still a bit scared due to the incident. With every passing day, I delved deeper into my thoughts as I felt my curiosity eating at me. The next day, when I came back from school, I quietly slipped out of the house and I made my way to Mr. Williams' van. As usual, it was really crowded and busy, so amidst all the rowdiness, I found my way to the back of the truck. The doors were closed. I stood there for about 30 minutes with my thoughts, and I eventually gave up. I didn't hear anything, so I turned my back to leave. And that's when Mr. Williams emerged from the back of the truck. He was taking out what seemed to be trash, and as he walked down the streets to where our garbage cans were situated, I noticed the door was slightly left ajar. I knew I had heard nothing while I was waiting, but something told me to take a peek inside just to clear all doubts. So I walked forward and I peeked into the van. It was pretty dark inside and I couldn't see anything, so I decided to get in and take a better look. So I walked in. The inside of the van looked like a small room. I decided to take out my phone and use its torch to look around. At first, I was confused as to what I was seeing, as posters and pictures of little children were plastered all over the walls. There were notes all over the place, and everything seemed wrong about the scene. I began to walk forward when I felt something brush my leg. I looked down to see I had passed a slightly large dog cage. I was about to peer in to see if I was brushed by the paw of the dog, and that's when I saw a little human hand pressed against the cage. I was shocked, so I instinctively arched back. I knew I had seen a child's hand, but I had to make sure, so I summoned the courage and I peered in. That's when I saw a young, gagged child stuffed inside the cage. I held myself from screaming and I began to back away. It didn't take long before I bumped into something. I quickly turned around to see an extra 4 cages. Each of them held more gagged children inside. Before I could scream, the lights came on and I heard Mr. Williams' voice say, "I see you found my children, Tracy." I slowly turned around to see crazy-looking Mr. Williams smiling at me. Now that the room was properly lit, I saw numerous cages with tired, injured little children who were all gagged and whimpering inside them. "What is this, Mr. Williams? So it's you who's taking all the kids away," I blurted out. "Taking?" he asked. No. You see, Tracy, these kids came to me. I didn't take anyone." "Liar," I screamed back. "It's obvious that you took them, but why? Why would you do such a thing?" I asked him in tears. "Why would I?" he shouted back at me, obviously frustrated. Why would life give the beautiful gift of children to everyone but me? I'd be a great father. I've always loved kids, but I can't have them. It hurt me deeply, but I wasn't going to bitch about it, so I decided to collect them, to take them by force. And as you can see, I have amassed quite the collection. He spoke like the children weren't living, breathing human beings. He spoke like they were memorabilia, and it was one of the most horrible and horrific things I had ever heard. When he was done speaking, a tense silence filled the van. I tried to move forward, but he blocked my way. I stuttered. Please let me go." And that's when he replied, "I'm afraid I can't let you do that. You see, I've had my eye on you for a while now, Tracy, and I think you'd make a great addition to my collection." And before I could reply to the morbid statement, he lunged at me. I instinctively threw my phone at him. It hit him in the eye and he began to scream. With no hesitation, I bolted and I ran all the way home. And I told my mom everything that happened, and she immediately called the cops. When the cops arrived, they couldn't find Mr. Williams. No one could, as he had completely vanished. The incident traumatized me for the rest of my childhood, but with a lot of therapy, I moved on. Although I always jump at the sound of an ice cream truck, as I know Mr. Williams is still out there collecting children and spreading his ice cream. I drove an ice cream truck for a couple of years. I am the kind of person who never stopped at one place or at one job. I kind of did everything I could to earn money to travel the world. After a part-time job at a local restaurant, I was getting bored in the small town. I was planning to go out and get on the roads. I had this one friend from school who told me she has got a permanent job as a chef in California. I remember she had an ice cream truck, so without wasting any more time, I asked her if I could rent that from her to make some money. I won't lie, she not only gave me the truck forever, but didn't even take a single penny from me. So, with an entrepreneurial attitude, I started my mini business. I had no idea that I always had a knack for the food business. I started to travel in that truck and sell ice cream for a living in the entire Oklahoma area. I renovated the truck with my hard-earned savings and started a new chapter in my life. I generally stopped near playgrounds and schools in the evenings. The fun part of the job was to see kids chattering around me with excitement and laughter. After a month, I became familiar with the kids. I remember every little face to whom I sold ice cream. It was a warm summer afternoon, also a holiday. Expecting the children to come early to the park, I started driving the truck to the location. When I reached the park, I saw children have started to arrive. I pulled the truck under a tree near the sidewalks and rang the bell attached to the truck. They all gathered around the truck and started asking for their favorites while raising $1 with their tiny hands. It was like feeding 1,000 tadpoles in a small pond. I was busy distributing the ice cream when my eyes went to a little boy sitting at some distance. He was sitting on a green bench while keeping his head down. It seemed really odd that amidst all these active kids, the boy was on his own like this. Almost every kid in the park took ice cream from me, but that boy didn't even turn around once towards the truck. I thought maybe he has no money. So I decided to give that kid a chocolate cone for free. I turned around and prepared the cone for him, but when I looked back, he was gone. The empty bench lied there. I got a bit sad and started to clean the truck before moving on to another spot. I was cleaning the floor of the truck when I heard a small knock on the order desk. I turned around and saw that it was that little boy who was sitting on that bench a few minutes back. He was standing near the truck, but his head was still down. Sun was about to set, so the area under the tree got a bit darker than usual. I couldn't see his face at all. I asked in a cheerful voice, "Do you want an ice cream?" Without moving up his head, he raised his small hands toward me and said,
"A strawberry cone, please."
His fingers were dirty and there were mud under his nails. It seemed like he dug the ground with his small hands just a few moments back. I gave him the strawberry cone, but refused to take the money. But he didn't move away. He just stood there like before, holding the $1 on his muddy hand as it dangled in the air. The kid's body language felt very weird to me. I have never seen such a calm and extremely quiet kid like him till now. I took the money and the kid took his strawberry cone and turned around to walk away. "Hey, what is your name?" He stopped and without turning around replied,
"Mom told me never to talk to strangers. I have to go home. She's waiting for me."
He then walked away. I got a bit surprised seeing this kid's obedience towards his mother. Such a well-behaved kid, I thought to myself. That night, after coming home, I still couldn't stop thinking about that child's unexpected behavior. I decided to go to the same park tomorrow and talk to that kid more. The next day, I went there again. As I went on selling ice cream, my eyes kept scanning the park for that little boy the entire time. At a point, when I realized he won't come today, I started to pack up for the day. I was putting the ice cream tubs inside the mini fridge when I almost gasped in fear. A small dirty hand was resting on the desk of the truck. It didn't take me a second to realize whose hand was that. "Jeez, you scared me," I said in a relieved voice. The boy stood like before, holding a dirty $1 in his hand while keeping his head down. I said, "Now, we are not strangers anymore. You can tell me your name?" He said in the same emotionless voice,
"I'm Mikael."
"Well, hello, Mikael. Do you come here alone?" He nodded his head slowly from up to down. I handed him his strawberry ice cream. As I went to take the $1 from his hand, my fingers ran over his index finger, and his dirty nail came off, revealing the red flesh underneath. "Oh God, you are hurt. You need help," I said, seeing this vicious sight. But without saying anything, the boy turned around and started to walk away. It seemed like he didn't even feel the pain when the nail came off. Drops of blood laid on the desk, and I watched the boy walk away as if nothing happened. I couldn't hold my curiosity anymore. As soon as he went behind that tree, I came down and started to follow him. The boy was walking towards the left corner of the park that was now in complete darkness. This side was also covered with vines and weeds. I had no intention of scaring the child, so I maintained my distance and watched him secretly. After walking to a big tree at the end of the park, he stopped under it. The small lamp on the other side of the road gave me some light to that corner. The boy crouched down on the road and started digging up the soil with his small hands. He dug without stopping. His nails and fingers cut open with the pressure. Raw flesh and blood came out of his wounds as he went on. But I still couldn't see his face. I was thinking to stop this child from hurting himself like this when the boy placed the ice cream in the pit he just dug up and buried it with soil again. I couldn't watch anymore, so I came out from the bushes screaming. "What are you doing? Are you all right?" For the first time, the boy lifted up his face towards me. On that warm summer evening, I felt a gush of cold wind shivering down my spine. The kid had no eyes. Instead of his eyeballs, dark hollow eye sockets stared at me. A painful expression appeared on his face and he said,
"I want to go home, but no matter how much I dig to come out, I always end up here."
And vanished in the air, right in front of my eyes. I fell to the floor with a huge shock. My mouth opened in shock and my heart stopped in fear. Sweat appeared on my forehead as I tried to make out what just happened a few seconds earlier. I can't explain how I picked myself up that day and returned home. The next day, when I went to that park, I saw cops near the park and it was sealed like a crime scene. A small crowd gathered on the sidewalk and watched this entire situation. Out of confusion, I asked a man standing in the crowd, "What's going on here?" He said in a restless voice, "They have traced a missing kid from last month. It seemed like someone abducted this kid for ransom and later murdered him. An old woman came to jog in the morning when her dog dug up that ground under the tree. That's when she saw a small hand lurking beneath the soil. Look, there he is." I followed the man's eyes and saw the paramedic taking away a corpse of a small child dressed exactly like that little boy. The corpse had no eyes, which supposedly got eaten by maggots. The body has been there for months, so its rotten smell made the air heavy. Everyone covered their nose, and some even walked away to avoid vomiting. It came to know that the boy's babysitter brought him to the park and later abducted him, asking for ransom from his parents. When they threatened her, saying she will never get away with this, the cruel woman strangled the boy and buried his body under that tree. The most shocking part was the kid was alive when she buried him. He fainted with the trauma and pressure on his neck, but when he regained consciousness, he found himself buried under the ground. He tried to come out while digging the soil but choked to death during that struggle. His nails were all broken as he suffered silently. Now I actually understand what that kid meant when he said, "I want to go home, but no matter how much I dig to come out, I always end up here." The poor kid's soul was trapped here for a month, and all he wanted was to go home. I hope this kid is finally resting in peace. And to that babysitter, may she rot in jail for her entire life. Near the end of my final school year, the quiet kid in my class held a house party and invited everyone in our grade for it. We all thought it was out of character for him, but we also weren't about to turn down a chance to raise hell at someone else's house. Most of us guessed that he probably wanted to throw one last hurrah before we all had to enter the cruel and boring world of adulthood. I wasn't particularly interested, but my friends wanted to go, so I decided to tag along anyways. We arrived at the house while the party was in full swing. Kids from the entire grade were dancing to the music and downing beers like it was water. The house was gigantic, so there was plenty of space for the 100-odd students to mingle around. The quiet kid who hosted the party, Tim, I think his name was, stood chatting with some other kids I didn't recognize, like it was the most natural thing in the world. I'd never seen him like that before. None of us did. All throughout high school, we all knew him as the kid who kept to himself and ate lunch alone at the cafeteria. He even had a few bullies who made his life hell almost every single day, stealing his lunch money, locking him in lockers, tripping him whenever he walked past them in the hall, that sort of thing. I was surprised to find that those very same bullies were also at the party. The ringleader, Biff, was with his usual posse, forcing some kid to do a keg stand. Why Tim would invite that asshole, I had no idea. But I wasn't one to judge. My friends and I danced to the sound of blaring techno and played a game of beer pong that left us barely able to stand. However, I noticed that Tim himself never engaged in any of it. He didn't drink any beer or bust any moves on the dance floor. He just leaned against the quiet corner of his own house, watching people he barely knew trash it to bits. I got the feeling that he must have thrown the party more for the classmates who barely acknowledged his existence than for himself. I was right, in a way. As the night drew to a close, Tim addressed the party for the first time with a loudspeaker. "Hey, everyone." He held up 2 bottles of very expensive-looking whiskey that he must have nicked from his parents' liquor cabinet. "Who wants a taste of some of the good shit? Line up and bring your cups." The partygoers scrambled towards him with their red Solo cups outstretched, eager to know what genuinely good booze tasted like. Near the very front of the line was Biff himself, who smiled smugly as Tim poured him his drink. For some reason, it seemed like Tim gave Biff far more of the stuff than he did everybody else. At the time, I assumed that he was trying to give Biff the extra booze as a peace offering between them. I wouldn't have minded a taste myself, but I was far too drunk already, so instead, I made my way to the nearest couch and laid back. My half-closed eyes still watched the party unfold around me with only a passing interest. But before drunken unconsciousness could take me, I noticed something odd about the party. The movements of the people dancing were much more sluggish than before, as if they were moving through water. And judging by the ill look on their faces, it wasn't just the alcohol in my system making me see things. Biff was the first one to keel over. His face turned pale white and a stream of vomit burst from his mouth. What's happening?" he gurgled before falling on the floor face first in his own vomit. The rest of the party soon followed, with people vomiting and falling to the floor left and right. But as everyone was either panicking or dropping onto the floor themselves, Tim simply watched it all happen from his corner with a serene smile on his face. It was then that I realized that he never drank any of the whiskey himself. It wasn't long before people started accusing him for what was happening. "You did this, didn't you?" shouted one of Biff's friends, who was also doubled over in pain himself. "What did you do?" Tim didn't answer. He simply walked over to the guy, pulled a pistol from under his shirt, and shot him in the head. The guy crumpled backwards onto the floor with a quarter-sized hole in his forehead. I actually felt his still warm blood trickle around my shoes. The entire house erupted into chaos as Tim coldly and methodically shot down anyone who hadn't already died from the poisoned whiskey. My body remained paralyzed in fear on the couch as I watched him mow down the guests at his party, one by one. I closed my eyes and remained as still as possible. He only seemed to be shooting those he didn't think were already dead. I hoped that by laying still on the couch, as if I'd already died from the whiskey, he wouldn't notice me. I remained in that position for what felt like an eternity, listening to the dying scream of kids who I went to school with, followed by gunshots from someone who clearly had nothing to lose. I didn't open my eyes even after I heard the last gunshot. I only mustered up the courage to open them when I heard police sirens outside. The house had turned into a mass grave. All around me were people who either died from whatever poison was in the whiskey or a gunshot to the head. And lying in the middle of it all was Tim, his hand still clutching the gun that was pressed to his head. He'd done what he planned to do. He'd killed everyone who ever bullied him, alongside those who only ever sat back and watched it as it happened. I guess he didn't see the need to live after that. Out of everyone who went to that party, I was the only survivor. Every time I close my eyes, I'm reminded of the sound of gunshots and my classmates screaming. Even now, I'm haunted by the thought of how close I'd come to dying that night. I loved ice cream as a kid. I mean, what kid doesn't? I lived in a hot state too, so for kids in my town, hearing the ice cream truck jingle after a day hard at play was like seeing an oasis in the desert. My friends and I always made sure to have a tenner in our pockets in case the ice cream truck ever came around. We all recognized the ice cream man by his face with how often we saw him, and in return, he remembered all our names. Eventually, we learned his real name and started calling him by it instead of sir. His name was Harry, and he always looked a little worse for wear. He was balding, middle-aged, and almost certainly depressed if his unkempt, unshaven face was anything to go by. Still, he was nice to all the kids who came by his ice cream truck and made the effort to remember the usual orders of all his regulars. Every time I went up to him, he'd say, "Hey, Joel, another strawberry popsicle today?" I'd either reply, Yeah, thanks, Harry. Or tell him I wanted something else if I wasn't in the mood for it. I imagine he probably did the same with all his regulars, and not just the kids. The adults were all fond of him too. The merciless heat didn't spare them just because they were grown-ups, and most of them saw nothing wrong with indulging in a sweet treat every now and again. It wasn't uncommon to see a couple of grown adults leaning on the parked ice cream truck, making casual conversation with Harry with ice cream cones in their hands. We all already lived in a small town where everyone knew each other, but Harry and his ice cream was a fixture in the community that helped bring everyone together. I think Harry liked having things that way too. Unlike us kids, he was able to get more off his chest talking about his life with other grown-ups. I'd sometimes overhear my own parents chat about how rough Harry's life had been, and what a good man is to still be so kind regardless of the fact. I don't know the full details, but I'd heard enough about him from bits and pieces of conversations over time to know that he was divorced and that his son was in prison for some sort of violent crime. I tried not to think too much about it though. It wasn't like I could do much to help him anyways. I was just a kid, and as far as I was concerned, he was just a friendly local ice cream man who everybody liked and will always be there on a hot day to give us a cold treat. Those happy days wouldn't last though. I was walking home late after hanging out at a friend's place. Since everyone in the neighborhood knew each other, my parents didn't really have a problem with 10-year-old me walking the streets alone. It was a hot afternoon, and the path back home was long, so I was excited when I noticed Harry's ice cream truck coming up the road beside me. The fact that the ice cream jingle wasn't playing from the speakers like normal should have been a red flag. But at the time, all I could think about was, not much. I wanted a strawberry popsicle to beat the heat. I waved down the ice cream truck and waited for it to park. When it did, I rushed over to the side stall, expecting to see the town's favorite boomer. Instead, I was met with someone else entirely. He was a much younger man than Harry, who I'd never before seen in my life. And although he smiled as he greeted me, it lacked the friendly warmth I'd expect from the ice cream man I know. "Hey there, kiddo. What are you having?" "Strawberry popsicle, please," I told him. "One strawberry popsicle coming right up." The man disappeared into the truck for a moment before emerging with a wrapped red popsicle in his hand. I took it from his hand and noticed that the clear plastic packaging had become slightly torn. It wasn't an unusual sight. The plastic they used for these was as cheap as they came. What was odd was that I could see the popsicle had already partially melted, smeared the clear plastic with blobs of red. Whoever this new ice cream man was, he wasn't quite as thorough as Harry has been at his job. "This is $1.25, right?" I asked as I rummaged through my pocket with one hand while holding the still packaged popsicle in the other. The young man held up his hand. "No need to pay," he told me. "Consider it a gift from me to you." I started to like this guy a bit more after he said that. "Gee, thanks." Actually, his eyes darted left and right as if to see if there was anyone nearby. "How about I treat you to some more free ice cream in the truck?" "Why would you do that?" I asked, starting to get suspicious again. "See, I'm new here in town, and I want to get along well with the kids here. So why don't you come inside so we can have a little chat? I'd love to get to know more about this place." No thank you," I told him. "I actually have somewhere to be right now." "Aw, well that's a shame." The man was smiling, but I could see from his eyes that he was angry. "Take care then." He drove off and I continued my walk home while trying to enjoy my popsicle, which was hard to do with how odd it was. Most of it still tasted like strawberry, but there was also an underlying metallic tint to it that I couldn't quite place. In the end, I couldn't even bring myself to finish the whole thing in one go with how strange it was. When I got home, I put the weird half-eaten popsicle in my freezer to continue eating later and went about the rest of my day as normal. The next day, I went downstairs from my room to see the face of the new ice cream man plastered on the news. My parents were both watching it with watery eyes. I was only somewhat shocked to see him there, but I didn't realize why my parents were crying until I listened to the news myself. The young man had been caught by the police in the middle of trying to coax another kid in town into his ice cream truck. They ended up inspecting his ice cream truck for it and found something that left the whole town shaking. Inside the freezer was the bloody body of Harry. His throat had been slit open and he'd been crammed right alongside the ice cream he'd been selling. I realized with horror that the metallic taste I got from that strawberry popsicle the other day was Harry's blood trickling from his still fresh corpse onto the packaged ice cream being sold. The news went on to explain that the young man, Harry's murderer, was none other than Harry's own son. He owed money to someone very violent and was planning to sell his own father's organs on the dark web to pay for it. He was even willing to kidnap kids to sell to pedophiles at those dark recesses of the internet. And if not for my common sense, I could have very well been one of them. The whole town mourned the loss of their friend while his traitorous son rotted in prison. Hopefully, he'll stay there for the rest of his miserable life for what he did.
This is probably the first time that I'm opening up to people. I've been on a run for the last month. I'm not going to disclose my name because I don't want to go to prison. Before you sympathize with me, let me tell you that I am the bad guy in this story. Hence, I am paying for what I did. I'm a 34-year-old American male. I had a bad habit of gambling for which I could never do savings for myself. When my landlord warned me for the one last time that if I didn't pay the rent next month, he'll throw me out into the streets, I finally decided to do something with my miserable life. I took a job at IKEA. I used to arrange the store and shift unwanted pieces of furniture to the basement. Then, after the customers left, I used to clean the floor and leave for home. The manager of the store gave me a spare key for the store, as I became the last one to leave this place. The job was boring, but this was my only way to earn some cash. Sometimes I used to sleep in the expensive mattresses of the store after it got closed. I kinda liked roaming around the store, pretending that I am in my home and these are all my furnitures. But I was always careful with the furniture, so that no harm took place on them. Slowly, things started to settle down for me. I got a small raise and my life was taking a good turn. But it seems like I am my biggest enemy, which is why I ruined everything for once and all. One weekend, I went to a bar to drink and chill for some time. After a long time, I touched alcohol. Hence, I crossed my limits and drank a lot. It was a local bar and there were only a few people around. I looked at my phone and saw it was 9 p.m. I was thinking to leave when my eyes went to the other side of the bar. A girl was sitting at the bar and drinking beer. She looked at me and our eyes met. There was something in her stare that made me feel like she was interested in me. She smiled at me and I smiled back at her. I then got up and walked up to her with stumbling feet. I was feeling quite drunk. I said, "Hey, are you waiting for someone?" She laughed in a teasing manner and said, "What do you think?" I realized that she was playing with me. I got close to her and said, "If you're not waiting for anyone, you can come with me." The girl got up immediately and said, "Okay, let's go." I wasn't expecting such a prompt reply, so I got a bit surprised. We came out of the bar and got into my car. She said, "Do you think you should be driving?" I smiled awkwardly, because I was feeling too drunk to drive at that moment. The girl smiled again and said, "Here, give me your keys, I'll drive." Without thinking much, I gave her my keys. She started the engine and we hit the road. "So, where are we going?" she asked. I replied, "We can go to my place or there's a place where I can take you too." She looked at me with curious eyes and said, "Where?" I told her that I work at IKEA and that I have the keys to sneak inside. She laughed and agreed to go with me there. We arrived near the store at 11 p.m. I unlocked the door and we went inside. I saw her eyes dazzled as soon as we entered the door. She started to run around like an excited little girl. Sometimes she sat on the wooden chairs, and other times she was lying on every couch and mattress in the store. I understood that she was excited, but the way she was running around and touching the furniture, I got a bit worried. "Hey, slow down. Please don't break anything. My boss doesn't know I come here after work hours." She laughed and sat on a wooden table nearby. I walked up to her hoping for something to happen between me and her, when she said, "So, do you bring all of your girls here for casual hookups?" Honestly, I never brought anyone there before, so I said, Oh, God, no. I'm not that kind of guy. Honestly, you're the first girl I brought here. I saw her face change suddenly. She looked around and said in a curious voice, do you mind telling me where your boss keeps the store cash? What? Why? I said. She got up and said, well, we can check, you know. Don't you want to be rich? And she smiled mysteriously. I understood that I brought trouble into this place. Her words didn't feel right to me. So I said in an awkward tone, you know, this place is stuffy. Why don't we go to my house and do something fun? I left the car keys on the table she was sitting on before. So, without wasting any more time, I went towards them and picked them up to leave. As I turned back at her, my heart stopped. She was holding a sharp knife and grinning at me. What are you doing? I said. She smiled and said, take me to the cash counter before I spill your entrails out. Oh my God, this woman was trying to rob the store. That's why she came so willingly with me. Look, you're making a big mistake. I'll be in trouble if something happens to the store, I said in a panting voice. I don't care, you dumb shit. Just take me to the cash counter or I will stab you to death right now, she replied. Out of fear, I started to walk towards the cash counter. I was still feeling drunk, hence I couldn't take any chance to tackle her, because she was the one who had a weapon with her. The only thing that has been going in my mind is that if she robs this place and leaves, the entire suspicion will come on me. There hasn't been a break-in, as I opened the door and let her in. Except for the store manager, I'm the only one who has a spare key. We reached the counter and she rushed to the small cupboard where the cash was kept. She hit the small lock on the cupboard with the butt of her knife and the lock broke. There were bundles of notes inside the cupboard. Her eyes dazzled as she looked at the money. She kept the knife on the slab of the counter and started to fill her bag with the money. She was occupied with such greed that she almost forgot I was standing close to her. As soon as she let go of her weapon, I thought that this was my chance to stop her. I picked up the knife and said, "Stop! I'm calling the cops right now!" She turned back to me and screamed like an animal. She then jumped on me to get her knife back. We were tackling each other, and amid that, a terrible accident took place. I accidentally stabbed her in the chest. Blood poured down from her mouth and chest. She held her chest, and I saw fear and pain in her eyes at the same time. She then crouched down on the floor and choked for a while. "Oh my God, are you all right? I didn't mean to." I tried to stop her bleeding, but it was already too late. I saw her body becoming still within a wink, and she died. Yes, I murdered her. I committed murder. I am a murderer now. But what I did next makes me evil, I guess. I sat down on the floor and watched her dead body for a few minutes, then got up to end this nightmare. Only if I knew that I could never do that. I wrapped her body in a plastic sheet and then locked her in an old almirah under the basement. She's still lying there. I cleaned the floor, washed off all the blood, and since then, I've been on the run. I drive most of the days so that I can go as far as possible. At night, I take shelter in the roadside motel. I took some money from the IKEA store because it will help me to suffice. I don't know how long I'll be able to continue like this. I'm sure the cops are looking for me, or maybe not. I'm not sure. The only thing that is 10 times scarier than this entire incident is when I lay on the bed to sleep. I hear her, no matter where I go. I see her standing near my bed in the middle of the night, holding her bloody chest while blood keeps gushing out of her mouth. She just stares at me with her horrible, lifeless grin and says, "Let me go. Let me go. Let me go!" I work in an IKEA store as a general manager. I started as a salesman, but later got promoted for my good reputation and hard work. There are all kinds of buyers in this world. I've faced many weird as well as temperamental customers, but my balancing nature always helped in dealing with all kinds of individuals. until I met this one particular woman. Generally, our store hours run from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. I like my job, so I have no complaints regarding the work pressure on weekends. Anyway, it was a Thursday, probably around 8 p.m. I was sitting near the counter and making a list of required deliveries on the computer. There are currently 2 salesmen in our shop, Sophie and Justin. Both of them were busy demonstrating to a few customers, just when the store door opened and a woman entered. I looked and saw a petite, average-height woman standing near the entrance. She looked around the entire store cluelessly, and then looked at me. Our eyes met, and she smiled at me. She then slowly walked towards a pair of couches kept on her right side. I got busy again at work. Even though I was typing on the computer, I couldn't help but notice her from time to time. First, she started at those couches for a few seconds, and then touched one of its leather covers. Surprisingly, she nodded her head and said, "No." The couches stood at a close distance from the counter, so I could hear her saying no quite perfectly. I thought she would ponder more in the couch section, but she didn't. She went straight to the bedding corners and started to check mattresses this time. After checking 2 to 3 options, she again nodded her head and said no. Even though I couldn't hear her this time, I guessed the reaction from her lip movement. She then walked to the cupboard corner and started to look at them with deep concentration. Well, I guess IKEA can get you all confused when it comes to buying furniture, I murmured to myself. I finally shrugged off her weird behavior and paid attention to typing the list. Not everyone who comes into the store is obligated to buy things, you know, so I thought if she needs help, she'll ask on her own. A few more minutes passed and I was just about to mail the list to the provider when my eyes went on the dashboard of my counter and I almost screamed in fear. There was a pale, bony hand resting on it. I looked up and saw the same woman was standing at the counter and staring at me with an expressionless face. "Hello, how can I help you, ma'am?" "Yes, I need some guidance on buying a..." She looked at those couches again and stopped talking. "Are you looking for couches?" She didn't answer me. She just kept looking at the couches and then started to whisper, "No, don't do that." "Ma'am, is everything all right? Ma'am?" I almost shouted. She looked at me with nervous eyes and said, "Yes, I'm terribly sorry. My husband keeps interrupting me." Now it was 9 p.m., and the store started to become empty. Justin already left early that day, so there was only Sophie and myself. I looked around and saw she wasn't there. At that moment, it was just me and this weird woman in the store. I looked everywhere and said in a confused voice, Your husband?" "Yes, he's not in a happy mood today, but he'll be fine once I find something good for him." And then smiled in a very unnatural way. When the woman entered, I saw her alone, and since then customers left the store, and no one has gone inside so far. I stood near the entrance so no one could avoid my watch while entering this IKEA store. I said, "But ma'am, I don't see your husband anywhere. Are you sure everything's all right?" She suddenly turned pale and said, "What do you mean you don't see him? He's standing right behind you." The hair on the back of my neck stood up in fear. I couldn't decide on my next move. Should I be calling for Sophie out loud or just turn my back? The woman looked over my shoulder and said, "No, don't!" I couldn't stop myself anymore. I bolted out from that counter. "Sophie, where are you?" I screamed frantically. There was no one at the counter, but I was still shivering in an unknown fear. The woman started to whisper in a low voice. "Just tell me what you want, Sam, and I will get it for you. And then you must leave me alone. Do you get it, Sam?" Sophie came rushing out of the washroom, hearing my scream, and said, "What in the hell is going on here?" I pointed towards the woman and said, "She's saying some crazy shit and behaving even crazier." Sophie and I stood to the side while watching this woman ranting and whispering to the wind. The woman then looked right at us and said, "Please tell him to leave me now. I'm tired of doing this every day." Then started to cry like a child. Sophie got close to her and said, "Tell whom, ma'am? Who are you talking to?" She screamed like a lunatic. "My dead husband! He keeps coming back!" Sophie and I both froze in fear. Suddenly, the woman grabbed Sophie's hand and started whispering, No, please." I ran to the counter to call the cops, seeing things going out of hand, just when the store lights started flickering. Sophie screamed and freed her to run to the door. I too ran with her as the woman started to vomit on the floor. We were both extremely scared and out of rational explanations. The furniture at the store started to swing in the air and collide with each other, making loud thuds. Some of these furnitures even broke into pieces due to these supernatural occurrences. As soon as Sophie and I came out of the store, the entrance door shut behind us. We banged on it and tried to open it, but nothing helped. The woman kept vomiting on the floor as the lights flickered and furniture rattled against each other. Suddenly, the lights went off and all the sound stopped. We were both panting in fear. With my trembling hand, I called 911. We tried to open the door once again, and surprisingly, it opened this time. The store was in complete darkness, hence none of us could figure out a single thing in the dark. Sophie and I were walking side by side when we both almost slipped on the floor. "Ah, shit! What was under my feet?" Sophie said. I too felt that the floor had become slippery. I thought maybe we had stepped on the vomit, and I turned on the flashlight on my phone, only to witness something that I will never be able to forget about. The woman was lying dead on the floor. Her face was staring at us, her eyes were wide and coming out of the eye sockets, and there were blood drops on her lips. We realized that she had vomited blood this entire time, but this is not the only scary part we came across. The woman was being dragged on the blood and left in the middle of the store. We could see a trail of blood splattered on the floor in a straight line. The cops came and they inspected the entire store and talked to all of us and the customers who visited the shop that day. The paramedics declared this woman was suffering from an illness, which is why she vomited blood and later died out of a heart attack. But the only question that haunts me to sleep is, she was completely alone in the store when the supernatural occurrences took place, because Sophie and I already ran outside. No one was inside except her. Then who dragged her body to the middle of the store after she died? I'm trying to get more information on this woman. I want to know what happened to her husband, if there was any. I promise to let you know once I get a hold of that. Till then, stay safe. Instagram is a popular platform to become famous in a short period, but this craving to be popular can turn into madness, because I have seen that, and that's why I'm here today to tell you the story of my daughter who took social media too seriously. Sophia is my only daughter. When my husband left me for another woman, she became my world. I moved to Florida for a fresh start. I took a job in an advertising company. Sophia grew up to be a beautiful girl. I still remember her being nervous on her first day of high school, but I knew she will get along, and she did with time. Sophia became one of the most popular girls in school. Teenage is such a confusing age where you are not a kid and also not an adult. Sophia liked to buy clothes and do her makeup all the time. This obsession to look pretty is quite common in teenagers, so I didn't pay much attention to that in the beginning. One day when I came home from work, I saw Sophia applying melted chocolate on her face. I asked her, what is she doing? She replied she read at some websites chocolates make your skin look younger. I mean, I was surprised to hear that. But aren't you already young, darling? Oh, Mom, you won't get it. Please leave me alone. I could have scolded her for talking like that, but I always went easy on her, thinking she needs more love, as her father is not there for her. Being a single parent is not easy, and I didn't want to drive her away. She's everything I have. As more time passing, I noticed Sophia leaving for school wearing new clothes every day. I thought maybe she is earning for herself from her babysitting job. One day, I accidentally entered her room while she was taking a selfie standing in front of her mirror. There was nothing wrong with it, but just to keep an eye on her, I opened an Instagram account with a fake name and followed her. It was an open account, which means everyone can see her content. I realized she almost posts on everything from waking up in the morning and going to bed at night. A picture of her doing almost every basic thing there is on her Instagram profile. But there was nothing wrong in her pictures to hold her accountable for, so I commented in one of her pictures, "What a lovely lady." That night I received a notification that she liked my comment. It was a picture on the beach. I took that one. My dear girl looked so pretty in that yellow dress. I was admiring how beautiful she is becoming when another comment took place in that picture. A guy named Monty commented, "Your hair needs red highlights." Some people are overly opinionated in social media, irrespective of others' choices. Anyways, Sophie and I had dinner and went to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, I heard the shower and the bathroom going on. Sophie never wakes up that early, so I thought there must have been a water leak. But as I tried to enter, twisting the doorknob, Sophie said from the inside, "I'm in here." I got surprised to see her wake up so early. I went to the kitchen to fix her breakfast. After 15 minutes, Sophie came out of the bathroom. "Are you feeling all right?" As I turned back, I saw the streaks of red highlight in her brown hair. She turned her hair red after that comment in her Insta profile. She left for school as if it wasn't a big deal. I wanted to say something, but again, I couldn't. With more days passing, I started to realize my daughter is severely obsessed with her looks, and she gives way too much importance to what people say on social media. I thought that this will pass, but had no idea things will get out of hand. She started to lose weight quite rapidly. She stopped eating her meals and only drank liquids. I couldn't stand the sight of her becoming a skeleton wrapped up in human skin. So I sat her down and decided to stop this nonsense once and for all. "Sophie, what are you doing?" "What? You barely eat. Look at yourself. You're becoming malnourished." "Oh God, this is a trend, Mom. I was becoming fat anyways." "What? Who told you that? Your fake Instagram followers? You know those people actually don't give a damn about you." How do you know? Do you follow my account? You're sick." "No, it's you who's becoming sick." "That's it. I'm taking you to a psychiatrist tomorrow." "I'm not your fucking toy!" She slammed out the door on my face and left the house. I sat on the couch weeping. I never thought my daughter can talk to me like that. An hour went by and she didn't come back. I was about to call 911 when my next door neighbor called me and said Sophie is lying unconscious on the sidewalk nearby. I rushed and saw she passed out on the street due to her poor health condition. We took her to the hospital and the doctor said apart from malnutrition, she's also suffering from bulimia. Whatever she eats these days, she even vomits that out secretly in her room. And all this because someone on Instagram called her fat. I took her to therapy after that, and she started to recover gradually. Her psychiatrist, Miss Miller, gave her some really good advice and tried to talk her out of the madness over social media. I was getting my hope back. The old, happy, and cheerful Sophie was coming back. After a month, she joined back to school. I returned her phone, thinking she will be fine now. I don't know what happened in school, but after coming home, she didn't talk. She just finished dinner and went to bed. Before going to her room, she looked at me and asked, "Mom, am I beautiful?" To which I replied, "You are the most beautiful girl in the world, my dear." I did the dishes and went to my room as well. I don't know why, but I casually opened my Instagram account and searched for Sophie's profile. As soon as her account opened, I saw her last picture received too many comments. It was a picture she took during her poor health phase. She was looking really skinny in that picture. I scrolled down to see the comments and I saw people flooded the comment section with negativity and hatred. People were calling her the skeleton girl and making fun of her. Some of them provoked her to kill herself because she's too ugly. Tears rolled down my eyes, thinking people can be this heartless and cruel to a 17-year-old teenager. The more I scrolled, the more I felt bad for her. I decided to tell her to delete her account and get rid of all of this. I was going back to bed when a new comment popped up in the same picture. It was from Sophie. As I read the comment, my heart sunk in fear. She replied, "Ending my ugly life. Goodbye. I sprinted out of the bed and ran to her. I twisted the doorknob, but Sophie locked it from inside. Sophie! Sophie, open the door! I started banging on her door, but she wouldn't open it. I took out the key from the wardrobe nearby and opened the door in one go. Sophie was lying on the floor, covered in blood. She slashed her wrist with a cutter. I called the ambulance and admitted her to the hospital. She's still unconscious. Doctors are saying she'll be fine. I've decided to take her some way far away from the city. I will keep fighting for her as long as I'm alive. All I want to request to the people of this generation is please be kind to each other. It doesn't matter how you look from the outside. Beauty has no face to it, only a loving heart. I don't use Instagram anymore, and the reason is my fault. In high school, I started modeling. I had to tie up with lots of media pages and brands to update my experience in the field. For that, I uploaded almost every other day. But to avoid any negative attention and creepy comments, I tried to keep a low profile. I never posted any explicit photos because almost everyone in my family followed me on Instagram. One day I was going through comments on a recent picture I uploaded. I was casually scrolling when one comment caught my eye. It was from a profile named Your Wish My Command. I kind of liked the name, but the comment was a bit odd. It read, "Whenever you need help, being famous is competitive these days." I opened the profile to do further research and saw pictures of gothic art. Most of his contents were based on voodoo rituals, witchcraft, and occults. But people try to gain attention in every way possible these days, so I ignored it. A few weeks later, my uncle came to visit with his daughter. I was close to my cousin until she went to college and got into modeling too. She got aloof from me, and once I started modeling, her jealousy went to another level. Let's call her Jill. So Jill came to stay with us for a while. My father and my uncle were planning to sell our family home, hence they needed to work together to prepare the papers and other official necessities. My mom kind of forced me to share my room with Jill, because the guest room was given to my uncle. She wanted to be a bitch, but chose not to. Probably she couldn't gather the courage to tease me while staying under my dad's roof. Anyways, we both had to click pictures for our profiles and upload them, so there were times when Jill and I both used to dress up and stand in front of the mirror to get a nice click. Things were going fine until one day I crossed 10,000 followers, while Jill remained at 5,000. Needless to say, she followed my account. She was pissed off the entire day and didn't say a single word to me. I didn't bother much. I was making a video thanking my followers for their support and love when Jill walked into the room with a glass of orange juice and intentionally spilt it on me. It took a fraction of a second for a huge brawl to take place. I screamed at her, calling a jealous bitch, and she called me a slutbag. Our parents stepped in to stop our fight, and I stormed out of the house in anger. I went to the local park and sat on a corner bench. I was feeling very angry, and suddenly, I remembered about that weird account in Instagram. Your Wish, My Command. I sent him a text. "Hi." I got an immediate response. "Well, hello there. Can you help me?" "Depends on what kind of help you need." Can you hack into an account and remove it, like, forever?" "Haha, I can do so much more than that. What is the name of the account?" "Jill Craig _1 and only. I'll need the phone number for that, and her email." I know what I was going to do wasn't only wrong, but a criminal offense, but I did it anyhow. I was out of my mind, no doubt. I gave him my cousin's phone number and email ID. Just after that, Your Wish, My Command blocked me, and I realized this guy was just messing with me. Although I was calmed down by then, I told myself. I returned home and my uncle made Jill apologize to me. Eventually, I apologized too, and the matter got sorted out that night. But it was always in the back of my mind that I have indeed shared her phone number and email to God knows who. I wanted to tell her, but I knew she will play the victim, bringing out the previous fight, and I will be in huge trouble for doing what I did. Few days went by and I almost forgot about the account when I suddenly overheard a phone conversation between Jill and her boyfriend one night. She was saying, "Yeah, I've reported this account, but every time I block it, someone reopens it with the same username and drops creepy messages. I'm telling you, it's the same guy with the name Your Wish My Command." As soon as I heard that, my hands turned cold in fear. Shit, I have appointed a stalker on my own cousin. I could see the tension on Jill's face, but still kept quiet. I was making mistakes after mistakes just to keep out of trouble, but that only led to more trouble in the upcoming future. It was a Saturday night. Jill and I went clubbing with some of our common friends. We were partying really hard and I got pretty drunk. What happened next is a combined memory of fragments, but overall, it was like this, and it was terrifying. I was sitting at the bar and Jill was dancing in the crowd. I could see her jumping and tossing her hair here and there, when suddenly I saw a man dressed in a robe-like thing standing behind her. I mean, I was intoxicated, but trust me, I didn't hallucinate that. For a moment, the entire club shifted to a slow-motion movie scene, where everyone is dancing on the floor, except the man dressed in a creepy black robe. He noticed me seeing him, and he lifted one arm to wave at me. At the time, he whispered something to Jill's ear, and she started to follow him like stupid. She was drunk too. I got up because I knew that man had bad intentions, but there were crazy party animals everywhere. By the time I reached the exit, I saw Jill being abducted by two men. They grabbed her and forced her into the back seat of the car. The man in the robe stood near the car and waved me goodbye before hopping into it. The car then drove away at full speed, and I collapsed on the floor crying for help. My friends came out and they called 911 hearing what happened. By the time the cops reached, the car was gone, and so was my cousin. I received a text after 15 minutes. It read, "Wish granted, target destroyed." I freaked out and told everything to the cops in the presence of my parents and uncle. After a tedious search of one long week, the cops finally found Jill unconscious near a roadside dumpster. She was beaten badly and can't remember a thing that happened to her or where she was taken by those mysterious men. The cops left no stones unturned to search for those men, and I gave them every detail I could. Finally, they caught them, and it came out to be a group of kidnappers who are also associated with women trafficking. Jill hadn't been physically assaulted, but her wounds are enough to make me live a life full of guilt and despair. My uncle has cut all ties with us, and my parents don't see me the way they used to earlier. I'm now just a jealous bitch who shoved her cousin into a terrible fate out of anger. I hope those guys rot in jail forever, so that they can't hurt anyone anymore. For me, I will spend the rest of my life in culpability and solitude. I used to stalk my ex's girlfriend on Instagram. I wasn't obsessed with him, and the breakup wasn't tough at all. Actually, I was the one who called it off. For the sake of this story, let's call him Ed. Ed and I met in college and dated for a year and a half before graduating. He was into music, and in the beginning, I loved the way he talked about pursuing it. But soon, I figured out that he was just a talker and not a doer. Everyone started to gear up for the next phase, as in what to do with life, which job to choose and where to settle. But Ed had no such plans. He was too laid back and depended on his father about his future. I, on the other hand, had always been a careerist. I wanted to become a writer, hence pursue higher studies. I told him that I'm going to apply for my PhD, and I'm planning to settle down in London. I asked him if he would like to come with me, because there are several options there if one wants to pursue music, but he gave me the same lazy reply that he will think about it. As the last semester came knocking at our door, everyone started to grab a job or internship or whatever they could. I too got a scholarship to a renowned university for my high studies. My professors and friends appreciated me for this big achievement, but Ed went all jealous and started to keep a distance from me. One day, we went to a local pub and he was short on cash, so I pulled out my wallet to pay. Suddenly, he got all furious and started screaming at me. I got so embarrassed that I left the pub in tears. I was staying at his place back then. I stormed inside the bedroom and made up my mind that the next morning I'm going to leave this guy. Ed came home really late and really drunk. We had a fight again and things went out of hand. I left his house heartbroken and humiliated at 2 a.m. in the morning. I called a friend of mine and the next day left him a text that I was done with this relationship. A year went by and I shifted to London to do my PhD, but I kept following him on Instagram. A few months later, he posted a picture with another girl named Ashley, and that's how I came to know that she is his new girlfriend. I had no grudge against Ed, but I can't help but following Ashley. She is a pretty blonde girl, and I think she comes from a very simple background. Her most posts revolve around makeup and dressing up for parties. No hate or judgment, because she is also a woman like me thinking she found the man of her dreams. The first 4 months of following Ashley, I didn't see anything different. She used to post a lot of pictures of her and Ed, and I could always see them drinking and hanging around with people. But as time went by, her pictures changed. Or rather, her way of looking in pictures changed. She started doing loud and heavy makeup, which made her look like a creature from another world. Before, she used to put light-colored lipsticks and nude makeup mostly, but now, she only wears blood red lip colors, and the blush she uses is too pink to be called beautiful. I could tell she was trying to look different, or I don't know what was happening in her life. A week went by and I was trying to stay out of whatever I was doing. One day, I was studying and making some notes for my research paper when I received a notification on my phone. I opened my phone and saw it was from Instagram. It was a post by Ashley. She was lying on a couch with plaster in her hand. What the... These people post anything and everything these days, I said to myself. I read the comments section where someone asked her what had happened to her, to which she replied, "I fell down from the stairs. Thank God my boyfriend was home. He's the one who took me to the hospital." I don't know why, but it felt like too much info to me. A week after that, Ashley posted a video flaunting her wedding ring, and I came to know that Ed and she is about to get married that too in London. She later shared a video of her doing makeup. That's when I realized I have to meet her to stop her from taking this wrong decision. Yes, marrying Ed is a wrong decision, because I could see he was doing the same thing with her that he did to me. The night Ed came home drunk and started the fight, I took a stand for myself. Eventually, he slapped me so hard that it resulted in bruises on my cheek. I haven't told anyone about this, and I didn't take a step against him, which I know I definitely should have. I kept following Ashley's every post, and one evening I saw her uploading a video where she's seen partying in a nightclub in London. I realized that this is my chance. I have to meet her. I drove to the club and waited in the car for her to come outside once. I waited for 2 hours and finally, at around 1 a.m., I saw her coming out. She stood on the sidewalks and lit a cigarette. I walked to her. "Ashley." "Yes? Do I know you?" "No, but I know you. I don't think you should marry Ed." "Excuse me?" "He hits you, doesn't he? That's why you have this loud makeup, right?" "I don't know what you're saying." She turned to walk away and I grabbed her hand. "Ashley, please, I'm saying this for your own good. You can't keep tolerating this guy." She freed her hand from my grasp and smiled at me. I was stunned to see her level of stupidity. She said in a calm voice, "Thanks, but I can take care of myself. Stay out of my personal life, please," and walked away. I came home with a sad face. After hearing her, I couldn't overstep anymore. I got married the next month and I stopped following Ashley. Time went by and I almost forgot about this too, when a piece of shocking news reached me. Someone posted on the Instagram page of our college about Ed's sudden demise. He died last week in his own home. Everyone knew he was an alcoholic. He drank too much one night and stumbled down the stairs of his house, hitting his head. His wife, Ashley, was sleeping in her room and didn't know until she came out in the morning. But it was too late for Ed. The college group posted about the time and venue of his funeral. I won't say I was happy to hear this news, because no matter what, a person's death is always tragic. But I felt a little relieved that Ashley got saved from his physical abuse. She also inherited Ed's property, and I was sure it would be enough for her to start fresh. I attended the funeral yesterday. Ashley was standing near the open casket, wiping her tears, while everyone consoled her for her husband's death. I went to her with an awkward face and said, "I'm sorry, Ashley, I didn't introduce myself earlier," because she took my hands into hers and squeezed my palm, saying, "Thank you for your concern. Didn't I tell you? I can take care of myself."
I woke up with a smile on my face. The sky seemed lovely. Everything seemed beautiful after a long time. While brushing my teeth, I stopped and gazed at my wardrobe, looking for the perfect outfit tonight. After a bad breakup and 5 emotionally draining months, I finally have a date. Among all my dresses, the black one caught my eye. I took it out and hung it near the mirror to give it a nice press later. After freshening up, I went to the kitchen to make breakfast. I live alone in this studio apartment. My parents live in New Jersey, and I moved out last year. The guy I dated was my neighbor's son, and a total ass. But Jason is not like him. He is different. It has only been a week since I have met Jason. I was shopping for groceries in Walmart when our trolleys stumbled upon each other. Our eyes met, and we couldn't help but smile. There was something in his stare that imprinted his face in my mind immediately. We exchanged some casual talks, and he even helped me carry my bags to the car. Then, he went on his way, and I drove home, wondering how strikingly handsome he is. 3 days after this incident, I was going to work when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Turning back, I saw it was Jason. He was driving a black truck and slowed down to talk to me. He said he too was going to work the same way and would like to drop me off. Without any hesitation, I hopped in, and now, here we are, meeting tonight for our first dinner date. Jason is very punctual, and unlike other guys, he never keeps me waiting. So, I finished my breakfast and started preparing myself for date night. I was thinking about what show to wear when my phone rang. "Hi, Mom, what's up?" "Someone's in a good mood. What's the occasion?" Nothing. "Did you meet someone?" "What? No. Why would you?" "Kiara, I am your mom. I know you too well. Tell me about him." "There's nothing to tell yet. We are going on our first date tonight. He is nice and well-behaved." "That's good to hear. So, is it going to be just the date?" "Mom." Okay. No more interference in your private matter. You are a big girl now. Just be careful, and if you guys do it, then don't forget to use protection." Mom, please. I have to go now. I'll call you later. Have a nice night. Bye, little birdie. Even though I yelled at her for thinking too far ahead of time, the same thing was going in my mind as well. I took a deep breath and said to myself, looking in the mirror, "Stop worrying so much. Everything will be all right." The entire afternoon went by dressing myself and doing my makeup. When I finally got ready, wearing my beautiful black dress, paired with matching black heels, I blushed, seeing myself in the mirror. I sprayed perfume, and just when, a car horn honked under my apartment. I rushed to the window and saw Jason had arrived right on time. I rushed down, and he came out to open the door for me. "You look like an angel." "Thank you." I sat beside him and thought about getting a kiss before heading to the restaurant. But Jason smiled and started to drive. It has come to my notice that Jason is not a very touchy guy, and it actually is fine with me. Not everyone is comfortable with public displays of affection. We went to the Ocean Grill and sat on a corner table that allowed us perfect privacy. I am glad that we are spending time together. Me too. I talked about my childhood and high school boyfriends, and for the first time in life, I found a guy who actually listened. Jason never interrupted me or showed irritation as I rambled about myself. I loved how carefully he listened and how he even showed interest in my life, asking follow-up questions like, where do my parents live? How long have I been living on my own here? Do I know many people in this neighborhood? How often do I see my family? Etc. I also told him how I rarely talk to people at work and I have always been the quiet type. He smiled with his shining eyes and said, well, now you know me. For the first time, he kept his hand on mine and a warm feeling made my heart skip a beat. After dinner, we got into his car and Jason said, would you like to go to my place and hang out for a while? We can watch something on Netflix while having a couple of beers. I was bracing myself for this invitation, so I paused a while and said, okay. I may be a quiet girl, but I was smart enough to understand what this Netflix and chill idea stands for these days. Actually, there was no reason to say no because Jason is quite handsome and well off. If things go perfectly, then we have a long shot together. We left the highway and got onto a dusty road. On one side, I could see vast fields, and on the other, deep woods. I had no idea you lived on the outskirts. Yeah, my grandpa used to live here. Now, this is my place. After driving for 15 minutes more, we reached a wooden house. Even though it looked old and rusty from the outside, it appeared to be very cozy and warm from the inside. I was surprised to see how well decorated and clean the house was. Generally, you don't expect to see a bachelor's place in such good condition. But Jason was so particular in every little detail. A strong smell of room freshener was churning in the air. I understood Jason had planned to bring me to his place after dinner long back. He sat me down on the living room couch and turned on the big flat screen. The red logo of Netflix beamed the room with its usual sound, and a screen full of contents flashed in front of my eyes. Taking a look at the suggestions, I found out Jason prefers crime thrillers a lot. I was surfing through the movies when he came back holding 2 beers in his hand. What do you want to watch? Saying this, he handed me a beer and I replied, it seems you have a keen interest in crime thrillers. He laughed mysteriously and said, what's the fun if there's no thrill in life? I smiled and took a sip from the beer. He suggested watching the web series named You, about a guy whose stalking behavior makes him do the unthinkable. The web series started and Jason turned off the lights in the living room. My heartbeat got faster sitting in that empty house with him. After 5 minutes like this, he came close to me and said, would it be wrong if I kiss you, Kiera? I smiled and looked at his eyes, saying, no. He kissed me on the lips, and I kissed him back. As we started to hit it off, Jason stopped and said, I need to go to the washroom. Wait here. I'll be back soon. He went to the washroom, and I got excited, thinking, finally, the time is here. A minute went by. 10 minutes went by. I waited and waited, but Jason didn't come back. Thinking how weird it is, I got up and walked to the washroom. I was about to knock on the washroom door when I saw thick red liquid coming out from the gap under the door. I pushed the door open and saw Jason was lying on the floor, covered in blood with an injury on the back of his head. It wasn't hard to guess that somehow he slipped and hit his head. I ran towards him as he coughed blood while shaking. His eyes stared at me wildly, and then he started to choke in his own blood. Oh my God! I will get something! Wait, Jason! I ran to get a first aid kit, dialing the paramedics. I saw a room right next to the washroom. I opened the door and got in. I was about to press the call button when I looked around. What is this place? Chains were hanging from the ceiling with various torture devices tied to them. There were bamboo sticks, cuffs, and a big black table with sharp needles sticking on the surface. This room is only designed for torture. A camera was set up in the corner, probably to record a snuff film. I didn't call and went to check the camera. There was footage in its memory. One by one, I played those videos. Jason torturing girls in this room. So this is what his Netflix and chill date is. bringing innocent girls into his house in the name of watching movies on Netflix, and then putting them through hell. Has he killed these girls too? My body got numb. I came to a psycho's house being his victim, but now he is lying injured in his own washroom. I thanked God for letting me live and slowly walked back into the washroom. Jason was still lying there and coughing blood. I stooped down to his face and said, "Did you torture and kill girls here?" Help me. Not before you answer that question. I'm sorry, but I swear I wasn't planning to do that with you. Suddenly, I don't know why I felt like believing him. Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he actually fell in love with me. I helped him to get up and brought him to the living room couch. His head was still bleeding like crazy. I ripped off part of my cloth and put it on his head. Then I called paramedics and took him to a hospital. Jason received stitches and half of his body got paralyzed with his injury. A week later, I brought him back to this house, but this time, he sat in a wheelchair. I took him to that room of torture where I have to build a cage to keep him. He was not in his senses when I locked him inside that cage. One day, he might wake from this drowsy state of mind, making me realize it was all a lie, that I was too brought as a victim into this house. But if that happens, I am not letting him go behind other women. Taking my inspiration from the web series of Netflix, I will keep him locked up in that room forever. And I'm sure he will eventually fall in love with me. The only reason I am sharing this horrifying incident is to warn everyone. I just pray to God none of you ever make the same mistake as me, because it can ruin you forever. I recently moved into a studio apartment in New York. My family lives here, so things got pretty easy for me. I work in this multinational company as a telecaller. My job is easy and pays well to help me go on with my life. Being the only child, I always got everything I asked for. Apart from my many interests, buying gadgets is one of my big fascinations. I love iPhones and have been using them for a long time now. But I have another bad habit, which is the main reason why I am in this grave situation in the first place. I am a very whimsical person, and I tend to forget my stuff wherever I go. Like, I just lose things without getting drunk. Many times, I got them back, and many times, I didn't. This particular story is about the one time when I lost my iPhone, and my life turned into a living hell. It was a Saturday night, and I had plans to go to a nightclub with my friends. One can call me a party animal. My best friend Jennifer never leaves me alone after I get drunk in a nightclub. But that night, evil was waiting for me eagerly. As we entered the club, the red and blue neon lights were rushing everywhere. People were dancing like crazy with the loud music played by the DJ. I immediately tried some tequila shots and jumped onto the dance floor. My friends were dancing with me, and we were having a great time. After a moment of drunken feet, I decided to go sit at the bar and have some water to calm down a bit. But I didn't want to vomit like last time. As I sat at the bar and ordered some water, I noticed a man in his late 30s sitting at some distance and smiling in a very odd way. I took out my phone and clicked some selfies to post them on Facebook later. I was trying hard not to look at the man, but his rich appearance mixed with an odd smile made it difficult. In that club, he was the only one wearing a suit like he was coming right from a board meeting. I have been here for a long time, and I knew these kind of men very well. They like spending money on girls who are willing to sleep with them. A shrewd idea came to mind. I thought, what harm will come if I smile at him a bit? Maybe he will pay for my drinks and we will flirt a bit and that will be it. So, without giving this terrible idea much thought, I smiled back at him. As soon as he saw that, he got up and came to me. Sitting right next to me, he said, "I have been noticing you for a long time now. You truly are beautiful." I couldn't help but laugh at his silly old pickup line. "What is your name?" "You can call me Steve." "Well, Steve, what do you do for a living?" "I own a company." "What is your name?" I wasn't willing to share much because I was pretty sure he was lying about his name. So I said, my name is Lily, and I am studying at NYU. Honestly, I am a petite, average-height woman, so that lie wasn't unbelievable. He smiled again and said, "Can I buy you a drink, Lily?" Of course. He bought me not one, but a couple of drinks, and I went on with the casual flirting without thinking what danger it could bring. He was talking about how rich he is and all that he thought would be impressive to a young, naive college girl. While listening to him, my phone popped up with a notification, and I saw Jennifer texting me. "Stop using this poor man for free drinks," she texted. I couldn't help but laugh, and Steve said, "Is that your boyfriend texting you?" The question surfaced so unexpectedly that I couldn't say anything for a few seconds. I stared at him and replied, "That's none of your business? Come on, don't waste your time behind such jobless college boys. I can give you so much more, okay? Let's finish these drinks, then I will take you to my penthouse. You'll love the view from my balcony." Excuse me, what makes you think I will go to your penthouse? What? This is why you smiled back at me, right? I'm sorry, but I'm not getting you. You're so naive. I got your hint way back, girl. We should spend the night together. I was stunned to see his audacity, and I realized what damage I have done just to get some free drinks. I got up and said, "Look, I am sorry. I was just casually flirting. It didn't mean anything, and I would like to pay you back for your drinks. I was just drunk and I didn't think things through." He grabbed my hand and said in a creepy tone, "Just say yes now, and I won't have to spike your drink." What the hell? I couldn't keep up with this creep anymore, and out of fear and anger, I slapped him right away, and my friends came rushing to the bar. They escorted me out of the club, and Steve sat there quietly. He didn't scream, didn't react, just stared at me without blinking until I was out of his sight. I got into the car, and Jennifer took me home. We were halfway there when I realized I had forgotten my phone at the nightclub. I remembered keeping it on the bar, and amidst all the brawls with Steve, I forgot to take it. We again drove to the nightclub, searched the entire bar, but my phone was gone, and so was Steve. It didn't take time to understand that he had stolen my iPhone. I wanted to go to the cops and file a report for my phone being stolen, but I stepped back, because this time I was responsible for all this uncalled trouble. I knew the cops will judge me for flirting with a man just to get some free drinks. I knew they will tell me that none of this would have happened if I didn't cross my limit that night. What scared me even more was that all my pictures were on my phone. As stupidity, I didn't have any kind of passkey on the phone. I am single and live alone, hence never felt the need for it. I kept an eye on my social media accounts for the next few days, but nothing showed up, so I slowly stopped stressing about it. I had given up completely when Jennifer told me to use the Find My Phone app to retrieve the location of my iPhone. Her idea didn't seem bad, so one night after coming home from work, I laid on my bed and started searching for my phone in that app. I decided to log into the Find My Phone app, and I noticed my old iPhone still listed as a device. It said searching next to it, and I figured it would just time out. But part of me was curious to see the results anyway. As I clicked on the searching, the radar started to circle out, trying to locate where it is. I wasn't expecting what happened next. As the searching stopped and the dot revealed the location of my old phone, the ground was swept from under my feet. It was showing my neighborhood, close to my house. I freaked out and sprung on my bed when suddenly I got an email from an unknown ID. As I opened it, my stomach dropped in fear. There was a JPEG attached to the email. The image was of me, standing with my phone, wearing the same nightgown that I am wearing now. Suddenly, a shattering sound of glass took place in my kitchen, and the house went completely dark. I did not doubt that it was Steve, and he has traced my location without any difficulty. I quickly hid in the closet and dialed 911. Slow but loud footsteps started to come close to my room. I couldn't make a sound, so I texted the dispatcher that there's an intruder in my house and I need help. Peeking from the blinds, I saw a pair of boots standing right in front of the closet. I was praying to God to get me out of this situation when the boots went to the left side. I kept staring from the blind, trying to see if he is still in my room, when Steve opened the closet door in one go and laughed like a demon from hell. You can't hide from me. Come on, we have some unfinished business, Lily, or should I say, Catherine, you lying bitch! Saying this, he grabbed me by my hair and pulled me out of the closet as I screamed in pain. He pulled my hair so vigorously that a chunk came off, tearing a red patch of skin from my skull. He then smelled that bunch of hair like crazy and said, "Wow, you do smell nice. Let's go to the bed and have some fun." I kicked and screamed while he forcefully tried to pick me up to drag me to the bed. As he leaned on me, I scratched his face with my long fingernails and poked his eye so severely that blood came out, making him injured. He backed out in pain, and that gave me a chance to fight back. I got up and ran to the kitchen, while Steve screamed at me, cursing me in obscene language. I opened the door and saw my neighbors rushing to my house. They heard my scream and came to the rescue. I collapsed on the porch saying, "There's an intruder in my bedroom." My neighbor kept a strict eye on Steve, raising his baseball bat until the cops arrived. The cops retrieved my old phone from his pocket and gave it back to me. When the cops were taking him away, he looked at me for one last time and said, "You know it was your fault. You had it coming, Catherine. You are a filthy woman with no character. I know I am at fault, but is it right to think that if a girl is willing to drink with you, she is ready to sleep with you as well?" I recently removed my OnlyFans account. Sometimes in life, one incident can change everything. That's exactly what happened to me. I am still trying to recover from it, hence, I hope you all will be supportive of me. I am Emily, currently 20 years old. My dad lives with my stepmom now. I often see them during holidays. When I was 15, my mother died of cancer. My stepmom wasn't quite fond of me, so as soon as I turned 18, I moved out. I wanted to make a living on my own, thus I took a job in a beauty salon. The beauty salon didn't pay much, and I needed more money to survive on my own. One of my coworkers named Lucy told me about this site, OnlyFans. I heard people saying this is an adult site and has risks of its own, but I was young, hence stupid. I opened an account by using my real name. That is Julie Mendez. As I checked out other accounts, I realized this is an easy way to earn a lot of money. All you have to do is show some skin. I did shy off at first. With time, I started to take pictures of myself wearing beautiful clothes. I didn't hesitate to reveal my face as well. In a month or two, lots of men started to subscribe to my account. I got lots of compliments. Some of them even agreed to pay me $50, $60 for my one intimate picture. I didn't think much because the money was good and all I had to do was post a picture or chat with them. I didn't tell my parents about this because, obviously, I didn't want them to know. I knew they wouldn't understand and my dad would get very angry at me. Days passed and my fan base grew. One night, after coming home from work, I changed into my nightgown and decided to click some pictures. I live in a one-storied small wooden house. I stood in front of the mirror of my bedroom when my eyes went to the streets. There's a big window in my room. I saw a truck was parked on the sidewalk adjacent to my house, and a man was sitting in the driver's seat and watching me. He has big, creepy eyes. I could see a grin on his face. Even though the man noticed me watching him, he didn't drive away. He sat there and watched me. I ignored him, thinking he will leave soon, but every time I clicked a picture and looked at his truck, I saw him watching me with hungry eyes. His stare freaked me out. At a point, I walked towards the window and closed the curtains. I turned off my room light and waited to hear his truck drive away. The man waited for a few minutes and then finally started the engine. I heard the sound of him leaving. The next morning when I woke up, I got a weird comment from a fan named Boris. He commented on one of my pictures from last night. "You don't have to hide from me. I anyway watch you here." Okay, so this is the same guy from last night. God knows how he got my address. Fucking creep, I said to myself. But there are people like this everywhere, so I didn't pay much attention. Also, he was a subscribed fan, and he too paid for my contents often. One day, I was driving home from work. Suddenly, I realized a truck is following me. At first, it didn't click. But when I stopped at a signal, that truck came beside my car, and I saw it was Boris, that creepy guy. This time, he was close to me so I could see his entire face. I recognized him with those wide, still eyes. He didn't say anything, just watched me. I was feeling extremely uncomfortable, but I couldn't say anything. I was only waiting for the signal to go off and drive away as fast as possible. My car windows were already up. The signal was just about to change when Boris made a weird sound with his mouth, like the way we call a dog. I looked at him immediately, and he spat on my car window. I went into shock thinking, what just happened? And he drove away. The entire night, I cried till I fell asleep. I wanted to go to the cops, but I feared my dad would come to know about this. I removed my account and quit OnlyFans immediately. I wanted this freak to leave me alone. When I didn't go to work for 2 to 3 days, Lucy came to see me. What happened, Julia? Is everything all right? I couldn't keep it in anymore. I broke into tears and told Lucy how this creepy guy stalks me wherever I go. Lucy calmed me down and said, "Why don't you tell your parents to come and stay with you for a while?" I thought this can be a good idea. My dad came next week. After a lot of hesitation, I sat down with him and told him about this creepy guy and all the other details. He was pissed at me for opting to such a way for earning money, but moreover, he was relieved that I was safe. We decided to go to the cops first thing in the morning. But that night, something happened that ruined my life forever. It was around 11:30. I was sleeping in my room and my father was watching a football game in the living room. I have always been a light sleeper. I could hear the low volume of the TV, but suddenly another sound added to it. A clicking sound on the glass window of my room. I got up slowly. This jerk must have returned, I thought to myself. I decided to trap him this time. So I went slowly towards the window without making any sound. I just thought to peek outside and make sure he's there so that I can immediately call the cops and get him arrested right then. I didn't want him to see me, so I crouched on the floor and crawled to the window. I moved the curtain just a little bit to fit my eyes on the window. As soon as I placed my eyes on the window, I saw another pair of eyes already stuck on the glass. It was that psycho freak crouched down at my window and looking directly into my eyes. For a second, I just froze. My eyes were dead still as they met his cold, lifeless stare. He didn't move or blink. I can never forget this shit scary moment. Suddenly, he lifted his face and grinned at me in the most demonic way possible. I screamed to the top of my lungs and fell on the floor. My father came rushing to my room and he saw that man standing right in front of my window. He screamed at him, "You psycho! I will kill you!" He then took out the baseball bat right under my bed and ran outside. Boris didn't expect my father to be at home, so out of panic he ran towards his truck to escape. But my dad was faster than him. I ran behind him too, and I saw my dad hitting Boris on the head from the back. Boris screamed and fell on the floor. He was throbbing in pain, but at the same time, he kept saying to my father, "Your daughter is a whore. How dare you hit me for that slut?" My father went to hit him again in anger, but Boris took out a revolver and shot him. "No!" I ran towards Dad. He fell on the floor bleeding like hell. Boris got in his truck and drove away. My neighbors came out hearing the gunshot. They took my father to the hospital. I called the cops and told them everything while sobbing in fear. The cops arrested Boris within 2 days. My dad recovered in the hospital. Thankfully, the bullet went through his shoulder and not his heart. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Many members of my family rebuked me for bringing all this on my father. My stepmom cut all ties with me and took my father back to California. She doesn't let me talk to him anymore. She said it would have been better if Boris shot me instead of my father. I know I made a mistake for trusting a risky site to earn money. Sometimes I feel like I should give up on life. But then I think, was all of that only my fault? This happened last month. I am a 26-year-old male living in Atlanta. I took a side job as an Uber driver. I worked morning shift in a garage so that I can drive Uber at night. I preferred the Uber night shift because of less traffic. Anyways, one night I was finishing up a trip nearby the city mall around 8:30. It was a long summer night. I decided to take one more trip and go home to enjoy my weekend in peace. I waited near the mall to get another trip request, but I kept waiting for 10 or 15 minutes and nothing happened. Being disappointed, I thought to call it a day and return home. I lived in a small cabin at the outskirts. I took the highway and started to drive home. I put on some music and opened the car window. A cool breeze came in and gave me some relief. I lit a cigarette and kept driving in a light mood. I couldn't wait to return home and sleep till noon the next day. Everything was going fine until I reached near the highway tunnel. IMR Highway has a huge tunnel that connects the city with the outskirt area. I was almost near the tunnel. Due to the roads being completely empty, I was driving a bit faster. I was almost 10 to 15 hands distance from entering the tunnel when a man sprinted right in front of my car from the bushes. I pushed the brake so hard that the car stopped, making the tires screech loudly. I got extremely scared, thinking I might have hurt that guy. My eyes kept searching for that man, but he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a hand grasped my shoulder from the window. At first, I was scared like hell, but then I got my shit together and looked out the window. I saw a man in his late 30s panting and gasping for air. He said in a broken voice, "Please, help me, please." I realized he is in danger or something similar. I asked him, "What is it? Why are you freaking out like this?" The man looked here and there as if someone is out there looking for him. He then said in a whispering voice, "They are searching for me. Please, you must help me." I got out of the car and looked around. Being honest, there wasn't a single creature nearby. The wide, empty highway was filled with the sounds of crickets chirping. I stared at the tunnel to check if someone was there. The long, hollow tunnel had nothing but yellow lights in it. I asked the man, "Who are you searching for?" The man said in a terrifyingly low voice, "The shadow people. They want me dead." I was out of my mind at that time. I didn't know what the hell this guy was talking about. I said, "Is this some kind of a sick joke? 'Cause I'm really not in the mood right now." The man got inside the car. He sat in the driver's seat and said, "Just drive. We must leave this place right now. They're coming." I got into the car cluelessly. I told the man, "Let me call 911 for you. See, my house is on the other side of the tunnel. You can wait in my car until they arrive." The man then took out a knife from his pocket and held it near my throat. He screamed at me and said, "Just fucking drive. I'm not gonna die at the hand of those shadow people." I didn't know what to do then. I was stronger than the guy. I would have knocked him out immediately if the knife wasn't pointed at me. I said in a low but firm voice, "Listen, let's just relax. I will drive you wherever. You can just take the knife down." The man started screaming again. "Looks like you have no fear of death. If you don't drive right now." Before he could finish the sentence, he looked at the back of the car and became numb. He was staring like a statue. I asked, "What is wrong with you?" "There is no such thing called shadow people. Stop this insanity and let me call 911 for help." The man then said, "Oh my God, they are watching us now." I turned around to see what the hell he was talking about, looking at the backside of the car. I knew it was something made up by his crazy mind, but as I looked, my heart dropped into my stomach. Who are these people? Where did they come from? I swear, guys, there was a group of black shadows standing on the road. Nothing was visible except darkness on their entire body. The man said, "Now do you believe me? Drive, drive." I said in a panicked voice, "What the hell? Who are these people? Why do they look like that?" The man said, "They're all dead, and now they want my soul." The group started to walk towards our car. I can't explain the horror, because even if there were 10 to 12 people, not a single step taken by their foot made a sound. It felt like they were all kind of floating on the air instead of walking. I tried to start the car engine, but suddenly it didn't start. I tried again and again, but nothing happened. I was completely shocked by how the car suddenly got stuck like this. The man said in a panicked voice, "They're coming now. Please, do something." I twisted the car key one last time, and finally, the car started. I pressed the accelerator, and the car picked up speed. We drove into the tunnel at full speed. I looked in the rearview mirror, and there was no one behind us. I made up my mind to reach home and call 911 to hand over this freak. I was almost close to getting out of the tunnel, just when a group of black shadows appeared from the air and blocked the exit. I hit the brakes and stopped in front of the group. But this time, I didn't turn off the engine. It was hard for me to believe what I was seeing. There were no faces, no color, only black figures standing at some distance from the car. The man then screamed and said, "Why don't you leave me alone?" and started to sob like a child. What happened next still gives me chills to this day. The group suddenly opened up all their eyes at the same time. Now, there were black shadows with huge, wide eyes. Their eyes were blood red and their pupils were pale white. I have never seen such horrifying eyes in my entire life. They all looked at the man beside me and made terrifying growls. For a second, it felt like we were being hunted by a pack of wolves. I broke free from my numbness and pressed the accelerator once again. The car drove into the black shadow group and we passed through them as air blew upon us. As we made it out of the tunnel, I finally saw red and blue lights coming from the other side. I saw 3 or 4 cop cars. I didn't call for 911 yet, but I was out of all senses and rational thinking. I was, in one word, exhausted. The man in the car was still sobbing and muttering, "Please let me go. Leave me alone." I know what I faced that night might seem like a made-up story to some, but if you believe me, then I do have a rational explanation behind that vicious night. The cops came and arrested the man. They told me he is convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for mass murder in a cathedral. He broke out of prison a few hours back, but it's still really shocking to his state of mind. The cops took him back. I later read about that man. His name was Peter Shipman. One Sunday morning, he entered a church with 2 of his followers. After the prayer ceremony, his followers locked the church door from the inside. They shot 7 men and 5 women who came to attend the prayer. They robbed them and escaped the area. I can't even imagine how vicious that scenario would be when he shot all those people and left their bodies drenched in blood. But somehow, one of his followers drove their car into a tree while escaping. He died as his head bashed against the dashboard of the car. The man and his other follower ran away. Cops arrested the man under a dirty bridge. He was muttering, "Shadow people killed my partners." The body of the second follower was seen floating on the river near the bridge. Investigating officers claimed that the man killed the other partner to acquire the entire share. But if you ask me, I think it was those people's haunting spirits who took revenge on these 3 men. I have started day shifts in Uber now. I have decided to stay home at night for a couple of months to get over this unnatural incident. I don't know when I'll be able to go out at night again without the fear of shadow people. I used to work in a KFC a few years back. Later, I went back to my hometown, which is why I left the job. But this is not the only reason why I got fed up with the job. Common dine-outs like this often see customers of all kinds. So, this one-time experience kind of terrorized me for life. I worked at the counter as a cashier, so I had to deal with the customers directly. One night, I was sitting behind the counter and counting the cash at the end of the day when I heard the entrance door fly open. 2 boys came inside. One had red hair and a pale complexion, while the other had a bun tied with dirty long hairs dangling from his oily head. They were about 15 or 16 years old. Both of them had a very unclean presence. Their clothes seemed like they hadn't been washed in a long time. I could see dirt in their fingernails. A bad odor took over as soon as they approached the counter. "A bucket of fried chicken, please," the red-haired boy said in a cold voice while raising a $20 note at me. The boy with the bun wore a dirty sweatshirt even on that hot summer night. as they stood there like two fishy customers that I would never want to meet at the end of my late night shift, I realized troubles are waiting for me. I told them to take a seat and went inside to tell Ralph about our last order. Ralph was the night cook who joined recently. While giving him the orders, I told him how sketchy those boys looked to me. Ralph laughed and said, "I'm sure they won't be any petty thieves, Lucy. You go keep an eye on them. I will be there with the fried chicken soon." I went back and saw those two boys were wandering around the restaurant like they were walking in their homes. The red-haired boy was observing each detail of the shop. I even saw him noticing the security camera too attentively. With their behavior, I could tell they had some other intention. After wandering around for some time, they sat at a table nearby and started to talk in a low but deep voice. I could hear their full conversation, but I heard them addressing each other by the name of Jackson and Liam. The red-haired boy was Jackson and the other one was Liam. So far, I didn't hear Liam say a single word to me. He was the quieter one and also the most mysterious among the two. He had lots of cut marks on his face and every 5 seconds, looking at me in a very creepy way. I even saw him licking his lips while he laid his eyes on me. The cold stare and their inaudible whispers were making me even more anxious. Suddenly, Liam got up and went out of the restaurant. I wanted to ignore it, as this was none of my business, but I still asked, where did your friend go?" Jackson smiled and said, "To take a leak. How long will it take?" I smiled awkwardly and said, Not much. Our cook will bring the food soon. You guys are our last customers for the night. Hence, it's taking time to arrange everything before closing the shop." After a few minutes, Liam came back and sat beside his friend, just like before. I waited and waited for Ralph to come out, but time went away. My level of patience gave in, and I got up and walked to the kitchen. The minute I stepped inside the kitchen, the electricity went out. It wasn't a power cut, as I could see the streetlight on the highway shining bright. Someone purposefully turned off the power switch. I checked into my pockets and took out my phone. While trying to turn on the flashlight on my phone, I took a step further in the dark and stepped onto a gooey liquid that had a weird metallic stench. "Damn it, Ralph! Didn't you clean the kitchen?" I screamed in the dark. I switched on my flashlight, and as it hit the floor, I saw what I just stepped in. There was a pool of blood on the kitchen floor that came from a deep stab wound on the body of our night cook, Ralph. Oh my God. I turned around to leave when I got face to face with Jackson. He stood there with a blood-soaked knife in his hand and smiled at me. I remembered there's a back door, so I turned around to escape from there. I was a few inches away from the back door when Liam entered the kitchen. So this is what he did when he went outside. My God. He entered the kitchen from the back door and stabbed poor Ralph to death. These young boys are cold-blooded criminals. They cornered me from both ends, and I knew now it would be my turn to get slashed at their hands. What do you want?" I said in a terrified voice. "Look, Liam, she is willing to give us what we want," Jackson said while laughing like a psycho. "Let's go to the counter," he said and raised the sharp, bloody knife at me. I tried to be calm because one wrong move can silence me forever. They escorted me back to the eating area, and when we reached near the counter, Liam pushed me from behind. I tripped accidentally and hit my head on the marble desk. Blood rushed down immediately, and I started crying in pain. "Just tell me what you guys want. Please, just let me go." Yes. We don't want to murder a poor, weak woman. It doesn't worth anyway. We just want the money from the cash register. That's all. You guys are doing this for some money? There's still time. You two are too young to destroy your life like this. Do you have any idea what the cops will do to you if they ever catch you? Suddenly, I saw Liam's face turn pale. For the first time, he looked scared. He said in a fumbling voice, Maybe we should just leave, Jackson. I don't want to go to prison." Jackson grabbed his shoulder and screamed furiously. "Don't chicken out now. This bitch is just trying to mess with us. We won't get caught." He slapped me hard across my cheek, making my lips bleed, and said, "Just give us the money. We don't need your lecture, lady." Jackson gave the knife to Liam and snatched my phone from my hand. "Now go to the cash register. Go!" he screamed. The flashlight on my phone was the only source of light, till now. I knew these boys turned off the power so that the security camera fails to record them. But I didn't want them to go so easily. An idea came to my mind. I stopped and said, the cash register is automated. I need to access the computer to open it." "I hope you're not trying to be smart with me, lady, because I'll cut your throat and then dump your face inside that hot fryer in the kitchen." I made them understand that is the case when it really wasn't. They whispered to each other for a few more seconds, and Liam went inside the kitchen to turn on the power. As soon as the power came on, Jackson said, "Turn off the security camera. I know you can do that from your computer. Do it, now!" I could have easily faked that and let their entire act get recorded by the camera, but I actually did turn it off, because my plan was something more sinister. I opened the cash register and loaded the money inside a bag. As Jackson came close to take the bag from me, I grabbed his head and slammed hard on the desk. The sudden strike hit him so hard that he didn't even get the chance to scream. Half of his face got smashed as flesh and blood poured out of his wounds. I took my phone from his hands, but didn't call a 911 yet. Liam walked in from the kitchen and got shot, realizing the tables have turned. He ran towards the exit at full speed, and I was ready for my next move. He was inches away from me as he had to walk past the counter to reach the entrance. That's when I threw chili flakes on his face. I had already taken them from the kitchen when these two dumb boys were heckling me in the dark. He screamed in burning pain and fell on the floor. I ran at him and snatched the knife from his hand. I stabbed them both to death. I closed the store, cleaned all the mess, and wrapped their bodies in garbage bags. There's an incinerator in the basement to burn the waste. I called 911 now and hid their bodies inside the incinerator. The cops came and took my account on a robbery done by two mad young boys. The security camera had the footage of them entering and wandering inside the restaurant in the very beginning. The cops identified them as escaped thugs who had past records of burglary and other crimes. The story flashed in the morning news as two boys murdered the night cook and tortured a lady employee of KFC, then took all the money and ran away. I went back the next day and burnt their bodies in my free time. Only I had the access to the basement, so my secret remained pretty safe. I continued working there for a month or two, and then left the job for a fresh start. The boys are still on the wanted list. I am still the poor victim in everyone's eyes, when in reality, I got away with murder. I have decided against giving my name, as it is in my best interest. And also because I am a full-blown accomplice to the horror you are about to hear. So my alias in this story will be known as Noah. This incident happened over 5 years ago, and I have held on to it throughout all these years. But no matter how much I try, I just can't sleep right. And maybe, just maybe, telling this will remove the huge weight that has been weighing down on my conscience all these years. I worked at KFC for over 12 years. I used to love the place. The smell of the chicken, the chatting customers. Basically, everything about that restaurant made me happy. If I remember correctly, it was on a Thursday, and I had gotten a call from the manager's office. When I went there, I was told that I would soon be promoted to manager. I remember the manager at the time telling me, "Remember, being manager comes with a lot of new responsibilities, and I hope you will be able to handle it the way I have all these years." I remember telling him with a smile, "I am fully sure that I am capable, sir, and I know that I will be able to take on the position." He then replied me in a low, dark tone with, "I really hope you are." During my last weeks as a normal employee, I was given the night shifts. There was a lovely chubby kid called Timmy who always used to come to the restaurant. He would stay there all day till late at night. And since he was a regular customer, I befriended him. I later found out that the reason why he was always at the restaurant was because he hated going home. I remember he told me, "My mom and dad are always fighting. They really don't care about me. So anytime they give me money to eat, I always come here so that I don't have to see them fight. I took a liking to the kid because I sympathized with him. So after my shift, I would always keep him company. Most times, I would sit with him as he ate. One particular thing I remember about the young boy Timmy was that he would always vigorously lick his fingers after eating his food. I would always chuckle about it because it always reminded me of the KFC slogan, "It's finger licking good." So anytime I served him, I always said, "It's so good, you'll lick your fingers." The next day during my second night shift, I saw a man coming in wearing a hoodie. I couldn't see his face, but he had a bad aura and he made the environment tense. He walked up to the counter to order a bucket of chicken. I remember walking up to the table to serve the strange man his food, and he said to me in a low, deep voice, "Are these the finger-licking good ones?" I was confused, but I said, "Yeah, man, I guess so." He then replied, "You're sure these are finger-licking good ones? I don't eat any other ones but those." I was creeped out now, but I said with a forced smile, "Yeah, they sure are." With no response, he looked forward into the void and silently began to eat. I went back to the counter, a bit anxious and shaken up. After a while, the man finished his meal and he left, leaving only me and Timmy in the restaurant. I don't know why, but I heaved a sigh of relief as the environment wasn't tense anymore. The next night was basically the same thing, as the man came in and ordered the same thing he did the night before. And the night after followed in the same order as the man arrived at the same time. Nothing changed until the last night of that week. I was going to be the manager the next day, so it was my last day as a normal worker. I wasn't really doing anything, so I went out for a minute to throw out the trash. And when I came back, I couldn't see anyone. Neither Timmy nor the man was there. I was sure no one left, as I didn't see anyone leave through the front door. I became scared, and that's when I began to hear sounds coming from the kitchen. I waited for a few minutes before I decided to go check it out. As I finally reached the kitchen, I saw the weird man manning the grill while whistling a tune. I remember asking, "What are you doing here? Where's the cook?" The hooded man then replied to me in his usual low voice with, "His shift is over, so it's my turn." I remember being shocked for a minute as he said it with all confidence, as if he was sure of what he was saying. I then quickly said, "I'm sorry, man, but you don't work here and customers aren't allowed back here, so you have to leave." The hooded man just ignored me and continued cooking. I was perplexed as I didn't know what to do. I contemplated forcefully dragging him out of the kitchen, but seeing as he was a huge, unpredictable man, I decided not to. As I was deep in thought, I noticed him bring out a jar from his pocket and begin to slowly add what I assumed to be fries dipped in ketchup into the deep fryer. I couldn't make them out at first glance, but with a closer look, I realized that he was slowly dropping bloody human fingers into the fryer. It took me a moment to process what I was seeing as I slowly began to back away to call the police. And that's when I tripped on something. I quickly looked at what had tripped me, and lying across the floor was young Timmy's corpse. His hands had been mutilated as all his fingers had been cut off. I began to scream as the sight of the child I had befriended on the floor shook me to my core. Within seconds, my manager immediately rushed in. I didn't know he was still around, and I began to say, "Thank God you're here. Please, get help. This man killed this child." And that's when my manager put his hands to his lips and told me to keep quiet. "Shh, you don't want to alert anyone, now do you, Noah?" he said. He then calmly walked to the hooded man and said, "Mr. Cornelius here is just our night chef." That's when the man removed his hoodie, and I saw his face. He had scarrings all over as he looked like a messed up butcher. He was just doing the needful. I was speechless and confused at the same time, but I remember stuttering out, "Are you feeding our customers human fingers?" That's when my manager replied to me with, "Gods, no. You see, Noah, the way fine wine adds a divine taste to dishes is the same way seasoned human fingers add to the taste of chicken." I was still frozen in place and confused. He then continued with, "It's simple. To get that finger-licking good taste, we need good seasoned human fingers as it changes the taste entirely. It's like that special spice. Believe me, you won't understand till you've tried a fresh one from the batch. The cook then offered me a wing to taste. I was still frozen, contemplating whether to scream and run, and that's when my manager said, "These are the new responsibilities that come with being a manager." I was once in your position, Mr. Noah, and I had to choose. And remember, you were the one who said you were ready for it. I don't know why, but there was this sick voice at the back of my head that told me to do it. Maybe it was my selfish human wants, as I really wanted to be the manager. I had subconsciously waited so long for the position, and if keeping one little messed up secret was the price to get what I wanted, so be it. So I did it. I remember taking the wing and eating it, and I realized that everything they said was true, as it had a beautiful sweet taste to it, something I hadn't tasted before. I went on to be the manager of that branch for 5 years, and in that time, I ignored all the missing people posters that were popping up, as I knew what had happened to each and every one of them. Even after all this time, I thought I had silenced my conscience, but I still see Timmy's face every night for the past 5 years. I'm not telling this story for forgiveness, neither am I telling it out of remorse. I'm doing it because I hope telling this story gives me the peace I so desperately need.
I like going for a run after dinner every night. When I was in college, I was popular as the bravest boy in our gang. I've always been the risk-taker, adventurous type. I live in a small town, and after my parents' death, I inherited their house. I created an office space for myself. I'm a professional gamer, and I write for a few tech websites. I was completely satisfied with my life until this happened. It was a warm Monday night. After dwelling with huge work pressure, I was dying to go out for a jog. As soon as I finished my dinner, I changed into my running clothes and started on the road. The area where I live is close to an abandoned factory site with dusty roads leading to the woods. After running for 5 to 7 minutes, I reached in front of the abandoned factory and stopped. I remembered my father telling me creepy stories about this factory. Many people in our town used to say this factory had a hidden space to run weird experiments. But one day, a fire broke out, and the entire place burned down. Since then, this plot has been an abandoned location. I watch the black, broken structure attentively. It still risks me to think some crazy people ran experiments here. I shrugged it off eventually and started to run again. I decided to make a round through the area surrounding this factory. This way, I will cover up a pretty big lap, and also going in a circle will help me find my way back home. I looked at my watch and saw it was 10:30 at night. The factory stood right in the middle of the ground. When I came closer to the entrance gate of the factory, I heard a noise. At first, I failed to spot it out, but the more I got to the entrance, the louder the sound got. It was the scream of a woman. My heart stopped right at that second. Did I hear that correctly? But before I could contemplate on that thought, the scream took place again. I turned to the factory immediately. The broken windows and shattered glass signified it had been abandoned for a long time. After a lot of hesitation, I started to walk towards the entrance. The weed-covered ground made it difficult to walk. The sound of wind and crickets chirping nearby gave me serious horror movie vibes. As I stood in front of the main door of the factory, something at the back of my mind kept telling me that I shouldn't be here. I pushed the half-broken door and tiptoed inside the building. A large empty hall stood in front of me. The floor was covered with dust and all kinds of dirt. At the end of the hall, I saw an iron stairway leading to the top floor, but the entire place seemed out of use. I was wondering if I should be going upstairs or not, just when I saw a thin ray of light coming from the floor under the staircase. All this time, I didn't notice it. I carefully walked to the area of the floor. I saw a square lid was placed on the floor. I could easily understand that this lid is nothing but a doorway to the basement area. Now, I've heard enough weird stories about the experiments that used to take place under this factory. I even heard about a secret lab residing under this property. I got down on my hands and knees and lifted the lid to peek inside. I wanted to know what was happening down there. What I saw terrified me for life. There were 6 to 7 people dressed weirdly. They were standing surrounding a cage, and inside the cage stood a gigantic evil creature. Its entire body was black, but its eyes were like lightning bolts. The lights I saw earlier were coming from its huge, bright eyes. The creature kept screaming in a squeaky voice, and the men tried to keep him contained in that cage. Suddenly, my phone rang and the creature looked right at me. I felt like I just went blind for a few seconds. A man said, "Don't look at the eyes! You must never look at the eyes of SCP-15. I got up and started to run for my life. It took me some time to adjust my vision, but I didn't stop. When I reached home, I got inside and closed the door right behind me. Since that night, I started to experience some weird changes in myself. No matter how much I ate or worked out, I kept losing weight rapidly. My neighbor, Mrs. Sherman, got shocked seeing me one day. "Oh my God, Jeremy, are you suffering from a serious illness?" "No, I have no idea, Mrs. Sherman," I said in a feeble voice. I went to my family doctor and many other doctors as well, but no one was able to detect what was happening to me. One night, I was sitting in my kitchen having dinner. Suddenly, I saw a black shadow moving in my backyard. My stomach dropped in fear. The door leading to the backyard is right beside my kitchen area. The black shadow rushed towards the door and I saw the doorknob twisting on its own. I ran to hold the door to prevent whoever was trying to get inside. I almost slammed on the door, and as I looked to the window, a pair of floodlights flashed behind the glass window. It was the same creature I saw that night under the abandoned factory. I was standing face to face with this devil. The only obstacle between us was my wooden door. I knew the door was nothing to this giant. How could he have just followed me? I screamed for help, but there was no one to hear my cry. The dark, evil giant then banged hard on the door. I got pushed with a huge force and fell on the floor. The door broke down in front of my eyes. SCP-15 stood right in front of me. It opened its huge mouth. I saw sharp yellow teeth flashing inside its huge jaw. I screamed because I knew this is probably the last scream of my life, and then fainted on the ground. I woke up in a hospital bed 2 days after the incident. I was shocked to find myself alive. I asked the doctor if anyone found the creature that attacked me. She looked at me with mysterious eyes. "What do you think happened to you, Mr. Smith?" Convincingly, I said, "I was attacked! That devil attacked me! Didn't any of you see him? He has huge, bright eyes! God, his eyes!" The doctor said, "Calm down, Jeremy. You were found unconscious in your house. There were signs of a break-in at your back door. Your neighbor came to see you and thought you had been robbed and beaten. That's why they brought you here. Don't you remember any of that?" My eyes stunned in fear. I looked at the window and said, That means he's still out there."
Riley started late from her friend's house. Her feet stumbled as she walked on the sidewalks. She went to attend a party and got really drunk. The streetlight stood on the empty roads. There was no one around her. Her house is still 30 minutes away from here. She somehow stopped under a streetlight and decided to book an Uber for a safe journey home. With gloomy eyes and hazy vision, she booked a cab. The cab number read 2009. Riley waited for a few minutes. She looked around her. The wind and the silence of the night spooked her a bit. She thought to herself, "I should have listened to Casey. It was a bad idea to leave for home tonight." All kinds of tense thoughts were going through her mind when a pair of headlights appeared from the end of the road. A white-colored Uber kept coming towards her. Riley immediately gestured with her hand, and the Uber stopped right in front of her. She was so drunk that the bright headlights of the car made her vision even more blurry. She saw the number, 200. Oh, yes, this is it, and got into the cab. The cab driver looked at the rearview mirror and said, "Where will you go?" Riley replied, 21 IMR Street. Just drive faster. The driver had a weird smile on his face. He started the car and replied, "As you wish." Riley closed her eyes and sat for a few minutes. She started to feel a bit fine. As she opened her eyes, she saw they weren't on the highway anymore. The car is now going through an old dusty road. She got a bit tensed and said, "Hey, which road is this?" The car driver smiled and said, "I took a shortcut, madam. Don't worry." Riley checked the GPS, and there was indeed a connecting road at some distance from this one. The driver started to chat with her. "So, you live alone, huh?" the driver said. Riley replied, "Yeah." She was trying to keep the conversation as short as possible, but it seemed like the driver was hitting on her. The driver then said something which ran a shiver down her spine. "You know, a beautiful girl like you should not roam in the streets at night all by herself. Haven't you heard of the incidents that are happening these days?" Riley suddenly remembered what her friend Sarah told her at the party. They were all sitting on the couch and having drinks when Sarah said, "Have you guys heard about the slit throat killer?" Everyone got surprised, including Riley. Sarah went on saying that for the last couple of days, Atlanta cops have said to have discovered 3 bodies from the highways. It seemed like someone slit their throats and dumped their bodies in the bushes on the high road. The cops have no idea who did this, but they are suspecting that there might be a serial killer roaming the streets at night, luring people into traps and slicing their throats. All 3 bodies were found on abandoned, empty roads, pointing out that when they were killed, there wasn't anyone around the area. Riley got all tensed and immediately got charged up. But the horror was yet to unfold in front of her. She received a notification from her Uber app. Until now, she closed the app after getting into the car. The notification read, "You have been charged for the canceled booking." Riley opened the app and realized she is stepping into grave danger. Car number 2009 waited for her at the pickup location for almost 15 minutes. But as she didn't show up there, the driver just canceled the ride and left. If her ride has been canceled, then who is this person driving her right now? Riley's stomach dropped in fear. She couldn't speak or say a single word. There is no point of screaming right now because there wasn't a single human being nearby. She can't call someone in front of this guy asking for help. Riley knew this man took her into his car with bad intentions. Is he the slit throat killer everyone was talking about at the party? Oh my God. Drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. Riley calmed herself down. The only way she can get out of this situation alive is if she uses her brain. The man looked at her from the rearview mirror and asked, "Are you all right, madam?" Riley smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. How long will it take?" The man replied in a cold voice, "Not much longer." The man's reply felt like something is about to happen at any moment now. Riley was praying to God to save her from this unknown guy and his evil intentions. Riley said to the driver, keeping her voice as calm as possible, What were you talking about back then?" The driver said, "Oh, you mean the slit throat killer? Interesting guy, huh?" Then the man chuckled. Riley said, "Interesting. The cops are going to catch that killer soon. They have already found his victims' bodies." The driver laughed this time and replied, "Madam, the cops found his victims because he wanted them to. People like this are insane. You can't spot them out even if they come right in front of you. They wear masks to fool you." The more the driver spoke about this serial killer, Riley's heart started to beat faster. But suddenly, the car started to jerk hugely and the driver pulled the brake. The car stopped, making a loud noise. The driver got out of the car and lifted the hood to check the engine. Riley sat inside quietly. The driver then came close to her window and said, "I think there has been some issue in the engine. Wait inside as I check it out." Riley knew the end was near. The man has probably stopped the car on his own and is now making this all up. It's high time, and Riley needs to act. The man again went in front of the car. Riley could hear the metal sound coming from behind the car bonnet. She slowly opened the car door, grabbing her bag in her hand, then tiptoed to the back of the car. There were vast empty fields on one side and deep woods on the other side of the road. The driver said, "Looks like we have to think of some other option, madam. I don't think this car will start tonight. If you don't mind, my house is nearby. We can go there and call the mechanics." So this is why this guy took this road, Riley thought to herself. This guy wants to lure her into the woods now and murder her like his 3 other victims. Riley didn't respond. She stood at the back of the car as silently as possible. Riley knew this is her only chance. She started to hear footsteps approaching her. With every step coming close to her, Riley slid to the opposite direction. By the time the driver reached behind the car, Riley went to his side. The driver got shocked as he realized Riley was missing. He said in a confused voice, "Madam, madam." Just then, he heard Riley's voice behind him. "Yes? What is it?" Riley said in a firm voice. Her eyes were wide and big. The driver got spooked for a moment. He then said, "We can walk to my house and call for a mechanic." Riley smirked and replied, "You are not my ride, no? I booked a cab number 2009. Your cab is 2006. The cab driver smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, you asked for a lift and I could use some extra cash, so I thought I'd drive you, but I took a wrong shortcut. Please don't call the cops on me, madam." Riley looked at him and said, "For a moment, I thought you were the slit-throat killer." The man laughed awkwardly and said, "No, madam, I am definitely not that creepy guy. Please believe me." Riley laughed and said, "You are wrong again. It's not a he, but a she." The driver spoke in a terrified face. "What?" Riley took out her shining knife and lifted her hand. Her innocent face turned into a devil. She smiled in a horrible way and sliced the driver's throat with one slash. The man felt lifeless on the floor while choking on his own blood. She then washed her hands with a water bottle inside her bag. She always carries water with her. It is better to wash off the blood immediately before it dries out on her skin. She pushed the body in the ditch nearby the dusty road with a kick. The high road is 5 minutes walk from there. She reached the highway and booked herself an Uber this time. It was 12 o'clock at night. Riley got inside the car and said to the driver, "Drive me home. I feel tired." Next day, the news flashed. New body found near an old dusty road at the town outskirt. Cops are saying this is the 4th victim of the slit-throat killer. The victim was an Uber driver, probably coming home that night as he had no bookings in the record. It seems like the killer stopped his car and lured him into his trap like every other victim. The senior commissioner of police has said they are going to catch this man very soon and put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Riley sipped from her coffee cup and gave an evil smile as she watched the news, sitting on her living room couch.
The quarantine was a painful time. Humans never felt this much threatened when they got locked up inside their own houses. I live in an apartment amidst the city. The neighborhood around is not very friendly. There's an alley full of addicts and homeless people. During the pandemic, the spread of the virus increased rapidly in my area. Hence, I had to isolate myself completely. I spent my days watching TV or reading books, and sometimes when I felt too claustrophobic, I used to go sit on the balcony. I could see the entire neighborhood from my bedroom balcony. On the other side stood another old building. There's an apartment on the same level as mine. A man lived there. I saw him many times roaming inside the apartment. One night, I was watching TV in my living room when I overheard an argument. A man and a woman were arguing. As I already said, this neighborhood wasn't an ideal place if you want to live in peace. There's always some type of brawl going on around here. I don't know why, but I went to the balcony to take a look. I kept the lights off so no one could see me. I saw the man in the opposite apartment. He was fighting with a woman. I couldn't see the face of the woman, but suddenly she got furious and ran towards their balcony. She got up on the balcony, and for a moment I thought she was going to jump. The man rushed behind her, and before she could jump, he grabbed her from behind and went inside. The lights were turned off and everything went quiet immediately. I came back to my living room, but couldn't help but think about them. Since that incident, the man's behavior changed forever. I didn't see that woman anymore. Whenever I came to the balcony, I could see the man spraying a liquid all over his house. It wasn't weird because I thought he might be sanitizing his home, but I never saw anyone going to their house or them coming out. So what's the point of disinfecting the house now and then? One morning, the cops came and picked up the homeless people to put them into a shelter. Most of these homeless people were infected, so after their evacuation, the entire alley was sanitized. The entire locality was completely silent after that. I could hear neighbors talking, as the apartments were in close distance. One night, I wasn't getting any sleep, so I went to smoke on the balcony. The roads were empty and silent. Suddenly, I heard a woman weeping. My eyes went straight to the apartment of the mysterious man. I heard him threatening that woman.
"Don't you dare sneak behind me, Samara! I will never let you do that!"
The woman said in a sobbing voice.
"Please stop this madness! You've gone insane, Robert! This is not right! Please!"
And she started weeping terribly. I could see their bedroom window and the man standing in front of it, looking to the other side of the room. I couldn't see the whole room, but I could tell that the woman was in the room as well. Oh my God, is he keeping her hostage? I wanted to be sure, so I tried to look, but suddenly, that man looked right into my eyes. I will never forget the dead cold stare he gave me. He closed the curtains on my face. I couldn't help but think how cruel the man was. He's keeping that poor woman against her will, and surely torturing her. I could have called the cops on him, but the woman called him by his name, and I've heard them arguing a lot times before. I wanted to be sure of this man's intentions before interfering in the matter further. Every night I went to the balcony waiting to hear the woman's voice one more time, or the man screaming at her, but they all went quiet all of a sudden. 3 days went by and it felt like no one lived in that apartment anymore. The curtains were closed at all times. I thought they might have gone somewhere, or it was a couple of fights which they had sorted out on their own eventually. Until one night, I heard the woman's voice again.
"Please, Rob, it's our son! You can't keep him like this anymore! Please stop this madness, for God's sake! Why don't you just shut up? Listen, if you want to be awake, then keep your mouth shut, or I will shove those sleeping pills inside your mouth so you will never wake up again!" Do that. Kill me. I don't want to live like this anymore. This is insanity. I can't stand this.
Danny is my son too, Samara. I know what will be good for him. You are a mother. How can you ask your child to be taken from you? What kind of woman are you? Samara didn't speak anymore. All I could hear was her muffled cry fading away. I was completely confused with this weird family, but I convinced myself that they're having family issues, and as a stranger, it wouldn't be nice to step in on their private lives. But for a moment, the question did come to my mind. Why is he giving his wife sleeping pills forcefully? A month went by and I stopped paying attention to their arguments. My interest kind of faded away because it wasn't that uncommon of an event. I mean, no family is perfect. One fine morning I was making breakfast when I heard cop car sounds. I thought the cops might be patrolling the area to pick up the homeless again, but the car siren didn't fade away. It was coming from a very close distance. I ran towards the balcony and saw paramedics were inside the man's apartment. They opened the room windows and a foul smell choked the air. I saw 2 cops talking to a paramedic staff. Within a few seconds, I saw them taking out 3 bodies on stretchers. The entire family was dead. I was shocked. The entire situation felt too complicated. But I didn't have to wait long. The truth unraveled as the cops did a further investigation. It came to know that the man named Robert lived with his wife Samara and Daniel in the apartment. They were a happy family, but Daniel fell sick somehow, and the lockdown took place right then. Due to the unavailability of proper medical help in the middle of a pandemic, the poor kid passed away in the apartment. The couple broke down in pain, but Robert lost his mind completely. He denied reporting his son's death to the hospital just to keep his body with him. Now I realized why Samara repeatedly told him it was madness. She tried to make him realize, but he was adamant to not give Daniel away. Soon, the couple started to fight terribly, and Samara warned Robert that if he doesn't inform the paramedics, she will. As soon as Samara said that, Robert took it as a threat. He thought she was trying to get rid of their son, so he started giving her pills to sleep all day and keep her mouth shut. But too many pills would have killed her as well. They fought and fought until Robert took the final step. He couldn't deal with the grief of his son's death and keep torturing his wife like this as well. So one night, he gave Samara a huge amount of sleeping pills. It caused a heart attack in her sleep, and then he hung himself. Maybe someone smelt the rotten bodies and called the cops. When the cops broke in, they found 3 horrible-looking corpses inside that apartment. I had serious trouble sleeping at night after this incident came out. Often, at night, I woke up thinking the entire family is standing on my balcony and watching me. My name's Samuel. My friends call me Sam. I have an elder brother named Joseph. We never met our dad, and Mom passed away a few years ago. Joseph worked in a local garage until the coronavirus outbreak took place. Needless to say, he lost his job. We would have starved if not for our grandparents leaving money for us. The house we lived in belonged to them as well. I'm currently in junior high, and Joseph was about to finish high school until the lockdown took place and changed our lives forever. Everyone accepted quarantine and locked themselves inside their houses. Joseph and I spent our days doing house chores, playing board games, or watching movies. The house we lived in was quite old, especially the basement. It was so dark and dingy that I hated going there. But Joseph would send me to do laundry, even if he knew I was scared of the basement. Maybe he wanted me to conquer the fear this way. Anyways, it was a rainy Monday afternoon. Daylight hid behind the dark clouds in the sky. I woke up hearing the sound of a thunderstorm outside. I was coming down from the stairs when my eyes went to the floor. I saw muddy footprints started from the main door and stopped right in front of the basement door. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The main door was wide open, and so was the basement door. Joseph went to buy groceries for storage, so I knew I was supposed to be the only one in the house. A gust of wind slammed the main door, and it closed, making a loud thud. My heart started to beat like a wild horse. I grabbed an umbrella from the stand and walked towards the basement to check. I stood in front of the basement. The basement was dark as hell. I heard sounds down there. Oh my God, there's an intruder in my house. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming upstairs. I quickly stood against the wall and waited for the stranger to get out. The footsteps were coming closer and closer. As soon as I saw a foot stepping outside the basement, I swung the umbrella in full speed, hitting the man in the head. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with you, Sam? Joe! It's you. I'm so sorry. I saw the muddy footprints and thought someone broke in. Yeah, right. By unlocking the main door? I remembered my brother locked the door before going out. I felt dumb for freaking out like a toddler. Joseph made me clean the entire floor for hitting him. After finishing the mopping on the floor, I went to the basement to keep the equipment. The sound of a thunderstorm made the basement even creepier this time. I tried the lights, but they didn't switch on. Every time the lightning sparked, I could see the basement. So I figured out my way using the flash of lightning. There's a washing machine on my left and shelves to keep our things at my right. I went there and placed the mop in the bucket. I looked around one more time when suddenly, lightning flashed and I heard a groaning sound. The sound was scary as hell, and without wasting a single second, I ran upstairs. Joe, there's a ghost in the basement. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with our basement. You get scared at everything, huh? Fine. I'll keep it locked from now on, and you don't have to go there anymore. I'll do the laundry. Happy? I felt some relief that finally Joseph agreed to let me stay out of that place. But the more time passed, weird things started to happen. One night, I went to the kitchen to drink water when I heard a sobbing sound coming from the basement, as if someone was in pain. The cry went on for a few minutes, then stopped all of a sudden. I went close to the basement door and twisted the doorknob to open it. Sam, what the hell are you doing here this late? I turned around and saw my brother was standing behind me with a surprised look on his face. I just heard a sound from the basement. I think you should go check it. Stop making these silly stories, Sam. I've had enough about the basement. Just go to your room and sleep. I knew if I argued more with Joe, he would get furious, so I shrugged it off and went back to bed. The next morning, Joe went out to get a few things on his own. This was my chance to search the basement and driving away from my fear of the unknown. But as I tried to open the door, I found it locked, which seemed weird to me because there was no reason to lock the basement door. I thought Joe may have locked it so that I don't get scared going down there out of curiosity. But with time, my brother's behavior started to change drastically. At night, I could hear him talking. I saw him going in and out of the basement a lot. I wanted to ask him what was going on, but didn't have the courage. One night, Joe and I watched football after dinner. He drank a lot of beers and passed out on the couch. I was thinking about going to my room and sleeping. Just when I walked past the basement door, I heard the muffled cry once again. It was the voice of a woman. I gathered all the courage and took out the key from Joe's pocket while he slept. I could sense that something was wrong going on in our house. I twisted the key and opened the door without making a sound. I walked down the stairs. My heart was beating heavily. The basement was dark, and I turned on the flashlight that I brought with me. The basement was the same like last time, except there was a bumpy cloth lying right in the corner. I could tell that there was something underneath the damn cloth, and it was moving. Oh my god, what is that? As soon as I uttered those words, the thing underneath the cloth started to move again. I heard the muffled cry one more time. I tiptoed towards it even though I was extremely scared, and I grabbed the cloth and removed it in one go. A girl was lying on the floor. Her hands and legs were tied, and her mouth was taped as well. She looked at me with terrified eyes. Her stare was asking for help. I was out of my mind. Did Joe keep you here all this time? The girl nodded her head frantically. I couldn't believe my brother could do something like this. I realized that I had to save her and stop my brother before he could hurt her more. I silently walked upstairs again to call the cops. Joe was sleeping in the same manner on the couch. I dialed 911 from his cell phone and told them to come quickly. I then rushed back to the basement. Don't worry, I've called the cops. They'll be here soon. I got busy untying the poor girl. She was of my brother's age. When I removed the duct tape from her mouth, I finally was able to recognize her. She studies in our school. I've seen her many times in the cafeteria. I had no idea Joe knew her because he never talked to any girls. Not that I know of. Sam, what are you doing? I heard Joe's voice behind me. He was burning in anger. Joe, this isn't right. You can't torture her like this. Why did you bring her here? I'm not torturing her. I love her. She just doesn't realize that. She needs time to accept my love, you know? Then we can all stay happy, like a family. Isn't it, Nina? Joe looked at the girl and smiled in a very freaky way. For a moment, I felt this man wasn't my brother. This is someone else. No, you're keeping her against her will. That's not right. Shut up! You don't tell me what's right. I'm your eldest brother, and you do exactly what I tell you to. Now go to your room and leave Nina alone. No, please don't leave me with him. Please do not leave me here. Nina grabbed my hand tightly and pleaded with me to not leave her there. I don't know how I got the courage, but I looked at Joe with determined eyes and said, No, I'm not leaving her with you. The cops will be here soon. I must stop you before you make another mistake, Joe. What? You called the cops? Holy shit, why did you do that? Joe ran upstairs like a timid cat. I ran behind him to stop him, but he escaped. When the cops came and found Nina in our basement, they informed her parents. My brother abducted her on her way home from school. Nina's parents appreciated me for standing against my brother, helping her to get back to her family. I've been put into foster care. The cops are still searching for my brother. I just want to give him a message. Joe, if you're watching this, please surrender yourself to the cops. I know they'll punish you for what you did, but it'll be better to get over this incident than run away from it your entire life. Please come back. You're the only family I have.
I am Samuel, and this is not exactly my story, but unfortunately, I ended up being a part of it. A few months back, I went on a hiking trip in Bloomington, Indiana with my 3 friends, Betty, Jason, and Molly. We studied in the same high school and often met each other during the holidays. There is a park in Bloomington named McCormick's Creek State Park. The park is the oldest park in the state of Indiana. There's a magnificent waterfall, many caves, and deep woods, making the park an ideal spot for campers. We visited the waterfall and clicked some pictures in front of it. The location was amazing. Half the time of the day we went wandering around. After walking for a long time, we decided to rest for a while and then look for a spot to camp for the night. Betty sat down on a big rock and said, "Loving this place." We agreed with her. Jason started to record videos on his phone while I took out a sandwich from my backpack to eat. The birds were chirping around us. I could hear the sound of splashing water coming from the waterfall in the distance. Molly and Betty were sitting close to me and laughing. I was enjoying the view when suddenly I heard Jason's voice. "Whoa, what the hell is this?" Molly got up and asked, What happened, Jason?" We saw Jason standing behind a bush and watching something. He said in a loud voice, "Come, see for yourself." We got up and went towards his direction. As soon as I reached the near bush, the hair at the back of my neck stood up. There was a medium-sized animal skull lying on the ground. It seemed like a deer or something of that sort. It had horns and a bad smell as well. The weird part was the lower jaw of the skull was missing. There was only the upper side, which made it look like a huge, spooky mask. We all kept staring at it with surprised eyes. "How long has this thing been here?" Jason said. Betty replied, "Well, some animal might have died and left it here." I couldn't help but laugh at her sarcasm. Jason replied in an irritating voice, "I know that." Jason got down and went to touch it, but something really unexpected happened. As he stretched his hand towards the skull suddenly moved away. "Oh my God, did it move on its own?" Betty said with shocking eyes. We were all equally shocked to witness this incident. I said, well, there could be a rat or a small animal underneath it." Betty replied, "Ew. There could be maggots too. Whatever it is, I don't want to be near this shit." Molly said, "Come on guys, let's go and camp for the night. This is just a stupid skull of a dead animal, and it's creeping me out too." Honestly, the skull made me uncomfortable too. There was something about it that didn't feel right. We all took our backpacks and started to walk away. But as I turned back, I saw Jason was still standing there and watching it, without even blinking for even a second. I said in a loud voice, "Jason, come on, we gotta go." He said hesitantly, "Yeah, coming." We walked for another 15 minutes and chose a favorable site for camping. Everyone got busy arranging their tents, but Jason sat down on the ground and kept looking at the horizon. He became awfully quiet all of a sudden. I sat beside him and handed him a beer. He took the beer and then said in a confused tone, "You did see the skull move on its own, right, Sam?" I said, "Come on, Jason, you're still thinking about that skull? We came here to have some fun. Let it be, man." The sun started to set and darkness took over. I arranged some wood and lit a fire for our barbecue. Molly brought some marinated chicken. Using a stick, we started to roast it in the fire. We were drinking beer and enjoying the silence around us. The crackling sound of the fire, mixed with the crickets, made for a spooky ambiance. Suddenly, we came to realize that Jason is nowhere to be seen. Betty said, where is Jason? I told her that he was sitting on the rock a few moments back. Molly got up and said in a tensed voice, where did he go then? We should look for him. I tried to call his cell phone, but there was no network in that area. We already set the camp up, and leaving all of our stuff would not have been a smart move. So I told Betty, why don't you stay here in case Jason comes back? Meanwhile, Molly and I will go look for him. Betty agreed, and we started to search for Jason. Jason! Molly shouted, but no reply came back. The park was in complete darkness. We were using our flashlights to make our way. The pale moonlight created an environment of light and shadow. Every time I stepped in the rusty leaves, I felt like someone was watching me. I don't know why I felt that way, because I didn't see anyone around. Where the hell did he go, Sam? Molly asked in a tiring voice. I said in a worried voice, I don't know. He seemed disturbed from the moment he discovered that animal skull. It will be hard to find him in this darkness but before I could finish my sentence, a terrifying scream took place. Molly said in a panicked voice, isn't that Betty? Without wasting a single second, we started to run towards the campsite. I knew Betty was in trouble. The scream I just heard was nothing but a cry for help. We were running like madmen. Bushy leaves and wild trees pierced our skins as we ran through them. It took us 5 to 7 minutes to reach the campsite. But as soon as we did, the blood in our veins turned into ice. Betty was lying on the ground near the campfire. Her eyes were wide open and still. There was blood all over her body, and she had no arms. Yes, Betty's arms were missing, as if someone ripped her arms like a broken twig. Molly screamed at the top of her lungs, witnessing this vicious sight. I didn't know what to do at that moment, because I've never seen a death like that. But before we could even make up our minds and take control of the situation, the ultimate horror took place. We heard a sound of munching coming from behind a tent nearby. I picked up a wooden branch from the ground because I knew that the creature that killed our friend is still among us. I told Molly to keep quiet, and we slowly tiptoed towards the tent nearby. As we peeked behind it, my stomach dropped. A horrifying creature was chewing flesh of a human arm. It goes without saying, those were Betty's arms. The creature was sitting on his legs like a human figure. Due to the darkness around him, it was hard to see it clearly. But the way he was chewing and feeding on that human flesh, it scared the shit out of me. Molly couldn't hold it anymore and started to vomit on the ground. The creature immediately turned at us, and my flashlight fell on his face. What I saw, I will never be able to forget. It was a human-like figure, but instead of a human face, it had an animal skull. The same skull we saw in the afternoon while hiking near the waterfall. The skull covered half of its face, but I could still see its bloody, vicious mouth. There were thousands of sharp teeth coming out of it. Blood was dripping from it. The creature got up and made a spine-chilling growl. We took steps back, but I knew our end was near. There's no way Molly and I can defeat this hound from hell. Its bony, pigmented skin made me nauseous. Its sharp claws with long nails were enough to slice my throat off in a wink. I prayed to God to save us from this thing. The creature kept growling and taking small steps towards us. Its nature was just like a predator. It crouched on the ground in an attempt to make its final jump. We were so scared and shocked at that moment that we forgot to run. We knew it was going to hurl on us, and no one will ever know what happened to 4 young boys and girls who came for camping. I was sure this same creature killed our friend Jason too, when suddenly, my eyes went to the left arm of this creature. My friend Jason had a tattoo of an anchor on his left arm, and this evil demon standing right in front of me had the same tattoo. on his left arm, too. I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Oh my God, Jason, is this you? What happened to you? Why are you trying to kill your own friends?" Jason laughed in his demonic voice and said, "I'm hungry. So hungry. I need to feed." He then jumped on me and pierced his claw into my stomach. I screamed in pain and said, "Run! Molly, run!" But suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of 4 or 5 men came out in front of us. They were dressed in spacesuit-like costume. None of their faces were visible. They pointed a laser gun and fired at Jason. Making a last and final growl, Jason's body fell lifelessly on the ground. As soon as he fell on the ground, the animal skull came off his head on its own. Those men nursed my wound. Molly was lying unconscious on the ground. They took the skull inside a closed box. I said in a painful voice, "Who are you all? What happened to my friend? What is this animal skull?" They didn't reply to me. They started to walk away after taking the skull with them. Except one guy turned towards me and said, "We have called the cops. They will be at your rescue." He then turned towards another member of his crew and said, "Call General and tell him we have successfully managed to capture SCP-323. Tell him to keep the cell ready for its containment." I don't know who they were and what happened to my friend, but we told the cops how an animal attack changed our lives into a living nightmare. I still have so many unanswered questions that keep me awake at night.
This true incident of my life can be quite disturbing for many viewers. I myself am also ramsacked by the impact of this incident that I can barely sleep at night. I would like to keep my identity hidden, so for the sake of the story, you can call me Ted. Since childhood, I was different than other kids of my age. I still remember the first time I witnessed death. I was playing in our backyard when a pigeon broke its neck and fell in front of my monster truck. I don't know why a thrilling sensation grabbed me that day. Instead of calling for help, I crushed the suffering pigeon with my truck. The pigeon flopped its wings, and blood kept flowing from its smashed head. As I grew up, this feeling of seeing blood flow grew too. I sometimes used to bite my own lips just to taste some drops of blood. I won't deny, I like the salty flavor of it, even more than any dessert. When I was 12 years old, my mother went to visit my grandmother, and I was home alone. Our neighbor next door came to cook some food for me. Miss Harrison made me some steaks that night. While chopping the meat, she accidentally cut her finger with our sharp kitchen knife. She went to the washroom to dress her wound and told me to wash the knife as it had drops of her blood. As soon as she disappeared from sight, I secretly licked the knife and tasted her blood. I won't lie, it felt amazing. Soon, I came to realize that I possess a very weird fantasy which, in other terms, can be compared to cannibalism. No matter how many types of meat I had my entire life, nothing beats the taste of human blood and flesh. With more days passing by, my weird fantasy started to make me anxious. I was looking for a way to make it come true by tasting actual human flesh. You must understand that I'm not a killer. My intention was never to hurt anyone on purpose, but I couldn't help myself with this hidden fantasy either. I was going through a troubled time then. My father died from a heart attack and our family fell apart. He was admitted to the hospital for a long time. On the day of his death, when my mom and grandparents were busy talking to the doctors and paying the medical bills, I sneaked into the hospital morgue. I saw fresh dead bodies lying there. It was probably lunchtime, so there was no stuff there. I was completely aware of the security cameras, so I chose a dead body laying in the corner of the morgue. I carefully got close to it without revealing my face to the camera. I used a small surgical knife that I stole from my high school lab. I cut a few pieces of flesh from the body and ate it. Even though the flesh was a bit stiff, it tasted like heaven. I finally realized I am a cannibal. I finished high school and decided to study medical science so that I can remain close to dead bodies. My first year of college went by tasting dead people's meat. I used to cut out selective body parts from the cadavers kept in the lab of our medical school, then have them as my dinner. Things weren't great, but I was addicted to it. One day, I was sitting in my room and browsing through the dark web when I came across a site named Cannibal Cafe Forum. This cannibalistic forum is about eating people and being eaten by people. Here, people log in requests to get eaten or eat others, talk about their cannibalistic fantasies. For example, a note under the website read, "The Cannibal Cafe Forum is dedicated to covering a full range of cannibalistic fantasy." The topics here deal with fantasies involving consenting adults. The more I searched that site, the more my curiosity increased. Some people willingly wanted to be victims of cannibalism. I was shocked and extremely excited to find out about this site. I logged on and started to take part in chats on that forum. I had no friends, no girlfriend, and I hardly visited my family after moving out for college. I wanted to keep my life as private as possible to avoid any source of suspicion from anyone. Every day, after coming back from college, my routine was to sit in front of my computer and explore the Cannibal Cafe Forum. People posted ads on that forum expressing their desire to get eaten and tasted by others. For me, it was like my own custom shopping site. I thought everything through and decided to post an ad myself. As I said already, I am not a killer, so all I wanted was a volunteer to make my fantasy come true. People used to talk about tasting human flesh, how to cut a human body in perfect pieces, what kind of recipes should be followed for a certain part of a body, and so on. I posted an ad that read, "Looking for a volunteering victim to assist for a few of my recipes. Interested candidates, mail me." Every night after coming home, I checked the page to see if someone has responded to my ad or not. A few weeks passed and nothing happened. I almost lost interest in this forum. I started to doubt the entire setup as a scam. A part of my mind kept telling me, none of this is actually real people. People who are claiming to be cannibals just like me are not at all criminals in real life. This is probably a hoax just to spook people about the dark web. I was on the verge of deleting my account and move on with my terrible secret when a reply popped up on my ad. It was a rainy Saturday night. I rented an apartment for myself. I used to work at a medical store on an internship basis to earn some cash. I had no social life as such, so my expenses were quite minimum in comparison to other college-going boys and girls. I came home completely drenched that night. I stormed into my room and opened my computer like every other day. I logged into the page and went to freshen up. While I took a shower in my bathroom, I kept hearing the sound of notifications coming from my computer. Within 5 to 7 minutes, I came back to my seat and saw 2 notifications. The first notification was a comment on my ad. I opened it up and saw a reply reading, "Hi, I am a 42-year-old woman. I would like to connect with you further. Please accept my chat request." The next notification was a request sent from a profile named Bloody Zoe. I knew this wasn't her actual name, but anyways, I accepted her request. Irrespective of her age, I was eager to talk to her because I wasn't looking for anything more than tasting actual flesh from a volunteering victim. As we started to chat, I kind of started to feel fascinated by her words. Zoe said that she too has a weird sensation towards the entire act of cannibalism. She was looking for an opportunity to be a part of this actual act, and that's when she found my ad. I asked her, many people have posted ads before me, so what made her interested in mine? To which she replied that she is new to the page and her fantasies are different from others. She wants me to cut her layers of skin slowly and taste her blood, but she doesn't want any gruesome violence or torture during the process. I knew then and there that she will be a perfect match. I told her that it will be great if she could meet me so we can take the matter forward. She says she will eventually, but before that, she will prefer if we talk for a few days to know each other well. I had no issues with that. We started to chat regularly on the forum. I even posted some of my recipes with the body parts of the cadavers I collected to fulfill my fantasy. With more days passing, Zoe and I became quite close, but we never shared any details regarding our personal life. We made a pact that after we are done tasting each other's blood one time, we will break all ties and move on to other possible candidates. So, after a wait of 2 months, the day finally arrived. We decided to meet at a completely unknown location. I didn't tell her my address, and she too did the same. We selected a random cafe to meet around 7 p.m. sharp. I hadn't seen her, neither had she seen me. It was going to be a weirdly fascinating experience for both of us. To resolve the issue of identification, I texted her, "How will you recognize me?" Zoe replied, "I will tie a red scarf around my hand, and you also do the same." On my way home from college, I bought a red scarf from the clothing store. I barely slept that night. I was all excited to meet this woman and make my fantasy come true. The cafe was at 20 minutes distance from my place. I got ready and took my car keys. I dropped a text on the chat box of Cannibal Cafe to notify Zoe that I am on my way. Zoe too replied back that she will get there in time, just how we discussed. I drove really fast that night and reached the cafe before time. I looked at the clock. It was 6:50 p.m. There was still 10 minutes left. I booked a table for the two of us and started to wait. I got up in the middle to go to the washroom. I took the scarf with me. While coming out of the washroom, I started to tie the scarf on my hand. Suddenly, my eyes went to the entrance. I saw a woman with a red scarf tied around her hand closing the cafe door after coming inside. Her back was facing me. I was sure that this is Zoe, with no doubt because there was no one else with a red scarf on their hand inside the cafe. I looked at my watch, and it was 7 p.m. sharp. I was about to walk towards her when she finally turned towards me, and my life shattered at that very moment. I was right about her name not being Zoe, because I know her name. And not just her name, I know her very well. The woman with whom I fantasized about fulfilling my cannibalistic urges on the dark web is none other than my very own mother. Yes, my mom was standing at the cafe door. Her eyes were transfixed on me. We were both standing like statues with red scarves tied to our hands. I couldn't believe all the things she told me these past 2 months. My mom, she is just like me, or I am just like her. My head was banging. I had no clue what to do. My mom stood there numb, expressionless for a few seconds, then stormed out of the cafe like lightning. It has been 4 years now. I haven't seen her, haven't talked to her. My grandparents have no idea about this, I think. I don't even know where my mom is now. Last time, when Nana called me, she said mom took a job in the UK and left this country. She asked me what went wrong with her suddenly. I obviously couldn't answer. I don't know what to do. I have deleted my account from the Cannibal Cafe forum. I haven't visited the dark web since the incident. I am trying to be a vegan now, but seriously, will I be able to face my own mother ever in life?
I recently moved out. My parents stay in California. I finished high school there and took a job in LA. I had a senior here who helped me find a small apartment perfect for myself. I've been self-dependent from a very young age, so moving out wasn't that scary for me. The apartment was already furnished enough. The only thing I needed was a new mattress. One of my colleagues at work told me there's a local IKEA store 2 blocks away from our workplace. So, one evening I decided to head there after work. It was a warm summer night, and even though I wanted to leave early, I couldn't. At around 8:30, I finally reached the IKEA store. A vast range of different types of furniture stood all around me. The store closes at 9, so I hurried to the bedding section. I was looking for a comfy sleeping mattress. There was one guy at the sales counter located near the entrance. The store was mostly empty. I stood near the mattress collection and started to go through the price tags looking for affordable prices. I looked all around, expecting a sales guy to help me out, but I didn't see anyone. I don't know how long I was checking out the mattresses. My concentration broke, hearing a voice behind me. "Are you looking for anything particular, ma'am?" I turned back immediately and saw an average height, bony dude standing behind me wearing an employee uniform. His eyes were creepy. It wasn't just wide, but the eyeballs were almost bulging out of their eye sockets. I replied awkwardly, "I would like this one." He smiled creepily and said, "We do have some more collections at the back, and those will come at a good discount too. If you want, I can show you." I thought it won't harm to check some more options out, so I said, "Sure, show me." The man started to walk towards the end of the store, and I followed him there. As soon as we reached the left corner of the store, I realized maybe this was a bad idea. This particular area was quite far away from the entrance, and dark too. I could see wrapped furniture scattered all over the place. The man pointed out to a pile of mattresses put up against the wall and said, "Why don't you check those? Hope you find what you're looking for," and smiled even bigger this time. I nervously walked towards the pile and started to go through the price tags. I could tell from my peripheral vision that the man kept watching my every single move like a creep. I turned back at him and said, I think I'm gonna go for the first one." The man was standing right in front of the way, leading to the entrance. My heartbeat got faster because I knew he was blocking my way, and there were no security cameras nearby. The man replied, "There's some more in the basement too. If you come with me, I can get you a good deal." That moment I decided to man up and confront him for his creepy behavior. I said, "No thanks. I've made up my mind. Let's go to the first section, shall we?" Suddenly, the man covered his face with his hands and started to sob like a child. I definitely wasn't expecting this to happen. I said, what happened?" He looked at me and I saw his tearful, wide eyes. There was a pain in his face, yet I couldn't help but feel awkward with his behavior. The man said, Please stop me." I replied, "Stop from what? Are you all right?" He looked at his hands mysteriously and then looked at me again. "Listen, if you're feeling sick, we can call for the paramedics. Let me ask the man in the counter." I started to walk past him to reach out for help, just when he grabbed my hand tightly and said, "You have to stop me before I kill again. I don't want to do this anymore." The ground beneath my feet started to shiver.
What? What are you? Oh my God!
I tried to ask for help, but before I could do so, a huge punch hit my face, knocking me out in a second. When I woke from my slumber, I noticed myself tied to a chair. I slowly opened my eyes and looked around. My left eye was throbbing with pain. I realized that the psycho guy had abducted me.
"Help me! Somebody please help me! I'm here!"
I screamed as loud as I could. Suddenly, I heard a muffled gagging sound coming from behind me. I was tied tight, so it was impossible to move a muscle. I realized that there was someone with me in this room. I pushed myself at the back and accidentally fell on the floor. I hit my head, but what I saw terrified me like hell. There was a man tied to another chair. He was wearing a pair of jeans and had bruises all over his face. Someone beat him up brutally. The man said in a painful, sobbing voice, "He stole my uniform. Call the cops," and then passed out. I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I realized we were in a basement area. I screamed,
"Is somebody here? Please help us!"
But then I heard the same sobbing sound.
"I told you to stop me. Why didn't you?"
The man wearing the IKEA uniform came in front of me. I realized this guy is an imposter. He not only abducted me, but also beat the shit out of an actual salesman of the IKEA unit.
"You crazy psycho! Don't think you're gonna get away with this! The cops will find you and you will rot in jail!"
The man then looked at me with an expressionless face and started to laugh all of a sudden. Then he said, "It's not the first time that I'm doing this, you know." I started to breathe heavily. I understood this guy is a serial killer. He came closer to me and lifted me from the floor. He then faced me towards the poor guy and said, "Tell me, do you like gory movies?" and took out a gun from his pocket. He slowly walked towards the unconscious man on the chair and stood behind him, looking directly at me. I started to cry in terror.
Why? Why are you doing this? Please, let us go. What have we done?"
The man screamed like crazy and said,
"Be quiet! You are interrupting me with your bullshit now! You won't realize how much fun it is until you do it."
He then lifted his hand and placed the gun behind the man's head. The man got back to his senses and said in a dizzy voice, What's happening? What is this? I screamed at the top of my lungs.
No, please don't!
And at that moment, a loud gunshot took place, almost making my ears numbed. That psycho shot that poor salesman from point-blank range. His blood splattered on my face, and I screamed one last time. My voice got choked, and I sat there silently sobbing. My entire life flashed in front of my eyes while the psycho started to walk towards me. I knew my end was near, and probably like his other victims, no one will know about me and that poor IKEA salesman. He then came close to me and whispered in my ear, "Don't suffer so much. I hate when they suffer like this. It'll only take a second. Now, close your eyes, doll." I closed my eyes as tears rolled down my cheeks. I could hear my breath as I waited for death. The man placed the warm gun on my forehead, burning my skin a bit, but I didn't feel that pain anymore. I heard the trigger being pulled back one more time. Then the man said, for the last and final time, "Ready or not, here it comes." When I opened my eyes, I saw cops running around me, and the psycho lying on the floor, coughing blood. His eyes looked at me, and then he never blinked. It's been 5 days since I was released from the hospital. The man at the counter was about to close the store when he realized he saw a girl entering the unit, but never saw her leaving the place. So, he decided to check the footage just when he found me standing near the mattress area, talking to a guy and then following him to the other side of the store. He recognized that the guy is not their salesman. Moreover, he's an infamous serial killer that the cops were looking for. He rushed there and found the basement door locked. He called the cops immediately and also heard the first gunshot. I was lucky enough that the cops reached me as soon as they did and saved me from this devil before he shot me, just like the poor salesman. I might have to undergo therapy. I'm now boarding a flight to San Francisco to stay with my parents. I don't know when I'll be able to move out again and live on my own.
Eddie moved into their new house with his parents. He was extremely excited. This house is way bigger than their previous apartment. It even has a big lake at the back of the house. He likes playing near the lake in the afternoons on holidays. Though his mom told him not to go to the lake alone, Eddie never listened. People hardly go to this lake. Maybe that's why it appears so attractive to Eddie. He sits on the bank of the lake and dangles his feet into the still, cold water. The water reflects everything like a mirror. Eddie looks at the water and makes faces and ends up laughing on his own. Long trees surround the lake. With the slow wind passing by, Eddie could see those trees moving, as if they were dancing. Every holiday afternoon, Eddie secretly sneaks out of the house and comes here. One Sunday, Eddie was standing near the lake and skipping stones into the water. Suddenly, he saw something in the middle of the lake. He tried to look more closely, and what he saw shocked him. There was a hand floating on the lake. The hand wasn't moving, just floating still. Eddie asked in a surprised voice,
"Hey, do you need help?"
The hand didn't move. Eddie asked again,
"Hello? Can you hear me?"
The hand went underwater and disappeared. A thought came to his mind. What if someone is drowning? Eddie ran to the house to call his dad. He bolted inside the house, slamming the door so hard that his mom screamed.
"Ed, is that you? Is everything okay?"
Eddie said in a panicked voice.
"Dad, a man is drowning in the lake."
Eddie's dad was watching TV, sitting on the couch. He got up and said, "What? What are you saying?" Eddie went to him and started pulling his hand.
"Yes, come on. You have to save him. He called me for help."
Eddie and his dad ran to the lake, but by the time they reached the lake, there was no one to be found. The lake water was still, and the slow wind was passing by. Eddie searched with his curious eyes, but he didn't see anyone, or that mysterious hand. His dad scolded him for coming to the lake alone and making up stories. They went back to the house and Eddie went to his room with an angry face. He remembers seeing the hand. The entire night, Eddie couldn't sleep. He had a dream that he was standing near the lake and the hand was calling him. The next morning, he woke up. He heard the sound of cop cars near their house. He rushed downstairs. He saw Mrs. Mullins crying on their doorstep, and his mother was consoling her. A cop was asking her questions, and the other 2 cops were patrolling the area around the house. Eddie couldn't understand what was going on. He asked his dad, "Dad, what happened? Why is Mrs. Mullins crying?" Eddie's dad took him to the living room and said in a low voice, "Ed, you can't sneak out of the house anymore. Our gardener, Mr. Mullins, has gone missing since yesterday. The cops are saying someone abducted him. We all need to be very careful." Eddie said in a loud voice, "That hand, Dad! I saw the hand of the lake!" A cop heard him and came to him. He asked Eddie, "What are you saying?" Eddie's father explained how Eddie came home yesterday and said he saw someone drowning in the lake, but they checked the lake and there was no one. The cops went to search the lake, but it was so deep that they couldn't. They interrogated people in that area, but no one could claim they saw Mr. Mullins going to the lake. A week passed by and Eddie didn't go to the lake. One Sunday afternoon, his dad was away from home. It was just Eddie and his mother in the house. Eddie peeked into his mother's room and saw her sleeping. He then slowly opened the main door and tiptoed out of the house. After shutting the door behind him, he ran towards the lake. The lake stood like a mirror. He went close to the water and started searching. He said in a worried voice, "Is there anyone here?" Suddenly, he saw a movement in the water. Eddie got close to the water to look properly. His feet got submerged in the water. He asked, "Who are you? Why aren't you coming out of the water?" But before he could even get his answers, something very unexpected happened. He saw 2 burning pairs of eyes emerge from the water, looking at him. The eyes were so big that Eddie froze in fear. The eyes slowly started to get close to Eddie. When it was 3 to 4 hands distance from him, Eddie saw the lake water rise like a huge wave. The water was churning like a tsunami. As the creature came out, Eddie couldn't believe his eyes. The gigantic monster came out of the water. It was so huge that Eddie felt like an ant in front of it. It growled like a demon from hell and opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Eddie fell on the riverbank, hitting his head on the mud. He tried to scream, but the monster was just about to devour him. Suddenly, his eyes went to a small thing from the monster's mouth. It was a sliced hand. God, it means this giant ate Mr. Mullins. Eddie couldn't breathe. From the shock and fear of this incident, he felt like he was going to die, and this creature was going to drag him into the deep, dark bottom of the lake. Eddie was falling unconscious, just when he felt someone grab him and pull him out of the lake vigorously. He saw with his blurry vision that his mom was panting and crying. Then, everything went black. Eddie woke up with a high fever after 2 days. The doctors told him to rest completely. His parents left the house after 1 week. On the day that Eddie was leaving his house with his parents, he went to the lake for a few seconds. There was no one there, but suddenly, when he turned around to leave, he saw 2 people walking away by the riverbank. They were dressed in a funky manner, more like astronauts. Eddie heard them saying, "SCP-1128 has now moved to the main ocean. We have got to capture it before it takes any more innocent lives." Suddenly, Eddie's father called him from the car.
"Come on, Ed, it's getting late."
Eddie ran towards the car and left the lake house forever. But every night, he sees nightmares of the giant sea monster, roaming in oceans and devouring everything with its sharp, vigorous teeth.
I decided to buy a gift for myself around last New Year's Eve. I didn't have much money saved up after spending it all on gifts and decorations for Christmas. So instead of the mall, I browsed some small mom and pop shops in my neighborhood. In the end, I stumbled across an old antique shop I'd never seen before. Upon entering, I was met with entire shelves full of weird and wonderful curios with highly affordable prices. Yet amongst all those fancy antiques, it was a simple leather notebook that appealed to me the most. I don't know what it was about it that drew me to it. Maybe it looked so plain and simple compared to everything else that it paradoxically became impossible to miss. The moment I picked it up and saw the $5 price tag, I knew what my next New Year's present to myself was going to be. I brought the notebook to the counter, where a kindly old man scanned and bagged it for me.
You have a good eye, lad. Not everyone appreciates the work it once took to create books by hand, especially leather ones.
Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about writing my New Year's resolutions in it.
Oh, I'm sure whatever you write in this book will come true one way or another. Old items like these have a certain magic to them, you know.
I wasn't sure what the heck the man meant by that, but I laughed the comment off, paid him $5, and thought about what I was going to write in the notebook once I got home. Once I was home, I sat down on my work desk and started writing the first 5 things that came to my mind about what I wanted to improve in myself. 1. Eat less junk food. 2. Lose weight. 3. Spend less money on my girlfriend. 4. Spend more time with mom. 5. Get that promotion at work. When I tried to close the notebook, I ended up accidentally giving myself a paper cut on the edge of a page. I pulled my hand back in mild surprise, and the blood from my thumb dropped onto the page where I wrote my New Year's resolution. The red blood seeped into the white page and immediately disappeared. A little odd, but I brushed it off and went to bed. New Year's Eve came and went, and like most people on the first day of January, I completely forgot about the resolutions I'd made and went back to my old habits of eating McDonald's on a regular basis. As if to punish me for my lack of resolve, I became involved in an accident within the first week of the new year. I was walking on the sidewalk one morning on my way to work when a wrench flew into the side of my face. Apparently, a guy was fixing his car and forgot to take one of his wrenches from the roof of his car before continuing to drive. So when he drove and made a fast, sharp turn near me, the wrench went flying from the car and straight into my face. The impact shattered my entire lower jaw. I felt my teeth fly out of my mouth before falling onto the ground and choking on my own blood. Luckily for me, there were bystanders around, and they quickly called an ambulance for me. I spent the next week in the hospital getting my jaw reconstructed. The doctors were able to patch me up pretty well, though they told me I'd have to live off a liquid diet for the rest of the year, or more. As you can imagine, I took some time off work in order to recover at home. I was in constant pain because of my injury and lost so much weight that I looked like a skeleton. But it was made bearable by my wonderful girlfriend, who visited me almost every day. I made a mental note to buy her something nice for her upcoming birthday to thank her for everything. Then, one night, as I was laying in bed watching TV, I received a phone call that changed everything. It was from the police, and though I couldn't say much to them with my broken jaw, I was able to understand everything they said clearly. My girlfriend had been murdered. A mugger had stabbed her in the stomach while she was on her way to my house. The grocery bags she'd been carrying when police found her were filled with drinks, yogurt, and other liquid foods, stuff that she no doubt intended to bring to me while I recovered from my injuries. The worst part was I couldn't even give a speech at her funeral because of my messed up jaw. When I got home after the funeral, I noticed something I'd completely forgotten. The notebook where I'd written my New Year resolutions lay forgotten on my living room coffee table. I had intended to record my progress on my resolutions on it, but I'd forgotten to do so after everything that had happened. Needing a distraction from my grief, I picked up the notebook and was shocked to find that it had changed without me knowing. 3 of the 5 resolutions I'd written, eat less junk food, lose weight, and spend less money on my girlfriend, had been crossed off by what looked like red ink that gave off a metallic scent like blood. The connection between it and my recent tragedies clicked in my mind. My first resolution was to eat less junk food, and my accident forced me to eat nothing but liquid foods. That then directly caused my second resolution to lose weight to come true. Then finally my third resolution, the one I regret most of all, to spend less money on my girlfriend, came true with her dying while trying to help me cope with my condition. I tried to burn the book in hopes that it'll break whatever curse it had on me, but it was fireproof. I tried ripping out the page where I wrote the resolution, but the words simply appeared on the next page instead, no matter how many times I tore them out. When it became clear that I couldn't destroy the book, I thought that I could avoid whatever sick plans it had in store for me by fulfilling the resolutions myself before it could force them on me. My fourth resolution had been to spend more time with my mom, so I immediately got into my car and made a mad dash for the quiet town where my mother retired. It was raining heavily in the town by the time I got there, and my mind was still foggy from the effects of the painkillers that kept my body functional. I didn't notice the old lady crossing the street until I ran her over with my car on the dark road. Upon realizing what happened, I rushed out to help her, even though I knew it was already too late. She'd been nearly torn in two by the wheels of my car. Half of her body was on the right side of the road, and the other was on the left. Lengths of intestines and mushed up organs were splattered across the asphalt while the blood washed away in the rain. But the worst part was her face. Not because of how mutilated it was, but because it was unharmed enough for me to recognize her. Looking up at me with glassy dead eyes in the middle of the road was the corpse of my own mother. I drove away from the gruesome scene in my panic, and the rain washed away any evidence of my crime from the car. When I received the phone call about my mother's death the next day, I wasn't surprised. Her will asked her to be buried in the backyard of the house she raised me in, the same house as the one that I was currently living in. Since then, every second I stayed in the house was spent with my mother just outside my door. My fourth New Year's resolution had been fulfilled, though not in the way I'd ever wanted to. There is only one uncrossed resolution left in the notebook now. Get that promotion at work. Considering the notebook's track record, I can only assume that I'll kill all my rival co-workers at work to ensure that I get the promotion. After what happened with my mother, I know that just working harder won't allow me to make the resolution come true without someone I know dying for it. So, before that can happen, I am going to kill myself. This story is my confession and suicide note. Nobody else should have to suffer for what I wrote in that notebook. Let me be the last victim of my own selfish wishes.
It's that time again. Morris looked at me with terrified eyes and spoke. Everyone in the room got silent immediately. The crackling sound of the wood burning in the fireplace created a spooky ambiance. John got up and went towards the bar. Rosie and I exchanged looks sitting on the living room couch. My husband, Morris, and I have invited our friends for dinner. John and Rosie had been our family friends.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just hit rec to capture high-quality audio and video, all from the comfort of, well, anywhere. Even if the only camera you have is on your phone. With Riverside, you'll still look like a pro. The equipment doesn't matter. You'll get a professional-looking podcast using anything you already have at home. When it comes to editing, it's truly idiot-proof. Even with zero experience, you can create content like an experienced editor using Riverside's AI tools and intuitive editing features. Get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit just like a doc. Or use the chapter timeline, which makes it easier to skim and scan. Ready to share? It's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everyone needs to start somewhere, and Riverside has the perfect tools to help you reach them. Like live streaming or automated social clips using AI to create engagement on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, and Instagram Reels. Your podcast really is just a click away with Riverside. Just bring your idea and we'll do the rest. Try it now. It's free.
QuickMD connects patients with a doctor online for opioid use disorder. Start medication-assisted treatment.
For the last 10 years. I looked at Morris and said, "Don't you think you're overreacting?" Morris opened the window in the living room. A gust of cold wind rushed inside the room. The winter nights in Oxfordshire are very cruel. Morris looked outside and stared at the dark valley for some time, then said in a low voice, "We are the people of Tomby. Oxfordshire are struck with an ancient curse. None of us can deny that." Rosie said, "But I agree with June. It's been a long time now. We should forget what happened 12 years back." I threw some wood in the fireplace and said, "Morris, close the window. It's really cold, you know." Morris shut the window and sat on the bar. John poured him a glass of wine and said, "Do you know how it all started?" Rosie said in a sarcastic voice, "Well, it would be fun to hear a spooky story on a chilly winter night, I think." I laughed and said, "Yeah, a little story time won't hurt, I guess." Morris took a sip from his glass and looked at the burning fireplace. He kept staring at the fire for a while and said, "It's scarier than any spooky story, because it is not a story. It is a true and terrifying incident that happened in this town 12 years earlier. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the poem Crooked Man. There's a saying in our town that if you recite this poem out loud, you will be subjected to the curse of the Crooked Man. The origin of this poem started from a small house on the outskirts of our town. There lived a man, but no one recalls his name. Everyone addressed him as the Crooked Man. He had a broken back with twisted, broken legs. Out of sorrow and torture of the village people, he committed suicide one day. When the village people broke into the house, they saw his body dangling from a rope tied to his neck. His eyes were wide open, as if he was staring at all of them. Not just that. Some said that there was a wicked smile on his deadly pale face. His haunting spirit started to attack those who were living alone on a winter night. He used to enter their houses, breaking them into pieces, yet letting them live like a cripple. He's invincible. No one who saw him with naked eyes could ever speak a word. Many people died that year, and then suddenly, he stopped only to return after every 12 years. Since then, he rises from his death and haunts this town. Today is a day where he is supposed to seek revenge on this town. There's only two ways to know that he was there." In a muffled voice, Rose said, What are those two ways?" Morris looked at us and said, "Whichever house he targets starts to get cracks on the walls and roof, and from the body of his victims." In a serious voice, John said, "Actually, my father also told me that this incident did happen. A crooked man haunts our village." I couldn't hold on to my laughter anymore. I almost cried while laughing loudly. "Oh God, what's wrong with the brave men of our town? You can't be serious, come on." Rose said, "Whatever it is, this story is really freaking me out. I wish I hadn't asked you to tell it in the first place." Morris said, "June, my dear, there were people who thought like you, until they became his victim, or someone they know became one. We have to be prepared. There's no way one can defeat him. My grandfather told me if I hear him knock on the door, never answer it." I lost my calm this time. I got up and said, "Fine. I will recite the poem out loud right now, and I will show you that this is all a made-up story and nothing else." Everyone got up in shock. Morris said, "No, June. You shouldn't say his name out loud. It's a curse." I started to recite the poem out loud. "There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence and a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a crooked little house. "Did anything happen?" I said after finishing the poem. Morris was looking at the door, frightened. Rose was almost about to cry. John was trying to listen carefully if anyone was walking to the door. But nothing happened. I sat down and said, "See, I told you. Just a spooky story. Now come on, let's have dinner." At dinner, everyone started to ease up about this story, but my husband didn't say a single word to me. It made me worry that I might have gone too far with my joke today, but I wanted to prove to Morris that he was fearing for no reason. John and Rose left for their house after dinner. I had another glass of wine. Morris read a book for a while, sitting near the fireplace. To break the awkward silence between us, I said, "You know, I was just joking. Don't be mad at me." Morris looked at me with cold eyes and said, "I'd better get some sleep. Good night." I decided to sleep on the matter too. After 1 hour, I got up and walked to the kitchen. I was cleaning the remaining dishes when my eyes went to the ceiling above my head. I saw that a small crack had appeared on it. For a second, my stomach dropped in fear. Has it started already? Did I really summon the Crooked Man? But then I got back to my senses and realized the house we live in is quite old. Hence, it is natural to see such cracks and damages in the old walls. The clock in the hallway struck 2. I was about to head upstairs just when I heard a soft knock on the main door. Now, my eyes were dizzy. I realized that I was drunk. So with stumbling footsteps, I went towards the main door. I stood in front of the door and said, "Who's there?" A whispering sound came from the other side of the door. I asked again, "Anybody there?" No reply came. I turned around and started to walk. As soon as I took the first step, someone banged loudly on the door, almost scaring me to the core. I turned around and screamed, "Whoever you are, I am not going to open the door!" I then ran to my bedroom in fear. The bedroom door was closed from the inside, but I could hear a muffled sobbing voice, as if someone was gagging in pain. I tried to open the lock, but it was locked from the inside. I banged on the door. "Morris, why did you lock the door?" The crying sound grew louder this time. I pushed the door hard and attempted to break it. The door opened, making a loud thud. What I saw next shook me from the inside. There was a bony, tall, vicious-looking man standing in the middle of the room. He was grabbing my husband by his neck and twisting his arms like a puppet. I could tell that my husband was numb with pain. He was becoming unconscious with every snap of the bone. I screamed at the top of my lungs just when the creature looked at me. Yes, I saw his face. I saw the Crooked Man. I couldn't save my husband that night. When the neighbors came, they found me unconscious on the floor. Our room was ravaged. It's been a year now since my husband passed away. He remained in a coma for a month and then died in his sleep. I came to know about the secret organization SCP, who are taking charge of capturing this evil creature. I heard they have named the Crooked Man SCP-783. They claim that no one who saw him was left to describe how he looked, but I want to tell him that I saw him that night. If you can please contact me, it's now the mission of my life to catch the killer of my husband and finish him once and for all.
This happened last week. I am Sam. I study in high school. We had a teacher named Mr. Smith. He taught us chemistry. One day after class, Mr. Smith told us that he is planning to go on a long holiday, which is why he might not be present at the next classes. He told us that until our principal can arrange for someone to take his class for a while, we should prepare for our lessons on our own. Generally, everyone was excited to hear that. We all thought at least the chemistry class was going to be off period for a while. Next day, when we went to school, something unexpected happened. As soon as we went in front of the classroom and opened the classroom door, everyone screamed in horror. A body was hanging from the glass ceiling. It was our chemistry teacher, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith committed suicide in his very own classroom. His neck snapped to the other side when he jumped from the wooden chair while trying to tie the rope around his neck. Many of the students fainted. Many started vomiting. I became numb. I stood there silently like a statue and watched his body dangling in the air. The school immediately went into a lockdown. Police cars stormed the front of the school. Our parents came to take us home. We stood outside the school gate and watched the paramedics taking our chemistry teacher's body away. Next day, our principal addressed the entire school by giving his condolences to Mr. Smith's family. Our school life went back to normal, but we often heard teachers and seniors talking about Mr. Smith's unfortunate death. Some even said that his wife was having an affair with one of his friends. Probably, this is why he decided to commit suicide. With more days passing by, people started to forget about this incident, but the classroom where Mr. Smith committed suicide remained unused. Needless to say, it was almost awkward for everyone to use that classroom like every other one. Our principal declared that the classroom will be renovated and turned into a lab. One day, I went to the washroom in the middle of our English class. The boys' washroom was right beside the chemistry class. I was passing through the classroom door just when an eerie feeling grabbed my heart. I felt like someone was inside the classroom. I opened the door to check myself, but there wasn't anyone. I found myself standing inside an empty classroom. Suddenly, I heard someone's voice really close to my ear. It felt like someone was standing beside me and whispered in my ear, "Help me, Sam." I immediately turned around, but there was no one. For a second, I felt as if Mr. Smith spoke into my ears. After that day, many rumors started to roam around the school. Teachers said that the chemistry classroom is haunted. Our school security guard went to take his usual round at night and saw a man standing in the dark hallway with blood-red eyes. His neck was snapped, making his head hang from it. Even though these incidents were only witnessed by some, the entire school started to believe that Mr. Smith's spirit actually roams in the school. One day, I was talking to a friend standing in the school corridor when I saw two cops leaving our principal's office. I overheard one of the cops saying to our principal, "Yeah, this is just a case of suicide, hence we don't think further investigation is needed anymore. So, we are closing this case, Mr. Wright." Our principal, Mr. Wright, nodded his head with a sad face, and the cops left. That night, I had a terrible dream. I was standing in the chemistry classroom. Above my head, Mr. Smith's lifeless body was hanging from the ceiling. I looked up and saw his dead face. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "You must bring him here, Sam. You must help me." As I woke up drenched in sweat, I realized it was 10 o'clock in the morning. I tried to think the entire day. Why am I having this weird feeling about Mr. Smith's death? And who was the person he was telling me to bring to him? There were so many questions, but no answers. I expected it was just my mind playing tricks on me until the next horror unfolded. Our school organized a basketball match after the last class. It was 5 p.m. when the match started. All the students and teachers stayed back after dark that day. Principal Wright was supposed to honor the winning team with the house cup. Everyone was cheering on the basketball court like crazy. Suddenly, my eyes went on Mr. Wright, and I saw his face losing color. It seemed like there wasn't a single drop of blood in his face. His eyes were fixed to the middle of the basketball court. He wasn't watching the game, rather staring at something. I followed his eyes, but saw nothing except players running around to score a point. Principal Wright suddenly got up and said something to our gym teacher, who was sitting right next to him, then left for the exit. This is when I heard that spine-chilling voice, "Bring him, Sam. Bring him to the chemistry classroom." I don't know what happened to me, but I somehow lost control over my legs for a moment. I felt someone pulled me from my seat and made me follow him. As soon as I came out, I saw Mr. Smith walking away amidst the school corridor. I said in a shaken but clear voice, "Mr. Smith, my father would like to speak with you for a moment. It is urgent." My father wasn't there. I made all this up. Trust me or not, I felt like I was in a mode of trance and someone else was speaking from my mouth. Mr. Smith got really annoyed and started to walk towards me. He said in an irritated voice, "Fine, Where is he? I don't have much time. I need to go somewhere. Come, let's make it quick. I took him to the chemistry classroom. Mr. Wright went inside and said, "Why did you tell him to wait here? There are plenty of places in school to talk." The classroom was, as usual, empty. Mr. Smith went inside and looked around, then said, "Where's your father? I don't see him. What kind of joke is this?" But before I could answer, the classroom door shut in my face. Mr. Wright started to scream terribly, as if there was someone else with him too. I heard him saying, "Oh my God, Smith, you are supposed to be dead." The next words that came out of his mouth were in fragments, but I could gather the idea was that he was apologizing to someone, saying that he didn't mean to pursue his wife with romantic interest and something more like that. Then he started to scream terribly. The game stopped, hearing his painful scream, and a few students came out. Everyone gathered outside the classroom. We all kept hearing Principal Wright begging for mercy to someone. Teachers tried to open the door, but nothing happened. He kept screaming for a few more minutes, and then suddenly, it all went silent. The cops were informed, and when they broke the door, we found our principal's body hanging from the ceiling in the same manner as Mr. Smith. No one could say what exactly happened that night inside the classroom. When the cops asked me, did I see anyone going inside the room with Mr. Wright, as I was the first one to reach near the classroom door, I replied, I went to the washroom and came out hearing his scream, just like everyone else. Later, a few teachers said that Mr. Smith's wife has confessed to the cops about her affair with our school principal. This is why Mr. Smith took his life, due to depression and anxiety. But no one knows what happened to Principal Wright. They think he committed suicide out of guilt, but they don't know what I know. I think it was Mr. Smith who lured Mr. Wright using me as a medium and then took his final revenge. But one question that still confuses my mind is that, why did my chemistry teacher choose me to get his revenge? What do you think? McDonald Food Service. Hi, I am Sarah. I was raised in a foster home with 3 other children. Needless to say, an orphan's childhood can get pretty tough comparing to other kids sometimes. Miss Lestrange, who took care of us, was not a very nice lady. She used to starve us and compel us to work chores in local stores to make her money. We lived in a dingy suburb where people hardly cared about each other. The standard of living in our locality wasn't healthy at all. Homeless people were living all on the alleys and all sorts of crimes were happening every now and then. There was a boy named Robbie who also lived with me. Robbie and I were of the same age back then. Whenever we saved money for ourselves, we used to go to the local McDonald's shop secretly. One day, Robbie and I were sitting at McDonald's waiting for our food to arrive. Suddenly, Robbie said, "Look, it's him." He pointed towards a table nearby. There was a tall, bony guy sitting at the table. I have seen that guy earlier from our locality. He looked at us with a serious face and then again got busy on his phone. I told Robbie in a low voice, "Do you think he's going to tell Miss Lestrange about us?" Robbie laughed and replied, "Come on, Sarah. He's a drug dealer. He's way busier than you and me." Even though we had a tough life, Robbie has always been a cheerful boy. It wasn't evident that this guy was into dealing drugs, but we saw him picked up by cops many times from our living room window. When we finished our meal, we headed back home. A week passed and Miss Lestrange fell ill due to fever, so we were all relieved from her torture for a while. We didn't have to pay her for a week, as her boyfriend used to come and take care of her for some hours every day. That man was nice to us. One night, everyone was sleeping and Robbie and I ate very little that day. The 2 other kids were a lot younger than us, so we gave most of our food to them. Around 12 a.m., Robbie woke me up and said, "Sarah, I am feeling very hungry. Let's go to the McDonald's shop nearby." Eating too much junk food wasn't good, but McDonald's is the only food store that is open 24/7. It was in our budget too. I got up from the bed and we sneaked out of the house. The suburb is more prone to criminal activity at this hour, but we had no other ways. We chose to walk from the middle of the street to avoid any dark corner. Many kids in our area get abducted and trafficked by criminal gangs. After a trouble-free 10 minutes walk, we reached the McDonald's store. The store had no other customers. We entered and walked towards the counter. There was no one at the counter as well. Robbie said in a low voice, "Anyone here to take our order?" Suddenly, a deep, coarse voice came from the back. "What do you kids need?" The voice shook us immediately, and we turned around in fear. It was that bony, tall guy wearing a McDonald's employee costume. He probably went out for a smoke, because as soon as he entered the shop, a foul smell of burnt cigarettes grabbed the air. I said in a hesitant voice, we would like to..." The guy slowly walked towards the counter and handed us the menu chart. I got a bit scared, so I fumbled. Robbie ordered some burgers and fries. The guy told us, "Go sit there. I'll bring over the food." We quietly went to sit at the table near the corner. Robbie started saying, "God knows when we'll be able to get out of this place. Sometimes I feel really angry with my parents who left me on the road to living a life like this." The guy was wearing a McDonald's cap, so I couldn't see his eyes, but it felt like he was listening to our talks. After a few more minutes, the guy brought us the food with 2 cups of Sprite and said, "Eat. The food is on me." Robbie and I were not at all ready for such a kind gesture from a guy like that, but it felt like we ended up assuming a lot of negative things about people before we really know them. We finished our meal and stood up to leave. The guy came to take our plates and said, "How many of you live with Miss Lestrange?" Robbie said, "Right now, there's 4 of us, but there was a girl of 16 years ago. Miss Lestrange says she ran away. She was pregnant too." The guy's face changed color immediately, and his voice got angry too. He said, "Millie didn't run away. That old hag killed her." Even though we were 10 years old, we knew what he meant, and our face turned pale. I could tell from his angry eyes that he hated Miss Lestrange the most. He then said a very surprising thing which creeped both of us. He took off his cap and said with a firm voice, "Do you guys want to get out of here? Do you want her to get punished for what she does to you?" I don't know why tears rolled down my eyes, and Robbie replied in a sad face, "She is never nice to us. But where can we go?" The guy didn't say anything. He went back to the computer and told us to go home. That entire night, I couldn't sleep. Robbie asked me the next day, "Do you think that McDonald guy can help us?" I looked at him with worried eyes and said, "Robbie, are you insane? That guy is a criminal himself. What if we get into more problems because of him?" Robbie nodded his head, and we headed out for work that day. Around 5 p.m., we were coming back. The porch light of our house was visible from the streets. In the light, I saw a McDonald's guy handing over food to Miss Lestrange, who recovered a bit by this time. She took the food and paid the guy. As we came close to the house, we realized it was that same bony guy. He smirked at us and left. I ran inside with Robbie and asked Miss Lestrange what was he doing here, to which she replied in a very irritated manner, "Delivering food. Are you blind?" I didn't say anything more. She then sat down on the living room couch and started eating her burger while watching TV. I came back to my room. Everything was going as usual when suddenly a younger boy named Joe started crying, saying, "Miss Lestrange is coughing blood." Robbie and I immediately heard that and ran downstairs. It was a vicious sight to witness for 2 10-year-olds and 2 6-year-olds. We stood there with white gasping eyes and saw Miss Lestrange spitting blood all over the couch while choking with food inside her mouth. She was coughing terribly, as if not being able to breathe. What happened next was definitely not our plan, but till today, whenever Robbie and I discuss that incident, he tells me it happened for our own good. Miss Lestrange looked at us and said in a choking voice, Call 911. Call 911. I was about to run towards the phone when Robbie grabbed my hand tightly. I said in a tensed voice, "What are you doing? We must call for help." He pulled my hand even tighter and said, "Take Joe and Kitty to their rooms right now." I couldn't believe it was coming out of Robbie's mouth. I said in a horrified voice, "But Robbie, she is going to die." He screamed at me this time and said, Do as I said. Out of panic and shock, I did what he said. As we walked out of the room, we heard the choking sound become more intense and louder. I put Joe and Kitty to sleep, saying we are going to take Miss Lestrange to the hospital. Then, I rushed back to the living room and saw Robbie standing at the doorway, talking to someone. I peeked to see who it was, and yes, it was the guy who delivered her food from McDonald's. Robbie came to me and said, "We are going to take her to the hospital. You stay here with the kids." Then, he came inside to pick up Miss Lestrange. Suddenly, my eyes went to the name tag of this guy, and his name read, Mark Davis. They went out with Miss Lestrange, who wasn't responding at all. Robbie came back the next morning. Mark Davis shifted to our house, and he took care of us until we moved out on our own. He still lives there, and Robbie visits him often. I don't know what happened to Miss Lestrange, and I never asked him. Our life got a bit easier after she went away. Today is my 20th birthday, and Robbie has sent me a beautiful birthday cake and some gifts online with his first salary. He is the nicest friend one can have. I was going to throw away the parcel box just when my eyes went on the bill. There was a small note written on it. "Happy birthday, Sarah. A small gift from your friend, Robert Davis."
I have had enough of McDonald's and this one childhood incident to be blamed for it. I was in middle school when my mom married a man from her workplace. They dated for a year and suddenly decided to tie the knot. I never knew my dad. My mom single-handedly raised me and my little sister, Jenny. I wasn't very happy with the idea of having a stepdad in our family. Even though this guy named David was fun-loving, I always felt weird around him. Even though he beguiled my mom and Jenny with his innocent face, I knew there was something evil lurking inside of that man. Anyways, after a small marriage ceremony, David officially became a member of our family. Even though Jenny got mixed up with him easily, I kept my distance. I always watched his every single action, silently looking for one red flag. I was playing in the backyard one day, and he came to me. "What's up, Alex? Can I play with you?" I didn't reply, and just sat quietly. "Look, Alex, I know you don't see me as your father, but we can be friends. You gotta give me a chance, man." I felt a bit bad for being so hard on him, so I said, "Okay, we can be friends." "Great. How about we go to lunch today? Mom has to go to work, so you, me, and Jenny. It'll be fun." "Okay, let's go." I saw a smile on my mom's face once she came to know that I had agreed to go to lunch with David. She might have felt relieved, thinking finally we were getting along. David took us to the mall. He bought us toys and took us to the gaming section. Jenny and I had fun that afternoon. When it was time to go for lunch, David took us to McDonald's. We ate burgers with lots of fries and came home. After that day, whenever we ordered food or went out to eat, David always took us to McDonald's. It started to feel freakishly weird after a certain point in time. Sometimes, for breakfast, he would get sausages and muffins from McDonald's. For lunch, he would order a bacon double cheeseburger. And most weekends, he ate his favorite meal, a Big Mac and fries. He enjoyed the food, no doubt. Whenever I saw him munching the burger, I felt kinda creeped out. He used to take big bites while staring at us in a very freaky way. It was as if he was not only eating with his mouth, but also with his hungry eyes. After a point, we three couldn't put up with his obsession with McDonald's. I couldn't bear the sight of a McDonald's burger. Eventually, we started avoiding eating at McDonald's, but David didn't take it in a good way. He started behaving like a completely different person, as if we had betrayed him in some way. One night, my mom wanted to order food from a local Chinese restaurant. David immediately got furious and said, "But why not McDonald's? We all eat from McDonald's." "David, I think we've had enough McDonald's food. The kids want to try something else now." "Yeah, right. Why don't you be honest with me?" "Honest about what?" "That they are sick and tired of their stepdad, and you all don't want to eat with me anymore. You all want to kick me out of this family, right?" He stormed out in his car and didn't return for 2 days. My mom kept calling him, but David didn't respond. One Saturday evening, David came back. He was looking wicked, like he hadn't slept in a really long time. His eyes were puffy, and his hair was disheveled. He brought burgers and fries from McDonald's and ate alone sitting at the kitchen table while giving us that same creepy stare. We all had dinner and went to our rooms to sleep. David slept on the living room couch, and my mom was too tired to pick up another fight with him. She decided to comfort him in the morning about his weird behavior and take final action. Jenny and I slept in the big bedroom, right beside the living room. I don't exactly remember what time it was, but I heard our bedroom door creak open. The light peered in from the hallway, and I could see a figure standing near our bedroom door. I could tell it was a man, but his face was completely shrouded in darkness. Jenny was scared of the darkness, so we had a small table lamp lit in our room at night. As soon as the man stepped into our room, I recognized him. I blinked my eyes in surprise. It was Ronald McDonald. He was just standing there silently and staring at us. He didn't seem to be aware that I was awake. In the dim light, he crept into our room and tiptoed quietly over to Jenny's bed. From where I was laying, I could see him reach out and grab my sister with his strong hands. Then all of a sudden, he started to shake her violently, saying,
"I'm loving it! I'm loving it!"
My sister started to scream, and I hit the lights immediately. As I got close to look at the face, I realized it was David, dressed as Ronald McDonald and scaring my sister. He didn't seem to be bothered at all by the lights, or me witnessing him doing this. He just kept screaming,
"I'm loving it!"
"Let go of my sister, you freak!" My mom came rushing from upstairs, hearing my sister and me screaming in the middle of the night. From the doorway, I heard my mother's voice cry out in alarm.
"What the hell are you doing?"
He quickly released my sister and ran towards the big glass window in our room. Shattering those glass pieces, David fell on the hard ground. Even though it was a ground floor window, I saw broken glass piercing his face, creating a bloody mess. He then stood outside the window and stared right at us. Jenny and I hugged Mom tightly and started to sob in fear. She couldn't believe her eyes. Needless to say, seeing David that way gave her a hell of a shock. David gave us an ear-to-ear smile and said,
"How can you not love McDonald's? 'Cause I am definitely loving it."
He then ran away while laughing like a crazy psycho. My mom filed a restraining order against him. I don't know what he would have done to us if my mom wasn't home that night. It took months for my sister to come out of the trauma of that night, and we eventually went on with our lives. My mom filed for divorce as well, and after David, she still hasn't dated any other guy. I know somewhere deep down, she thinks it all happened because she brought David into the family. I don't know where David is now, and I don't want to know. David, if you're watching this, I dare you to come near us now, because I am quite capable of teaching you one final lesson that I couldn't last time.
The Crazy Joke from McDonald's. Hi, I am Eddie. I am currently in junior high. I have two friends named Max and Jim. They are not only my school friends, we live in the same locality too. Max has a habit of mocking people. I know it's not nice, but he sometimes ends up bullying school kids. We often told him to change his behavior, but he ignored our advice. As he has always been a good friend by stepping up in our troubled times, we tolerated his mocking behavior so far, until this recent incident took place. Last month, we went to the city mall to have some fun. After playing video games in the game zone, we all got hungry and decided to grab a bite at McDonald's. After entering the store, we ordered some fries and burgers and sat down at a nearby table. It was probably some special offer day. There were lots of combos and discounts going on the food items. There was also a man dressed as the McDonald Joker, standing at the entrance, welcoming the guest inside. The Joker was making funny faces and giving balloons to little kids. Jim said, "Remember when Max was a little kid? He once started crying seeing a McDonald's Joker. I still recall his freaked out face." And we started to laugh. The joke was made in a very light tone, but Max didn't take it easy. Max replied, "I was scared, you jackass. I was annoyed to see a guy dressed in a bizarre way hopping like a monkey." Jim said, "Yeah, right. As if we weren't there." I didn't want to start a fight, so I shifted the conversation onto some other topic. We finished our meal and got up to pay. While we were leaving the store, we came near the Joker standing at the gateway. The Joker offered us 3 balloons, probably out of a kind gesture, but Max crossed his limit like always. He busted one of the 3 balloons and replied, "Do I seem like a little kid to you? And you are not even funny, douchebag." I saw the Joker's face changing immediately. His eyes opened widely and a grin appeared. I could tell from the Joker's face that he held back his anger. Maybe he did so because it was a public place or to save his job, and said in a squeaky voice, "I'll see you again." Max was going to say something more, but this time I grabbed his hand. We left McDonald's immediately. After coming out of the mall, I hurled on Max saying, "What's your problem, dude? We were just joking." Jim agreed with me and said, "Yeah, Max, this is really not the way to talk to people, you know?" Max obviously showed us attitude and left on his own. Jim and I stood there for a while, seeing Max walking in the opposite direction. Jim then said, "Let's go, Drake. He will come back once he cools off." We returned to our houses too. The next day at school, Jim and I were talking in the hallway. Suddenly, Max came and patted our backs. We gave him an awkward smile. Max said in a carefree tone, Okay. I am sorry. Now, can we go for lunch?" The matter got resolved, and we went for lunch. We decided to go to the amusement park that put up a weekend fair for the town people. There were rides in various stalls. We were enjoying the fair when a corner of the ground caught my attention. There was a small truck of McDonald's at the fair, selling burgers and fries at the fair. I excitedly told Jim and Max, "Hey, look, let's go grab some snacks from there before leaving for home." We 3 walked towards the cart and bought our food. As soon as we turned back, I got goosebumps. The Joker guy was standing in front of us with a creepy smile. We looked at each other's faces in surprise and discomfort. The Joker then turned to Max and said, Well, we meet again." I could tell from Max's face that he was a bit freaked out. He said in a hesitant voice, "Yeah, whatever. Come on, guys, it's time to go home." We started to walk towards the exit of the park. Jim said in a panicked voice, "Is he still looking at us?" I turned back and saw the Joker smiling. I said in an awkward voice, Let's just keep walking." After reaching the main gate, we all turned back, but the Joker was not there anymore. Max replied, "What a creep." I would have been relieved if the night ended this way. The townspeople were busy at the fair, so most of the streets were empty. The moonlight and crickets chirping around made the walk even scarier. The only thing going on in my mind was this creepy encounter. I couldn't help but think that it was the same guy from the mall that day because he remembered us. My heart was hoping that he wasn't following us. We were constantly checking our back, but apart from the 3 of us, there wasn't a single person on the road. We took a left turn for a shortcut, which led to a narrow alley joining our neighborhood and the main streets together. As we turned into the alley, we heard footsteps. We immediately turned back, but didn't see anyone. Needless to say, we started to freak out now and decided to walk even faster. But as soon as we turned forward, our heart stopped beating. There was a figure dressed in McDonald's Joker's clothes obstructing our way. There was a 10 to 15 hands distance between us and him. He giggled and said, "What did you call me that day?" Now, Max was covered in sweat. He said in a stuttering voice, Don't you dare hurt us, you freak! Step out of our way or I will. The Joker replied in the same chuckling tone, "Or you will what?" and started laughing like a maniac. Jim and I were equally freaked out, but we didn't see any weapons with this guy. We were just thinking what our next move should be when Max did something extremely dangerous. He picked up an empty beer bottle lying in the alley and threw it on the Joker's face. The bottle hit so hard on his face that it shattered into pieces. I screamed in horror, saying, "Oh God, Max, what have you done?" Max said in a firm voice, "How's that, you fucking creep?" The Joker stood there silently. He didn't scream, didn't walk away. He stood there like a statue and started to sob like a child. Blood was dripping from his forehead. I said in a tensed voice, "Please, let us take you to the hospital. It's all a misunderstanding. Listen." But the Joker lifted his face, and his sobbing turned into psychotic laughter. He then picked up some of the broken glass from the ground and said in a spine-chilling voice, "You want to see something funny? Max." Our eyes got wide open. Our hearts were beating like a wild horse. We had no clue what he is up to now. Max was trembling in terror. His eyes were fixed at the Joker. The Joker then shoved the broken glass inside his mouth and started chewing them. I don't know how I should explain this, but that was the most frightening sight I might be going to witness in my life. The sound of broken glass getting smashed by his teeth and the flesh ravaged by the sharp pieces of glass made my heart skip to my throat. Blood was dripping from his mouth, but he kept chewing as if it were just mere food. He then started to laugh and say, "Am I funny for you now? Am I, Max?" Jim said in a terrified voice, "Guys, run, run!" We started running towards the direction of the fair again. We didn't look back because the Joker's laughter was still coming from our back. Gasping and panting, we reached near the fair. A few local people rushed towards us. Max was in tears, and we were completely freaked out. Our parents were informed, and we safely reached home. My dad filed a complaint at the police station. They still haven't caught the guy. The cops asked the McDonald's owner about the Joker's whereabouts. The owner said that they only had his number, but the number is in switched off mode till now. I wonder, where's this guy now, and in what shape?
I live in Long Island and share an apartment with my best friend Jill. Jill and I have been besties since high school. We finished college together and now work in the same company as well. People often say we are friends for life, and it's almost impossible to separate us. But I never thought someday our friendship would actually save our lives. It was the beginning of the winter season. Jill and I were coming home after a late shift. Light rainfall was going around, making the atmosphere frostier. We had immense work pressure that day, and the last time we ate was lunch hour. Jill and I both were feeling extremely hungry, so we decided to stop by the McDonald's store nearby. Also, at that time of night, McDonald's was our only option. We were driving on the empty streets amidst the chilling cold. When we reached the McDonald's outlet, we saw the area was empty. I parked the car near the restaurant and came out. Jill and I were walking to the store when my eyes went to the dumpster at the corner. A guy wearing a McDonald's uniform was standing there and emptying garbage bags. Suddenly, our eyes met and he gave me a very disturbing grin. I turned my face and walked into the restaurant. Needless to say, there were no other customers at this hour. A man was sitting behind the counter, watching something on his phone. Jill and I walked to him to order our food. "Hi, we would like to have 2 cheeseburgers, 2 egg McMuffins, and a Coke," Jill said. The man looked at us with surprised eyes, as if he wasn't expecting 2 girls at this hour. "Will that be all?" he awkwardly replied. "Yep, that's all," I said. He pointed out to the sitting area and said, "You can sit over there. The food will be ready soon." The guy went inside the kitchen and came back after 5 minutes. We sat down and started to talk. "Hey, did you notice that creepy guy outside?" "Which guy?" "The one near the dumpsters." "I didn't notice anyone. Sorry, I guess I'm just tired." I couldn't agree more, because I was feeling the same way too. 10 minutes went by. The guy behind the counter again got busy on his phone. I was getting impatient because I knew the creepy guy I saw outside was probably the one preparing our food right now. And I was right. Within a few minutes, the same guy came from the kitchen and went to the guy sitting behind the counter. He then whispered something to the counter guy, and they both talked in a low voice. The counter guy then came to us and said, "Ma'am, we have a situation. Looks like we ran out of muffins. Is it possible we can substitute it with some fries?" Jill replied, "Okay, fine, but please make it quick." He thanked us for understanding the situation and went back to the creepy guy. What he did next gave me a huge red flag. The creepy guy smartly walked to the exit door and locked it using a key. He then put up the close sign and went back to the kitchen. "What's going on?" I said to the guy at the counter. He smiled and replied, "Oh, don't worry, ma'am. It only locks from outside. We're done on the supplies for tonight. You guys are our last customer." "But couldn't you have done this locking thing after we left?" "Don't worry, ma'am. Rick and I exit using the back door. That's why we always lock up after the last customer arrives. But as I said, it only locks from outside." Jill and I exchanged looks, and we both were quite freaked out with what just happened. Jill got up and said, We would like to take our food with us. We had a long, tiring day. Can you just pack it and give it to us?" Suddenly, the man at the counter gave us a suspicious look. "Fine. Wait here. I'll go bring your food." As soon as he went inside the kitchen, I rushed to the exit door and tried to open it. My guess was right. The door was locked. "Jill, we're trapped." Suddenly, the lights went off, resulting in pitch black darkness. Our heartbeat got faster because we finally understood these two guys had some evil plan going in their minds. We took out our phones and I switched on the flashlight. I turned on my flashlight first, but before I could see the surrounding area, my flashlight fell on a pair of hungry eyes. The creepy dumpster guy was standing close to my face. His foul breath was blowing on my face. I froze in fear. I got so scared with this shock that I even forgot to scream. Jill was busy searching for her phone in her bag. "Max, I can't see a thing. Throw the light at me." "Max, what's wrong with..." She didn't finish her sentence because she turned at me and saw me standing face to face with a creepy-looking stranger. She immediately screamed, and the guy behind the counter grabbed her from behind and covered her mouth with his hand. I knew that they were going to take advantage of us in the worst way possible, and no one is coming to save us at this hour. I don't know where I got the courage from. Before the other guy could grab me, I kicked him between his legs hard. He fell on the ground, screaming,
"Ah, you bitches! You fucking bitches!"
Seeing me fighting back, Jill got charged up as well. She bit the man's hand, and the man cried in pain and let go of her immediately. But we didn't waste a single second. I picked up my phone and screamed, "Jill, the back door!" We ran towards the back door, and luckily found it open. I was in tears. Jill was pale with fear. Somehow, we started the car engines and heard those fucked up men screaming.
"These bitches! God damn it!"
I will never forget the experience of that night. We informed the cops and reported about those freaks. They're in jail right now, but it still scares me when I think, what if only one of us went to McDonald's that night? You can take this story as a cautionary tale, because that one time I took something from someone without asking for permission, it turned my life upside down. I was 8 years old when this happened. I've always been an active kid, hence I got into trouble quite easily. One day I went to play in the city park with my friends. We were playing in the jungle gym. Everyone was trying to hold on as long as they could. I was hanging on it for a long time and out of overconfidence, tried to pull off some stunts. My hands eventually slipped, and I fell on the hard ground, fracturing my leg. I was admitted to the hospital immediately, and that's where I met Sam. Sam was another kid similar to my age. He was really sick and often went to surgeries every 2 days. His parents used to come and cry sitting in front of his bed. Sam never talked to anyone. His bed was right next to mine. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I woke up hearing his heavy breathing. I could tell his health was deteriorating rapidly. One day, Sam fell very sick, and he was taken to the ICU. While he was away, I noticed a bunch of Happy Meal toys under his pillow. I was just a kid and kind of wanted that collection. The next day, I was about to be discharged from the hospital, so I secretly put his collection in my backpack with my other stuff. I was deeply asleep when I felt someone standing near my bed. I saw with my sleepy eyes that it was Sam. I woke up frantically saying, "Hey Sam, you scared me. How long have you been standing there?" He didn't reply to me. There was something different with Sam. His face was pale, and his eyes were like a dead fish. I said again, "So you've been discharged from the ICU, huh?" "I want my toys back." Now I was all nervous about this awkward confrontation. I knew he would realize after coming back, but I was hoping he would find out after I left the hospital. I wanted to keep the toys, and if I returned them now, it would directly prove that I stole them. So I denied it to his face. "What toys are you talking about, Sam?" "My Happy Meal toys from McDonald's. You took them last night. They're in your backpack." Sam spoke as if he saw me doing all of this. His accuracy kinda disturbed me, but I was adamant as well. "I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take your toys." Suddenly, Sam's face started to change. His eyes got wide and furious. He looked at me like a hungry wolf and said, "I want my toys back. I want them back." He then opened his mouth, and his jaw started to expand horrifyingly. I screamed in fear and woke up on my bed, drenched in sweat. "Were you having a bad dream, Paul?" I saw a nurse standing near my bed. I looked outside the window and realized that it was morning. Was it all a dream? But it felt so real. I looked at Sam's bed and found it empty. "Are you looking for your friend?" "We weren't friends." "Oh, that's too bad. Your parents will be here soon to take you home." Sister?" The nurse was walking away. Hearing my voice, she turned back and said, "Yes? Do you need something? How is Sam doing?" "Oh, well, he's in a better place now. May God bless his soul." The nurse left, and I realized that Sam was no more. On the way home, I heard my parents talking about Sam and feeling sorry for him and his parents. Sam passed away at around 8 o'clock last night. I felt goosebumps thinking I dreamt of a dead boy in the middle of the night. I looked inside my backpack. Sam's Happy Meal toys were still there. I didn't tell anyone about all this. A week passed by and things got back to normal. Every weekend, my parents took me to the mall. We watched a movie and ate junk food. One weekend, after spending fun time at the mall, my dad took us to eat at McDonald's. I just took a bite of a cheeseburger when my eyes went to the last table in the corner. What I saw ran a cold shiver down my spine. It was Sam. He was sitting at the corner table, wearing the hospital outfit on which I saw him last time. His eyes were blood red and filled with anger. He opened his hollow mouth and said something, but I couldn't hear his voice. Judging by the movement of his lips, I could tell he was repeating one line over and over again. I was becoming numb with fear. "Paul? Paul, are you all right, honey?" My mom's worried voice set me free from that frozen hell. I got back to my senses and tried my best to hide my fear. Yeah, I'm fine, Mom." When I looked at the table again, I found it empty. No one was there. I somehow finished my food and we got up to leave for home. My mom and dad were walking in front of me.
We were near the exit door when I saw a guy dressed as Ronald McDonald giving balloons to every kid. When my turn came, he crouched down and handed me a blue-colored balloon. I smiled and said thank you. He got extremely close to my face and said, "Sam wants his Happy Meal toys back." I screamed and ran to my dad. For a moment, everyone around got shocked. My dad asked me, "What happened, Paul? Did he scare you?" I looked back at the guy, but he even looked terrified with my reaction. He said in a nervous voice, "I don't know what happened, sir. Your kid got scared on his own and screamed in my face." I started to realize that Sam's ghost was haunting me because I took his toys. But what can I do now? He's dead. Can someone come back from the dead to haunt a living person? Do ghosts really exist? I caught a high fever after coming home that night. My parents thought the guy dressed as Ronald McDonald scared me, but only if they knew the truth. I might have passed away with a high fever, hence I don't remember what happened after we reached home. I woke up past midnight hearing a thunder crack. A heavy storm was going on outside. I could see a flash of lightning reflecting on my room walls. I understood I was lying on my bed. My eyes took some time to adjust to the darkness. I checked the corners of my room with scared eyes. I felt Sam's ghost will emerge from those dark corners to scare me to sleep once again. There was no one. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that I was imagining all of this, and none of these incidents were actually happening in real life. I picked up the glass of water I kept near my bed to take a sip. I took the first sip and calmed down a bit. Then I went to take a second sip, just when a drop of something fell in my glass. In that flash of lightning, I saw the water changing into a red color. I immediately looked up and saw Sam was lying on the ceiling, staring at me with a devilish grin. He was looking like a creature from another world. Half of his face was rotten with maggots crawling on the surface. He opened his black, hollow mouth and said in a demonic voice,
"I want my toys back! Those are my Happy Meals!"
Before I could say something, he jumped on me from the ceiling and vomited a pool of blood on my face. I screamed at the top of my lungs. My parents rushed to my room, and I hugged my dad and cried for an hour. My parents slept in my room that night. The next morning when I woke up, I told them everything. I don't think they believed a dead kid's ghost was haunting me, but they took me to Sam's house and made me apologize to his parents for stealing his toys. When I returned those Happy Meal toys to Sam's mom, she said in a sobbing voice,
"These were Sam's favorite toys. He loved eating at McDonald's just to collect this toy."
After that day, I never saw Sam again.
I have always been a gamer. No matter what you name, be it online or offline, I have played it or yet to play it. Among the online games, Minecraft became my recent favorite. After my elder brother moved out for college, his gaming console became mine. Mostly I played with my friends, Tim and Jude. I was sitting in my room and playing with Tim one afternoon when Jude called me. I picked up saying, "Hey man, what's up?" He told me his distant cousin is inviting him to join a survival mode. It's going to be a big game, and would I care to join? I haven't played with a lot of players till then, so I agreed happily. Jude told me he will send a server link, which I'll have to join. Almost every gamer knows joining unknown servers holds its own risk, but we anyway do it, right? I didn't hesitate much because I never expected things to take a different turn. Jude sent me the link. I joined it immediately. We thought it would be better to send commands and chat separately, so everyone opened the MindChat website to play the game without getting overflowed by messages on the same screen. It was a team of 10 players, and I only knew Jude and Tim. The game began, and the red warning logo flashed on the screen, revealing we were going to play the hardcore mode. Everyone played carefully, because if you die in hardcore mode, you either become a spectator or leave the server. I played many times on this mode, and not lying, I got pretty good at it. I started building a shelter while Tim and Jude gathered stones for a furnace. Everyone was doing their gameplay except one player. This guy named his character Creeper00 and stood like a statue right next to me. I felt as if he was just standing there only to watch what I am doing. The character was behaving like a mob for no reason and was sneaking on me. Wherever I went, he followed me. And if I stopped, he stopped as well. I was feeling irritated, so I asked in the mind chat, "Yo, Creeper00, what's your problem, dude?" To which he replied with a victory sign. Tim also texted, "Who is this guy, Jude?" And Jude replied, "I don't know. Let's play our game." I went back to the screen and started playing again. We played for hours and it was time for sunset. Tim and Jude hid in the shelter and I drifted apart while collecting wood. I started to run in the direction of the shelter because I was scared of the zombies. I mean, you can't take unnecessary risks when you're in hardcore mode. After running for at least 5 minutes, when I still didn't find my shelter, I texted in the chat, "Guys, where are you? I think I'm lost." But instead of Tim or Jude, the creeper guy replied, "You're not alone. I am right behind you." I checked the game screen, but still found myself standing alone. Just then, another message popped up in the mind chat from the same Creeper00. "I am right behind you. Turn around." Trust me, every inch of my skin shivered in fear. I was alone in the house, and I knew this guy was just messing with me, but at that moment, my heartbeat got faster. I quickly turned around and obviously found no one. I checked the chat again and found everyone either died or left the game, and it was just me and that creeper guy in the game. I texted, "Where did everyone go? Tim, Jude, where are you guys?" The creeper guy again replied, "I ate your friends so that we can be friends." I have had enough of this bullshit. I called Jude right then, but he didn't receive my call. I dialed Tim's phone after that. He also didn't answer. I got a bit spooked out now. I texted in the chat, "Okay, enough of your jokes. I'm living the game. Now, die alone." The reply came quite spontaneously. "Don't you dare quit on me. I killed everyone so that we can stay together." You better, but I didn't wait to listen to this crazy guy. I quit the game and turned off the PC. I sat in front of the black screen of the computer for some time and then got up. I went to the washroom, splashed water on my face, and jumped on my bed. This is why I often avoided playing with unknown players. I shouldn't have joined the server in the first place. I might have dozed off thinking all this when my phone buzzed. I woke up and saw it was Mom. As I picked up, she screamed at me saying, "Luke, are you home?" "Yeah, where will I go now?" "Then why is the door alarm going off?" "What? There's no sound of an alarm going off. What are you saying?" "Luke, there's an intruder in our house. Someone has entered the house breaking the alarm. I just got notified. I've called 911. Please, lock the door of your room and stay inside." As soon as I heard her say that, I heard another sound. Someone was coming upstairs in a hurry. I could hear heavy footsteps rushing towards the door of my room. I sprung out of bed and probably some inches away from my door when the door jilted open slightly. But before the person on the other side could open it completely and enter my room, I grabbed the doorknob and pushed with all my strength to close the door. I could feel extra pressure from the opposite side, but I somehow closed the door and locked it. "Whoever you are, you won't get in. My mom is going to be home soon, and we have called the cops as well." "But why did you quit on me?" As I heard these lines, a cold shiver ran down my spine. Is it Creeper00? How did he know my address? Oh shit, he tracked my IP. Damn. "You definitely don't want to be my friend. Then why don't I send you to the same place where your friends are now?" "What did you do to them?" "I ate their hearts and gave the remains to the zombies." "What? You are just a crazy Minecraft freak." He went on twisting the doorknob for a few minutes more while laughing and growling like a maniac. I got so terrified that I sat on the floor and covered my ears with my hands. I was praying to God for the cops to arrive soon, and God did listen to me. As soon as the cop cars reached the house, I heard running footsteps fading away. The cops rescued me, and someone indeed broke our alarm and entered the house. I still don't know who was the other person on the other side of the door. My friends, Tim and Jude, disappeared from their houses all of a sudden. Police are still searching for them. No one has the slightest idea what happened to them. I don't want to believe that some guy named Creeper from Minecraft actually ate my friends with his zombie clan. But will you believe me if I tell you something completely bizarre? These days, whenever I open Minecraft, no matter which mode I play or what level I'm on, 3 characters are always present there, standing in the corner, watching me. Their names read Tim, Jude, and Creeper00. I got mixed up with the wrong crowd during high school. Coming from an already troubled household made me more inclined towards harmful things. I didn't hesitate to ride a bike at full speed after getting hella drunk or following shady strangers to try new kinds of drugs. Yes, I was reckless, and I probably still would have been if that dreadful experience never happened. My dad used to beat my mom almost every night after getting drunk. She hit him too with whatever she could grab, and it was a ruckus around house 24/7. I started spending nights chilling out with whoever bought me booze. Sometimes I even woke up on a sticky, dirty floor next to a pile of blood-stained syringes. I was so high that I could not even remember how I got there in the first place. Somehow, I would pick my miserable self up while cleaning the vomit off my clothes and walk out of the house pushing aside junkies lying all over the dingy house. I was in such a state that I kept saying to myself, what worse can happen at this point? But only if I knew that the nightmare was about to come. Unlike every other night, I stormed out of the house as my parents fought like animals. My mom screamed, saying, "Are you going to your druggy friends?" I turned around and replied, "I don't have any friends. You all disgust me." Honestly, I don't care if anyone finds me guilty for behaving this way, but it was indeed the truth. I lit a cigarette as my cravings started to kick in. I called a guy named Kramer who often hooked me up with pot and ecstasy, but he didn't pick up my call. Running out of options, I started to walk towards Skid Row. Everyone familiar with downtown LA knows it's last resort for homeless people and druggies. As I walked through the alley of shadow and dirt, the burnt smell of toxic chemicals started to jam up my nostrils. People lying in the muddy, dirty corners, being high as a kite, and saying gibberish in that state of trance was a common thing for me. I saw 2 guys smoking something standing near a dumpster. As I got close to them, they offered me a drag without saying anything, and I took a puff without giving it a second thought. As soon as the smoke entered my mouth, I felt I just smoked years of preserved tar mixed with the stench of rotten eggs. My head started to bang heavily, and my vision became blurry. The scary part of the high is I wasn't passing out and yet felt like falling. I walked ahead while those 2 freaks laughed at me seeing my condition. I somehow sat down near a pile of garbage bags and thought about sleeping for the night there when a squeaky voice spoke to me.
Up for some adrenaline rush?
What? Who are you?
We can be friends if you want.
Look, man, I don't want any more trouble for tonight. Just, please, leave me be.
I see. Guess I will find someone for the party.
Wait, there's a party? Where?
In that garage under the basement. I have buddies there. Wanna come?
I thought it would be better to take shelter under a roof than pass out on these dangerous streets. So I got up somehow and agreed to follow the man. He seemed like he's in his late 40s. There were scratches all over his face, but he has excessively bright eyes that could look into your soul. He walked like a shadow. No matter how fast he walked or whatever came under his feet, no sound ever took place. We came near a turn, and the man stopped. He gazed around suspiciously and said,
"This way."
The turn led to a narrow lane. After walking 2 to 3 minutes more, we reached in front of a rusty metal door. He knocked on the door thrice, and a pair of eyes peeked from a small square-shaped hole on the door. The man from the other side of the door asked, "Who is it?" To which he replied, "Enderman." The door opened immediately, and we entered into a small corridor. At the end of the corridor stood another big door. Behind that door, I could see neon lights flicker. The sound of subdued loud music also echoed in that corridor. The man who opened the door was a bald guy who was probably a drug dealer or someone of that sort. He handed over a small pouch of white pills to this man, and we two walked to that room at the end of the corridor. As I stepped in, I saw 7 to 8 men sitting in front of computers playing video games. A neon light sign reading Minecraft was attached to the front wall. Noticing their screens, I realized they're all playing Minecraft at various stages. The way they played seemed very freaky to me. Their eyes were wide and filled with dark circles, as if they are playing for a long time without taking a break. The man gave me a disturbing grin and said,
"Welcome to my den. You can call me Enderman. These are all of my players."
"Your players?"
"Yes. Come on in. Grab a seat."
He pointed out to a beanbag kept near the door, and I sat down. I am familiar with this game. One of my friends was crazy behind it. I didn't quite enjoy this game because of its endless exploration. I mean, yes, you get to win trophies, but this game never ends, which kind of creeps me out. I thought maybe they're having a competition or bet to win a real prize because they were so dedicated to the game that none of them took their eyes off the screen for 1 second. It was like they must keep playing, no matter what. My curiosity kicked in, and I asked, "What are they playing for?" The man laughed in a creepy way, saying,
"Their life."
"What? What do you mean by that?"
"They might be in different levels, but they all have to follow one rule. If you die in Minecraft, you die in real life, too."
Before I could get a hold of everything this man was saying, one of the players started to slap himself vigorously. Oh my God, why is he doing that?
"He's just trying to be awake, so he doesn't die in the game."
The more I watched these players, the more I realized what a psycho this man is. But what he did next gave me chills. One guy started to scream, saying, "No, no, no!" And then, for the first time, turned at us. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept for days. He fumbled in a painful voice. "Please, Enderman, I can start again. Please, I'm doing this for the last 3 days. Please, let me go." The psycho walked close to him and said,
"There's only one rule here. If you die in the game, you die in real life."
He took out a gun and bashed the poor man's brains out. Blood splattered everywhere. Drops of blood fell on the other player sitting next to the poor man, but he didn't even show emotions. It was as if he can't spare a single second to act on whatever craziness going on around here. None of them said a single word, moved a single muscle to react to this ruthless murder happening in front of their eyes. They kept playing like before. "Are you all insane?" I screamed and bolted out of that room. I ran at full speed through that dingy corridor. That bald guy came to stop me, but I was quick. I pushed him and sprung out, sliding that metal door with all my strength. I don't know how I carried myself home that night, but the next morning, I went there again to look for those people. But the metal door was sealed with a huge lock and chains. It was closed from the outside, and I realized they are gone. Whoever that man was, he was batshit crazy, no doubt. I don't know if he's still out there playing the character of Enderman while putting his players in a terrible fate. I am thinking there's something terribly wrong with my Minecraft account. It all started once I named one of my pigs. I have been playing this game for a few weeks, and when I discovered the option to name other resources and even mobs, I decided to play this game a bit differently. I live in a small apartment. From my bedroom, one can see the bedroom of my neighbor. A 53-year-old mean lady named Miss Perron lives there. I have never seen anyone as cruel as her. She used to live with her husband, who left her for some other woman. Maybe that's what turned her to be like that, or maybe she was always like this. I am sure her husband left her for not being able to stay under one roof with such a psycho wife. Last week, a pretty white cat climbed up to her window and was chilling there. The cat didn't even enter her room. All of a sudden, she rushed to the window and grabbed the cat by her hands. The cat didn't get a chance to run away. She threw the cat on the ground from her 2-story house. It didn't die, but its legs got hurt badly. I still see that cat limping in pain. That lady screams at every kid who comes near her house. In 3 words, I hate her. It was a rainy afternoon. After finishing my lunch, I was planning to play Minecraft for a bit. I turned on the PC. As the logo started to roll in, I heard that lady screaming at me.
Hey, you idiot! Turn down the volume! You are interrupting my sleep!
Honestly, the sound wasn't loud at all, and she had an option to close her window to avoid that. I replied to her, "Close your windows, dumb woman!" She started a brawl right then and there. She was repeatedly insulting and cursing me in the most abusive language possible. I fought hard, but her pitch was so annoying that I gave up and closed my windows on her face. I saw a crooked grin lighting up on her face as I backed down. I was so frustrated that I almost crushed my keyboard with my fist. Don't know why I decided to channel my anger into the game. I suddenly put a name tag on a zombie. Yeah, I named the zombie Miss Perron. I don't know why I did that, and out of immense frustration, I started killing it. As soon as I hit the zombie on the head with my sword, it vanished into thin air. My anger calmed down a bit. I played for a few hours more and went to bed early that day. The next morning when I woke up, I heard an ambulance standing close to my apartment. I peeked from my window and saw paramedics taking away Miss Perron on a stretcher. She was lying there unconscious with a bleeding head. I could tell she hit her head last night and fainted inside the house. Dried blood was all over her face and clothes. 3 days later, she came back home with a bandage over her head. I wanted to believe it was just an accident, but that was the first time I felt my Minecraft game was cursed. I didn't play the game for a week, and Miss Perron didn't bother anyone like before because of her head injury. But once she started to get better, her cruel nature came back again. I knew a kid who lived down the street. His name was Noah. He was playing fetch with his dog when he threw the ball quite higher, making it break the glass of Miss Perron's window. He was running in fear, but Miss Perron came and with his ball and told him to come and get it. I thought she might have changed finally, but as Noah walked to her expecting to get his ball back, she did a very bad thing. She grabbed Noah's ear with her bony fingers and twisted it ruthlessly. The kid cried in pain while she laughed in her evil joy. Noah ran home sobbing. I felt really bad for the poor kid, and at that time, I decided on my next move. This time, I named my pig after that crazy lady and went too far. I tied the pig to a rope and dumped it into boiling lava. A spine-chilling scream pierced the sky, and people rushed to Miss Perron's house. Black smoke was coming from the house, and the house caught fire. Everyone talked about how 90% of her flesh was found melted on the floor. She died that day, and I am not even sorry it happened because of me. But now, this unknown power has started to take a toll on me. No matter how much I eat, my skin is rotting, and I can see myself starving slowly. It's as if I am stuck in Minecraft difficulty level in real life. But the effect is coming slowly, and the urge to name tag things after people I don't like is pulling me like a magnet. Last week, I was sitting near my window watching the kids playing in the streets when I overheard a conversation. They were playing in a team, and there was this big boy constantly bullying others. He was taking advantage of his size and pushing others intentionally. A girl fell on hard ground and hurt her knees because of that demon. I heard 2 other kids yelling, "Enough, Bert! You are hurting her!" I couldn't stop myself anymore. That's it. His name is Bert. Now I can do what I want. I can give him what he deserves. But this time, I wanted to watch how it happened. I wanted to see if it was Minecraft making it happen or just a coincidence. I started the game on my phone and secretly kept my eyes on that kid. I named a creeper after him, Bert, and made it walk on a cactus block. Trust me, I don't know how it happened, but as soon as that creeper touched the cactus block, I saw Bert collapsing on the floor while itching his entire skin like a maniac. The other kids started to scream seeing him act like that. He was gagging and constantly trying to pull something off his skin. His skin was turning red and blood started to come out from everywhere. From his nose, from his eyes, from his palms, every freaking part of his body. He suffered for like 5 minutes and slowly gave up. I closed the window immediately once Bert took his last breath. I wonder if his parents are going insane. How come he accidentally died like that? They don't want to know what I know, and no one ever will. Yesterday, I bumped into my ex-girlfriend. I still remember how badly she insulted me in front of all my friends because I wasn't that good looking in her eyes. I just name tagged a spider by her name and smashed it with my sword. I am hoping to get some good news soon. I don't care if this game kills me in real life, but if I am going down, I'm taking everybody with me. Yeah. At 2:28 p.m. on August 28, 2003, a middle-aged pizza delivery man named Brian Wells walked into a PNC bank in Erie, Pennsylvania. He had a short cane in his right hand and a strange bulge under the collar of his t-shirt. Wells, 46 and balding, passed the teller a note. Gather employees with access codes to vault and work fast to fill the bag with $250,000, it said. You only have 15 minutes. Then he lifted his shirt to reveal a heavy box-like device dangling from his neck. According to the note, it was a bomb. The teller, who told Wells there was no way to get into the vault at that time, filled a bag with cash, $8,702, and handed it over. Wells walked out, sucking on a Dum Dum lollipop he grabbed from the counter, hopped into his car, and drove off. He didn't get far. Some 15 minutes later, state troopers spotted Wells standing outside his Geo Metro in a nearby parking lot, surrounded him, and tossed him to the pavement, cuffing his hands behind his back. Wells told the troopers that while out on a delivery, he had been accosted by a group of black men who chained the bomb around his neck at gunpoint and forced him to rob the bank. It's gonna go off, he told them in desperation. I'm not lying. The officers called the bomb squad and took position behind their cars. Guns were drawn. For 25 minutes, Wells remained seated on the pavement, his legs curled beneath him. Did you call my boss? Wells asked the trooper at one point, apparently concerned that his employer would think he was shirking his duties. Suddenly, the device started to emit an accelerating beeping noise. Wells fidgeted. It looked like he was trying to scoot backwards to somehow escape the bomb strapped to his neck. Beep, 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 boom. The device detonated, blasting him violently onto his back and ripping a 5-inch gash in his chest. The pizza delivery man took a few last gasps and died on the pavement. It was 3:18 p.m. The bomb squad arrived 3 minutes later. The police began sorting through a trove of physical evidence. In Wells' car, they discovered the 2-foot-long cane, which turned out to be an ingeniously crafted homemade gun. The bomb itself was likewise a marvel of DIY design and construction. The device consisted of 2 parts: a triple-banded metal collar with 4 keyholes and a 3-digit combination lock, and an iron box containing 2 6-inch pipe bombs loaded with double-base smokeless powder. The hinged collar locked around Wells' neck like a giant handcuff. Investigators could tell that it had been built using professional tools. The device also contained 2 Sunbeam kitchen timers and 1 electric countdown timer. It had wires running through it that connected to nothing. The contraption was a puzzle in and of itself. The most perplexing and intriguing pieces of evidence, though, were the handwritten notes that investigators found inside Wells' car, addressed to the bomb hostage. The notes instructed Wells to rob the bank of $250,000. Then follow a set of complex instructions to find various keys and combination codes hidden throughout Erie. It contained drawings, threats, and detailed maps. If Wells did as he was told, the instructions promised he'd wind up with the keys and the combination required to free him from the bomb. Failure or disobedience would result in certain death. There is only one way you can survive, and that is to cooperate completely. The notes read in meticulous lettering that would later stymie handwriting analysis. This powerful booby-trapped bomb can be removed only by following our instructions. Act now, think later, or you will die. It seemed that whoever planned the robbery had also constructed a nightmarish scavenger hunt for Wells, in which the prize was his life. It all started at 1:30 p.m. on the day of the robbery at Mamma Mia's Pizzeria, where Wells was working. An order came in for 2 small sausage and pepperoni pies to be delivered to a location on the outskirts of the city. Even though he was at the end of his shift, he agreed to deliver the order. He walked out of the shop, 2 pies in hand, at about 2 p.m. The delivery location, reachable only by a dirt road, was a TV transmission tower site in a wooded area off of busy Peach Street. Arriving at the location, Wells was accosted at gunpoint by strangers and forced to participate in a crazy bank robbery involving an even sicker scavenger hunt and some terrible consequences. The next day, a reporter and a photographer for the Erie Times News headed to the tower. The dirt road leading there was cordoned off by authorities, but the journalists spotted a tall, heavy-set man in denim Carhartt overalls pacing in front of a home that sat right next to it. His backyard extended almost to the transmission tower. The man identified himself as Bill Rothstein. Rothstein, 59, was an unmarried handyman and a lifelong resident of the area. He spoke elegantly, like someone who takes great pride in his mastery of the English language. Bill Rothstein may have appeared to be just a man who owned a house next to a TV tower, but he turned out to be hiding a dark secret. On September 20th, less than a month after the bomb killed Wells, Rothstein called 911. At 8645 Peach Street, in the garage, there is a frozen body. He told the police dispatcher, referring to his address. It's in the freezer. Within hours of making the call, Rothstein was in custody. He told the cops that he had been in agony for weeks. He had considered killing himself, he told them, and had gone so far as to write a suicide note, which investigators found inside a desk at his home. Writing in black marker, Rothstein expressed his apologies to those who cared for or about me, identified the body in his freezer as that of Jim Roden, and noted that he did not kill him nor participate in his death. The note opened with a curious disclaimer. This has nothing to do with the Wells case. Over the next 2 days, Rothstein explained to police how a dead man came to be in his freezer. In mid-August, he said he received a phone call from his ex-girlfriend, Marjorie Dill Armstrong. Who he had dated in the 1960s and early 1970s. Dill Armstrong told him that she had shot her live-in boyfriend, James Roden, in the back with a Remington 12-gauge shotgun in a dispute over money. Now she needed help removing the body and cleaning up the scene inside her Erie home, about 10 miles from Rothstein's place. Rothstein did what she asked. He kept the corpse in a chest freezer in his garage for 5 weeks. He painstakingly melted down the murder weapon and scattered the pieces around Erie County. But Rothstein said he couldn't go through with the plan to grind up the body, and he called 911 because he was afraid of what Dill Armstrong might do to him. On September 21st, the day after Rothstein called 911, Dill Armstrong was arrested for the murder of Roden. 16 months later, in January 2005, she pleaded guilty but was mentally ill and was sentenced to 7 to 20 years in state prison. Later, she admitted that she knew about it, that she had supplied the kitchen timers that were used in the bomb, and that she was within a mile of the bank at the time of the robbery. She also said that Wells, the dead pizza delivery guy, was not just a victim, but had been in on the plan, and so was Rothstein, the man who turned her in for Rodden's murder. She asserted he had masterminded the whole thing. But even as Dill Armstrong pointed the finger at Rothstein, she was implicating herself. Investigators had begun to suspect that Dill Armstrong was behind the collar bomb plot. Then, in late 2005, a witness came forward to say an ex-television repairman turned crack dealer named Kenneth Barnes was also involved. Barnes, an old fishing buddy of Dill Armstrong, had spoken too freely about the plan, and his brother-in-law had turned him in while Barnes was already in jail on unrelated drug charges, threatened with even more time behind bars. Barnes confirmed the Fed's belief that Dill Armstrong was the mastermind behind the collar bomb plot. He claimed she needed the cash so that she could pay him to kill her father, who she believed was blowing through his fortune. Dill Armstrong and Barnes were charged with carrying out the sensational crime, a plot that Dill Armstrong had put into motion, and Wells, the purported victim, was another. Pulling together information culled from more than 1,000 interviews over almost 4 years, the indictment charged that Wells was in on the scheme from the beginning. He had agreed to rob the bank wearing what he thought was a fake bomb. The scavenger hunt, he was told, was simply a ruse to fool the cops. If he got caught, he could point to the menacing instructions as evidence that he was merely following orders. But over time, Buchanan said Wells went from being a planner to an unwilling participant. At some point, instead of merely playing the part of a hostage, Wells was double-crossed and became one. The fake bomb turned out to be a real one, and the scavenger hunt went from a clever piece of misdirection to a real-life race against the clock. Barnes pleaded guilty in September 2008 to the conspiracy and weapons charges involved in the collar bomb plot. He was sentenced to 45 years behind bars, but he agreed to testify against Dill Armstrong in the hope of getting his sentence reduced. So was it a murder covered up by a heist, or a heist to overlook some murders? No one will get the exact answers, and that's what makes this incident one of the most chilling money heists in the world of true crime.
I come from a small town, and people in a small town pay a lot of attention to ritual and curses, unlike others. It's not like they see ghosts everywhere, but lots of them seriously believed in the existence of the supernatural. I was in high school when this incident happened. It's been a long time since I moved out, but whenever I meet my high school friends, the memory of this incident revisits us again and again. There lived an old couple in our town. I don't recall their first names, but everyone called them Mr. and Mrs. Clayton. They didn't have any children. Everyone in town loved them for their kind and sweet nature. They were always seen together no matter where they went. I mean, they were the kind of love story where two lovers promise to grow old together. I still remember my first high school girlfriend asking me whether I love her like Mr. Clayton loves Mrs. Clayton. Well, that's the reason why she broke up, because instead of saying yes, I replied, "What bullshit is that?" I know. It was pretty insensitive of me, but I was young back then, and I also didn't feel that kind of connection with her. I still haven't felt like that for anyone. Maybe this is why I'm still single. Anyways, let's get back to the story. So, the Claytons were having their happily ever after time until one day Mrs. Clayton died in her sleep. The town people shook in sadness, but the one who got crushed under grief was Mr. Clayton. I still remember the day we attended Mrs. Clayton's funeral. It was an open casket. Mr. Clayton didn't talk to anyone, or even notice people around him. He just sat near her coffin and kept staring at her lifeless body. Then, Mrs. Clayton was taken and buried in our local graveyard. The priest uttered his prayer, and everyone started to throw soil over her coffin. Out of nowhere, Mr. Clayton jumped into her grave and started sobbing like a child. This scene broke everyone's heart in our town, and people somehow managed to take Mr. Clayton away. After his wife's sudden demise, Mr. Clayton changed into a completely different person. He didn't talk to anyone, barely came out of the house. Every town person regularly went to his house to check on him, but with more passing time, people went on with their own lives. Until one day a weird incident happened. I was playing football in the high school team, so I had to maintain an athletic routine. My coach instructed me to go for early morning walks to increase my stamina. I started waking up early right after dawn and went for a long run. Following the dusty countryside, I ran to the high road and then came back home, taking a shortcut right beside the local cemetery. It was a Monday morning and the sun hadn't risen yet, hence there was darkness around. But it wasn't pitch black, and the pale moonlight was still showing the way. I was coming back from the highway. My heartbeat was fast and I was losing breath, so I was jogging more casually. As I took the shortcut right across the cemetery, I heard a crying voice. I thought that maybe someone was in trouble and might need my help, so I stopped and started to look around. I was searching here and there, trying to find a person in a helpless situation, when my eyes went to the cemetery. The entire graveyard was visible from the road. In that half-light, half-dark situation, I saw a figure sitting near a tombstone and weeping in a squeaky voice. As I looked closer, I saw it was a woman dressed in a white gown sitting under a tombstone facing her back to me. It took me a moment to realize she was sitting at the grave of Mrs. Clayton. And not just that, she was wearing the same exact gown that Mrs. Clayton's body was dressed in. What the hell? The woman immediately turned around, and her face wasn't like any human being. Her face was extremely white, and her lips were red and smudged, like someone mutilated her face. I've never seen anything scarier than that. She then got up and started to laugh in the most freaking way possible. Believe me when I say this, I thought my heart was going to explode in fear. My morning walk turned into a run for my life. After that day, many weird incidents started to happen in our local cemetery and the area around it. These incidents usually occurred during dawn. A rumor started to spread that Mrs. Clayton's spirit is now haunting our town. One day, our pastor was going to the church to ring the morning bell when Mrs. Clayton's ghost jumped on him from a nearby tree. He screamed with the sudden turn of event and fainted on the ground. The townspeople told Mr. Clayton to arrange a small prayer session asking for peace for her soul. Some even told him to go to an exorcist, but he stopped interacting with anyone on this matter. I heard my neighbors telling my parents that Mr. Clayton doesn't want to do anything about it because he's happy to know Mrs. Clayton has come back from the dead. People stopped going to the cemetery after dark. A week passed by and the entire town was terrorized with these supernatural occurrences. But at that time, everyone was too scared to go and look for themselves, even our pastor. The mayor called for a community meeting and announced that they're going to take this matter to the Covenant next town and perform an exorcism. The day the exorcism was about to take place, something unexpected happened. Our coach was a strong and highly practical man. He called for an early morning practice that day. As we all gathered in the school playground, he said, "Boys, we'll go for a run to warm up. Everyone finish your lunges. We'll start in 5 minutes." It was around 4 a.m. and we were a group of 4 people, including our coach. The finals were hanging around the corner, and the coach called for a special practice session with some selected players. So we started the morning run to warm ourselves up. We were running on the empty town streets. The sun hadn't come up yet, so it was mostly dark. We came near the church road when the coach took the road that went across the cemetery. "But coach, we shouldn't go near the cemetery at this time," Danielle said in a fearful voice. I got worried about the events happening there. "Shut up! There's no such thing as ghosts. Come on, follow me." We had to follow Coach. My heart started to beat fast again. I knew something is going to happen any minute now. We were about to cross the cemetery just when a scream took place. Everyone stopped and looked around. Danielle shouted,
Oh my God, she's coming to get us now.
We heard running footsteps behind us, and we all turned around at once. We saw Mrs. Clayton's ghost dressed in the same white gown, rushing towards us at full speed. Everyone was so shocked and scared at the same moment that we all forgot to move. She laughed while running like a maniac. She came really close and jumped on our coach. We all gasped seeing this horrible thing, but the coach suddenly grabbed her neck and gave a huge punch on her nose. Mrs. Clayton fell on the ground bleeding to death, and a scream came out of her mouth. But this time, the scream was of a man. Her wig fell off, and the sunlight touched us right at that moment. As soon as the surrounding became clear, we discovered a sad truth. It wasn't Mrs. Clayton. Rather, it was her husband. It was he who terrorized the townspeople, dressed in his wife's gown and putting her makeup on his face. No doubt her death mentally deranged him, but every individual handles grief in their distinctive way. After staying in the hospital to recover from that injury, Mr. Clayton was sent to a mental institution for better care and treatment. Our coach was no doubt the bravest man I have ever met in my life. He not only saved Mr. Clayton from going completely mad that day, but also saved the townspeople from an unknown fear that was eating them alive.
On September 4th, 1972, just after midnight, a man wearing climbing spurs scaled one of the trees on the property between the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts and the Church of St. Andrew and St. Paul to access the museum's roof. He then lowered a ladder, 2 men waiting below. The trio entered the building through a skylight that was under repair, which had left its security alarm disabled. They descended inside from the 3rd-storied rooftop by sliding down a 15-meter length of rope. Moving around the 2nd floor, the intruders encountered a security guard either in or near the kitchen. When the guard didn't immediately comply with their orders, one thief fired 2 blasts from a shotgun into the ceiling. The other 2 guards on duty heard the noise and responded, but were overcome, and the security staff were bound, gagged, and left in a lecture hall on the 1st floor. The guards later described to police 2 men with long hair wearing ski masks and armed with guns. One spoke French, and the other spoke English. They heard the voice of a 3rd man who also spoke French, but they never saw him. The thieves spent 30 minutes gathering paintings and artifacts. They'd selected a few dozen canvases off the walls, but when an alarm on the side entrance was tripped, they fled out the door with what they could carry: 39 pieces of jewelry and 18 paintings, including works by Corot, Courbet, Delacroix, Bruegel the Elder, Rubens, and Rembrandt, then valued at $1 million. Museum officials estimated a total of $2 million in stolen property. Then curator of decorative arts, Ruth Jackson, who was among the first museum staff to report the scene, found the gallery ransacked. Shattered display cases, torn backings, and many 100-year-old frames cracked to pieces. The stack of paintings left behind contained a Picasso, an El Greco, 2 Goyas, a Renoir, and another Rembrandt. With what they'd proposed to remove, Jackson later told the robbers meant to clear out the museum as it seems. The Wednesday prior to the MMFA robbery, there was another art theft less than an hour away. Not front-page news, but similarly sensational and Hollywoodish. On August 30th, 1972, 3 hooded armed men made off with a reported $50,000 in paintings from the Oka Summer residence of Agnes Meldrum, who ran a successful trucking and storage business in Montreal. The robbers tied up the gardener, looted the place, and climbed down what the Gazette described as a 600-foot bluff to a waiting motorboat docked below on Lake of Two Mountains. Again, 2 thieves spoke French, the other spoke English. At the time, the newspaper said police noted the similarities between the 2 crimes, though it was later concluded the thefts were unrelated. For weeks after the museum robbery, police surveilled a group of students who were known to museum staff. The tale was fruitless and eventually called off with no arrests made. Police also considered the possibility of an inside job and questioned museum staff. It was determined none were involved. In a 2010 interview, Bill Banty, Museum spokesperson at the time of the robbery, now deceased, told no one on the museum staff was involved. If there was any inside information, it probably emanated from the people working on the skylight repairs. Police also questioned those workers and ultimately cleared them of any direct involvement. The first call came within days of the crime. A nasal voice with a European accent instructed the museum to send someone to a phone booth near McGill University at Sherbrooke in Metcalfe. There, the museum security director answered a call, which told him to pick up a discarded cigarette pack from the ground nearby. Inside, he found a pendant, one of the missing pieces of jewelry. Communication between the thieves and the museum continued by phone and by mail. A brown envelope received October 26, 1972, contained a snapshot, or multiple snapshots, according to some accounts, of the stolen artwork all laid out together. The envelope was marked Port of Montreal. Perhaps a sign or maybe a bluff, since the city's seaport was linked with the West End Gang, an Irish crime group active then and today. The thieves asked for $500,000 for the return of the stolen goods. Then they reduced it to $250,000. Museum director David Giles Carter, also now deceased, suggested that the group surrender a painting to prove that they were still in their possession. Carter was instructed to check a locker at the rail station. He again sent the museum security director to investigate, who found one of the panels attributed to Bruegel, landscape with vehicles and cattle. Shortly after, Carter arranged an exchange of cash for an additional painting. It was to be set up, though, with an undercover cop playing the middleman sent to the meeting place with the money. But a Langale police cruiser, unaware of the operation, drove by the area and scared off the thieves, who called the museum the next day, angry about the trap. Carter didn't hear from them again for months. In the early summer of 1973, a museum board member received communications from someone who said they had information about the paintings. A Montreal insurance adjuster named Andre Duquois spoke with the anonymous caller and thought the tip held promise. The museum agreed to put up $10,000 if Duquois would deliver the money to the caller. Duquois set off one afternoon around 2 p.m. with an envelope full of money. He went to the downtown phone booth the caller had specified. From there, he was led to other phone booths at Bluebonnet's Horse Racing Track on St. Laurent Boulevard and at the Henri Bourassa Metro Station. Duquois crisscrossed the city, shuttling between 11 different phone booths by 4 a.m. He was finally instructed to leave the money at the foot of a sign in a vacant lot on St. Martin Boulevard. He returned to the phone booth near the Henri Bourassa Metro Station as instructed, where the painting's whereabouts were finally to be revealed to him. But the phone never rang. He went back to his office, and a call came through at 8 a.m. The caller told him the artwork had been left at a motel in Laval. Police combed the building, but didn't find a thing. As far as published accounts of the various recovery efforts go, the story ends here. 14 paintings were left behind in the museum, not 18. And the total value of the stolen property was significantly larger than reported. $5 million. The stolen Rembrandt alone, it said, was worth $1.75 million. A half a century after the theft, police are no closer to finding what was stolen or who stole it. In fact, they might be further away. Even the record of the crime is disappearing. Perhaps even by the time this story has gone to print, one of Montreal's missing paintings will turn up at an auction somewhere in the world. Most art recoveries happen when the party holding the property tries to monetize it. The major auction houses are committed to the restitution of stolen goods, and so the painting will be returned to its legal owner, which at this point is a group of insurance companies. Until then, there's no one to be identified for pulling off one of the biggest museum heists in the history of the world.
I'm what you might call a fitness freak. I never miss a single day of morning walks if I'm not down with any sickness. I take my dog Buzzo with me on my morning walks. Buzzo is a golden-colored Cocker Spaniel. Those who own dogs are quite aware of the friendliness of this certain breed. He's a very playful and fun-loving dog, and he loved to run. Generally, I was used to driving to the city park for a jog, but recently the place started to get really crowded, and I prefer a quiet start to my mornings. So I started to go to another park located on the outskirts of the city. Mostly in the mornings, the park remained completely empty. It was a foggy winter morning when I started from my house at 5:30 a.m. Buzzo was sitting in the back seat and enjoying the highway ride. At around 6, we reached the park. The park was surrounded by wooden fences. Due to poor maintenance, the fence was broken in a few places. At the end of the park, one could see hiking trails leading to deep woods. I parked my car and got down with Buzzo. I took off his leash and we started to run. Needless to say, it was really cold at that time, so we were running as fast as we could. Buzzo and I often ran circles covering the entire park. After 10 minutes of running like that, my body started to warm up. Dark clouds hid the sky. The dense woods standing at the end of the park fascinated me. The ambiance was in complete silence. I could only hear the wind. Surprisingly, not a single bird was chirping that day. It made me feel as if we were the only living thing out there. Buzzo was running in front of me when he suddenly picked up a broken twig and came rushing towards me. He liked to play catch, so I took the twig from his mouth and threw it. "There you go, boy." He ran and picked it up again. We were having a fun time on our own. It was probably the third time I threw the twig, but surprisingly, Buzzo didn't pay attention to that. Instead, he started to bark looking at the end of the park. "What? What is it, boy?" He was barking looking at those dense woods. At first, I thought he might have seen some wild animal. I tried to look, but the fog was obstructing my view. I cheered him up to go and get the twig back, but he was reluctant to move from his position. He kept barking as if something out there had threatened his existence. Out of options, I had to walk towards the end of the park to pick up the twig. As I started walking, Buzzo eventually followed me. I bent to pick it up from the ground when Buzzo started to growl in a very weird way. Now, as I mentioned earlier, he's a very calm and cheerful dog. I've never seen him behave like this. He was growling like he was ready to attack something hiding in the woods. I looked at those woods, but didn't see anything. But you know how people say animals can sense danger way before humans. I wish I had returned home right that moment, taking this hint from Buzzo, but unfortunately I didn't, and I still regret that decision. I was going to ignore this when suddenly I heard footsteps coming from the woods. It felt like someone was walking on dry leaves. Buzzo barked one more time, and I thought there might be a coyote or a deer in the woods. "Shut up, Buzzo. There's nothing out there. Come on, let's run 2 more laps and then we'll go home." I started to run again. The more I ran, I heard Buzzo barking constantly. I thought he would catch up eventually, so I didn't look back. Buzzo's bark started to fade away, and after some point, he stopped. "Last lap, boy," I said, and increased my speed, thinking Buzzo will chase me. He liked to play with me this way, so I was expecting him to run ahead, but that didn't happen. I stopped and turned back. I found myself standing in that foggy park alone. Buzzo was nowhere to be found. "Buzzo! Buzzo, where are you, boy?" I kept calling him, but I didn't hear a single bark. Something in the back of my mind told me Buzzo was in danger, and right at that moment, I heard a squeaking sound that dogs make when they're in pain. "Buzzo!" I rushed to the place where I last saw him. The twig that we were playing catch with was lying on the ground in the same untouched manner. I started calling him helplessly while searching the park in a panic-stricken way. "Buzzo! Come here, boy! It's time to go home! Buzzo! Buzzo!" Suddenly, I heard a dog bark coming from the woods. "Buzzo! Thank God!" I immediately jumped the fence and started running into the woods. "Buzzo! Come, boy! Come on!" Again, the bark took place and I got sure Buzzo is hiding somewhere. Maybe he chased a squirrel into these woods. "Buzzo! Buzzo!" But I froze on the ground. My heart stopped in fear. What I saw next, I will never be able to forget. My beloved Buzzo was lying under a big oak tree. He was dead. Blood was all around him. His golden fur was now vicious red. He was lying dead, drenched in his blood. and his face. Oh my God. I can never wash off the sight from my mind. Someone stomped his small head with a rock. I was standing there like a statue, figuring out how to react when I heard a dog bark right behind me. It was the same bark I heard a few seconds ago, thinking it was Buzzo. But Buzzo's dead. Then who's barking behind me? I slowly turned around. The blood in my veins was turning to ice. I was sweating in fear, just about to cry. As I looked behind me, I saw a scary-looking man standing near a tree and smiling at me. There was something in his grin that made me feel disgusted and terrified at the same time. I felt like someone pushed me into a garbage pit, and all I could see and smell is the rotten dirt around me. The man then stopped grinning and barked like a dog. His bark was so authentic that you could never identify it was coming from a human being. Just then, my eyes went to his hand, and I saw a bloody rock. I had no doubt that he crushed Buzzo's head with that. He then crouched on the ground, sitting like a four-legged animal, and then barked for one last time, and started to run towards me like a dog at full speed. I screamed and ran for my life. I fell on the ground while jumping the fence and hurt my ankle, but somehow I picked myself up and sprinted towards my car. I don't know how I drove home that day. I went to the cops the next day and told them everything. After hearing what happened to me and my poor dog, a cop said, "You're not the first person to report about such an incident in that park. We've gotten many complaints from people who went to walk their pet or go for a jog like you, and found them dead in those woods under mysterious circumstances. They all told us a vicious-looking madman killed their pets and chased them like a maniac. Even though we searched the park, we didn't find any suspect. Also, the woods are so deep, it was almost impossible to search the entire area with a well-equipped task force." I knew the cops aren't going to invest much effort into this matter, but every night I wake up in my sleep, seeing the most horrifying dream, where my poor Buzzo is lying dead on the ground, covered in blood, and that maniac sitting next to his corpse, eating his raw flesh like a demon from hell. I was in high school when this incident took place. I lived in a suburb where modes of entertainment were less. There was a small pub, a shopping complex, and a single-screen movie theater for the entertainment of young minds. I, on the other hand, was a loner because of my confused sexuality phase. I couldn't gather the courage to open up to my parents about being gay. Hence, I cut myself off from any social interaction. My parents, on the other hand, were having marital issues, so I decided to give them all the space they needed. Often at night, I used to sneak out of the house when I couldn't bear the sound of two adults screaming at each other. Their relationship made me realize life is beautiful until you get married. I was a minor, so there's no way I could go to the pub to grab a drink. The shopping mall closed after 8, hence my only recluse was the movie theater. Almost every night they put up a late-night show from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. My distant cousin Jack worked there as a janitor. He helped me to get in and watch those movies without buying a ticket. He called the late-night shows dead hours, as only a handful of people came to see them. It was a warm summer night, and I was feeling disgusted with the loud fights and obscene language of my parents. I dialed Jack's number to know if a show was going on or not. He picked up my call and replied, "About to start in 10 minutes. Hurry up." I sneaked out immediately. The roads were empty. The sounds of crickets and the dim streetlights calmed me down. It might feel weird to you, but back then I was going through a really troubled mental state. The only solution was isolation, but being too alone has its consequences too. I could see the blinking signboard of the movie theater from the end of the road. The more I walked towards it, the name of the movie started to become visible. I found out it was a horror movie. I heard about that movie from a bunch of boys in my school, so I got excited. I quickly walked inside and saw Jack standing near the red-colored ticket counter, shielded with a glass cover. He smiled and told me to go in by pointing his finger inside the movie hall. The advertisements had already started. It was quite dark, but the lit movie screen helped me navigate my way through the dark. I didn't want to be bothered, so I grabbed a corner seat from the second row. Apart from me, I could see a couple making out in the front row, and 2 other individuals scattered in the big theater. They were probably homeless people who came to sleep under a roof. The movie started and I took out a pack of cigarettes. This movie theater was never in its best shape on weekdays, that too in such odd hours. You can just smoke or drink, and no one cares. Once I saw a guy doing meth sitting in the front row. I watched the movie on the screen and he saw a movie in his mind. I was already in deep shit, so spending night after night in such an unsafe environment never got me worried. I just put my hoodie on and fired up a cigarette. There were small air vents built up in the corners near the last rows, so it made an ideal spot for me to smoke in peace. The movie started and I was hooked on it. I was watching attentively while smoking. After a point of time, I realized I have to put off the slow-burning cigarette butt. I had no intention to burn this place down, so I took my eyes off the screen and started to put it out with my sneakers. Suddenly, I heard heavy breathing and I looked up to follow the sound. A man was sitting at the left side of the middle row and watching me. Because he sat in the middle, it was possible to see his face. He had a very disturbing stare, as he could see through me. Not just that, but his breathing didn't feel normal to me. His bony face had no blood, and there was something wrong with his right eye. It was twitching at times in a very creepy way. He smiled at me for no reason, and I knew this was just another meth head. I ignored him and started watching the movie again. I thought he would pass out on his seat, so it's better to avoid him. God, I wish he passed out. A moment later, out of curiosity, I looked back at him again. But this time, I saw an even more filthy sight. The man's mouth was open, and he was drooling like a dog. I can't even explain how disgusted I felt. Drops of saliva were all over his chin. I felt like I was going to puke on the floor. But as I said, I've spent night after night in this doomed place, so I got my shit together and returned to the movie. I thought that I'm not the only one inside this movie theater. Also, my cousin is outside. There's no way this man could cause harm to me. I took out a beer can that I stole from my dad and started sipping from it. In the next 5 minutes, I had the worst experience of my life that still scares me to go to a movie alone. I don't know what got inside that drooling dude, but he got up trembling like a corpse and started to change seats to get closer to me. His breathing got way more intense, like he's dying to get close to me. I was so shocked and freaked out that I forgot to move. The man slowly crawled over the seats like a zombie, while stretching his arms towards me and exhaling all the air in his lungs. He was probably 3 rows away from me when my cell phone buzzed and I got up screaming,
"Get away! Get away from me!"
I jumped from my seat and ran towards the exit door. While crossing the front row in a hurry, I tripped over the couple who were busy on their own, and it resulted in a huge brawl. The boyfriend got up and grabbed my hoodie to teach me a lesson. I tried to explain this to him, the situation, but he was being the alpha male at that point. I knew I was going home with a black eye and maybe some bruises, but as he lifted his arm to punch me, his girlfriend screamed in terrible pain, and the lights were on. We all saw the man was sitting on the floor near us and biting the girl's left leg with his rotten teeth. Jack rushed in and the 2 other homeless men woke up. The paramedics were called in and so the cops. It came to know that the man was neither a psycho nor a drug addict. He was suffering from the last stage of rabies. There's no doubt he lived in the streets and not in very hygienic circumstances. The paramedics found a bite mark probably caused by an infectious street dog on his right arm. The rabies patient suffers acute pain with the difficulty in swallowing that leads to a dry throat. When this man saw me taking a sip from the beer, all he wanted was to quench the horrifying thirst he was experiencing. That's why he started to come close to me, or rather, towards my beer can. The girl who got bitten was immediately vaccinated, and I hope she didn't end up like that poor homeless man. Although the paramedics took him in, it was too late for him. He passed out in some hours, and I came home with a freaking scary memory that still haunts me at night.
Yo, chat. Good morning, bro. Good morning, chat. I hope everybody slept good. What was it, Tuesday? Happy Tuesday, chat. Happy Tuesday. I hope everybody slept good. We're about to pack everything up. I have to go clean. I am gonna be doing hot sauce stream today. I think we're gonna be doing Black Ops 7 instead of story game today. I'm gonna try to switch between games as much as I can because I don't really have too long on Game Pass, so I'm trying to stretch it out as much as I can. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We have 5 hours left on our follower goal, chat. We got 5 hours left to hit 10 followers, to get 10 more followers. I don't think we're gonna do it, but it's okay. Everybody lock in. Follow up if you're new here. If you guys don't want to miss any more live content, make sure you guys hit that live notification button, chat. But we're about to go clean, and I will be live shortly with hot sauce stream and then game stream. We're gonna be live for probably 6 hours game stream. You guys know the deal. If you guys watch me every day, we're live all day long usually. So lock in, chat. If you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that follow button. Turn on live notifications if you're new. But, yeah, we're about to go clean, chat. I love you guys. I hope you enjoyed sleep stream. I hope you guys got some good sleep. Yeah, we'll be live in a couple hours. I love you guys, chat. Have an amazing day. Peace out.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick it, know there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painted. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come me and that's about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick it, know there's people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine, every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot, acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I might show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts, I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks to be funny. And I'm double sipping